guys, Jeffology here. Thanks for listening to Royal Tracks. You can grab the download link by...
Juegos, no solo cómo se negocia un contrato, cómo podemos trabajar de pronto con un representante o con un equipo de abogados para hacer crecer nuestras empresas, que es un enfoque bastante diferente al que generalmente tenemos en otras conferencias, como por ejemplo la ADVA, que está más enfocado en desarrollo o en arte o no sé, en la programación, en el diseño. Así que bueno, les voy a dar la palabra ahora a nuestros colegas, que sin ellos no habría sido posible organizar todo este evento. Aquí está Agustín Kelly, del equipo de comercio exterior de la ciudad, y bueno, Patrick Sweeney y Jorge Bedoya, que fueron los coorganizadores del evento. Así que les dejo la palabra a Patrick.
Thank you. Thank you for having us and welcome. I want to thank Martina and Martin Cow particularly as well for their help and their support, and the ADVA and the city government for this lovely event. I thank you guys for coming as well, and I personally want to thank all of the speakers that we've got to come in here from 6 different countries for the next 2 days. At dinner last night, we were all hanging out and telling stories, and I was constantly amazed by, even though I've known them for years, about how much knowledge and wisdom and deals that these guys have worked on and games that these guys have worked on. So I'm glad that they could come here and share some of those stories and share some of that wisdom with you guys. So I hope you enjoy.
Bueno, primero que todo, buenos días. Para Bedoya y Visbal, abogados y Law Group, es un placer estar aquí con ustedes. Definitivamente queremos agradecer a ADVA, lo que son obviamente Martina Santoro y Martín Cao, y a todos los organizadores que participaron, asimismo al gobierno de la ciudad de Buenos Aires. De verdad que para nosotros es un placer estar aquí y son ustedes un ejemplo de liderazgo en la región, el hecho de que se han esforzado por poner un evento como este y de permitir que vengamos y hablemos con ustedes de los distintos aspectos que vamos a estar analizando. De verdad que es muy bueno y es muy chévere no solamente para la industria local, sino a nivel regional también. De verdad que esperemos que lo disfruten bastante. También asimismo quiero agradecer a nuestros speakers que también vienen, que probablemente no entiendan nada de lo que estoy diciendo en español, pero igualmente les estoy diciendo esto. Pero bueno, estamos aquí para ustedes y esperemos que aprovechen bastante esto, y cualquier cosa, por favor, no duden en acercarse y hablar con nosotros. Muchas gracias.
Y bueno, también antes de darle la palabra a Agustín, que va a estar haciendo la primera presentación del día, también aprovechar a agradecerle a la gente de Image Campus, que también nos ayudó mucho en la organización del evento con el equipo de voluntarios, y bueno, también al equipo que se está encargando de todo el streaming del evento de Geek Lounge, que están haciendo posible que bueno, mucha gente también pueda ver el evento desde su casa y bueno, más tarde poder seguirlo en los canales de ADVA. Así que bueno, te dejo la palabra, Agustín.
Bueno, muchas gracias. De parte del gobierno de la ciudad, agradecerles a todos ustedes por haber venido. No sé quién es la primera vez que viene acá al CMD, que es un lugar casi como un oasis en el desierto. Y para nosotros es importante mostrar el trabajo que hacemos de desarrollo de los distritos. Ya después van a estar comentándoles todo el trabajo que se hace de desarrollo urbano y de desarrollo de diferentes industrias, y cómo desde el Ministerio de Innovación nosotros realmente entendemos a la innovación como parte del desarrollo y como parte de la construcción, y lo venimos entendiendo hace algunos años, donde la industria del videojuegos era una industria mucho más chica, y se empezó a acompañar y empezó a crecer, y empezamos a ir a distintas misiones y empezamos a traer a las EVAs compradores internacionales, y hoy es una industria que tiene mucho más empleados, que genera mucho más valor agregado a la ciudad, y que año a año va creciendo, y sabemos que es una de esas industrias en esta transformación productiva que va a seguir cambiando la matriz productiva de la ciudad. Entonces, para nosotros es muy importante seguir apoyándola. Les voy a contar un poco qué hacemos desde InvestBA sin aburrirlos, y para que se lleven sobre todo las herramientas que damos desde el Ministerio de Modernización, Innovación y Tecnología y la Subsecretaría de Desarrollo Económico para cualquier empresa que quiere empezar a internacionalizarse. es mucho más fácil para nosotros contar cómo internacionalizarse a una empresa de videojuegos donde el 95% más o menos tiene que ver con exportaciones, que en otras industrias que es más complejo. Nosotros lo que hacemos en InvestBA, que es la agencia de inversiones y comercio internacional, es trabajar en la atracción de inversión internacional, en la facilitación de esa inversión, contar qué pasa en Buenos Aires en términos de negocios y cuáles son las ventajas competitivas que tiene Buenos Aires con respecto a otras ciudades. Y después, ¿qué hacemos nosotros para acompañar a emprendedores, empresas y trabajadores independientes o profesionales independientes a que se internacionalicen? Trabajamos sobre todo con industrias creativas, que son las industrias que nosotros pretendemos promover más, diversificando la matriz productiva de la ciudad, que tienen un recorrido directo con los distritos productivos de la ciudad. Entonces trabajamos para internacionalizar la industria tecnológica, la industria audiovisual, donde videojuegos forma parte de esta industria, y tiene un mix también con tecnología, publicidad, animación, contenido de televisión, diseño, creatividad, y después otros sectores de servicios, lo que nosotros llamamos servicios basados en el conocimiento, donde Buenos Aires, Argentina como región, tiene ventajas competitivas en materia de recursos humanos altamente calificados y un mix con creatividad e innovación. Entonces, entendemos que a partir de esas dos cosas hace que haya acá un ecosistema diferente, no solo para recibir o atraer inversores, sino para promover la internacionalización. Ahí va. Dentro de nuestra estrategia de internacionalización, tenemos una estrategia robusta que tiene que ver con todo el camino que recorre una pyme, un emprendedor, en su internacionalización. Entonces, lo primero que hacemos es entenderlos, es trabajar y generar una sinergia importante con el sector universitario y el sector privado organizado. En este caso, con ADVA, que es la Asociación de Videojuegos. Pero también lo hacemos con la Asociación de Franquicias, lo hacemos con la Asociación de Tecnología, con CESI y con otras cámaras. Porque es la forma que nosotros tenemos de entender qué necesidades tienen las empresas, cuál es la oferta de Buenos Aires, qué es lo que nosotros podemos ofrecer y qué es lo que se está demandando en otros países. Y para eso tenemos en primer lugar el observatorio, ese análisis de información. Lo segundo, y recién les decía un poco que para nosotros, justo en este eje con ustedes, es un eje que no lo trabajamos tanto porque desde lo inspiracional, o sí lo trabajamos pero de otra manera. Para nosotros la inspiración significa la decisión de exportar, o la decisión que puede tomar alguna empresa o emprendedor que tenga una visión global. Y la industria de videojuegos ya tiene una visión global, porque si no tiene una visión global, bueno, solo podría exportar un 5% y no creo que ninguno de ustedes quiera hacerlo. Entonces, nosotros trabajamos más en el acercamiento, en la inserción internacional, que en la inspiración misma, pero en todo nuestro recorrido acompañando pymes y emprendedores, sí lo hacemos. Generamos desayunos, generamos casos de éxito para que les cuenten cómo fue su recorrido. De hecho, ahora Marti nos va a contar un poco cuál fue su relación con el gobierno de la ciudad y cómo fue su recorrido. Y después seguimos un poco con la capacitación, como para entender a los emprendedores que ya tomaron la decisión de exportar, enseñarles cuáles son los primeros pasos que tienen que dar. En principio tenemos una plataforma online que se llama Puente Global, donde ahí ustedes pueden ver cómo exportar bienes, servicios, franquicias e e-commerce. Sobre todo, ahí está bueno que ustedes entiendan la parte de servicios y cómo ingresar divisas, o todo lo que tiene que ver con lo reglamentario o las regulaciones de comercio exterior. Son videos súper fáciles, son videos amigables, para que cualquier persona que no tenga una base o un conocimiento más profundo en comercio exterior lo pueda adquirir. Lo segundo que hacemos son capacitaciones más enfocadas en diferentes sectores y en diferentes mercados. Entonces ahí explicamos cómo exportar o cómo vender mis servicios de desarrollo de videojuegos o videojuegos a Estados Unidos. Entonces eso es bien enfocado. Tratamos también de trabajarlo con una universidad, generalmente con un banco comercial y con una cámara. Y lo tercero que hacemos, que es bastante interesante, y los invito a que ahí sí hagan un doble clic y vean en cuánto les puede servir, es un programa que se llama Programa de Incorporación de Capacidades, donde 3 meses un profesional de comercio exterior trabaja en cada una de las empresas con un precio muy, muy chiquito para entender la capacidad de las empresas o la capacidad de los emprendimientos en cuanto a lo que puede exportar, la selección y los mercados a los cuales puede llegar y cómo abordar esos mercados. Entonces, es todo un trabajo que generalmente el emprendedor o el empresario pyme no tiene tiempo para hacerlo o no lo puede hacer de una forma profesional, y está bueno que puedan tomar ese recurso y esa oportunidad que se da desde el Estado. Y obviamente esto tiene un correlato en un primer empleo para el profesional de comercio exterior. Entonces ahí los invito, se llama PIC, Programa de Incorporación de Capacidades, a que hagan otra lectura. Lo que sigue después es un trabajo que hacemos nosotros más a nivel gobierno. Nosotros hacemos algunas misiones comerciales que tienen que ver con cuestiones comerciales, donde llevamos empresas y tienen rondas de negocios y analizamos los perfiles de los compradores, en el caso de las empresas de videojuegos, publishers, pero también posicionamos a diferentes industrias en diferentes mercados, haciendo acciones puntuales, llevando referentes del mercado para que cuenten cómo es el mercado de videojuegos, de tecnología o de servicios profesionales en esos mercados, como una bajada previa antes de que lleguen los empresarios. Entonces, si yo posiciono el mercado de videojuegos en Estados Unidos y puedo salir en medios y puedo contar qué hacemos desde acá, el profesionalismo que tenemos y cuál es el valor agregado que tienen los profesionales acá, cuando llega un profesional allá, bueno, ya tiene el camino allanado. Lo último que hacemos es la inserción internacional propiamente dicha. Y ahí tenemos 3 programas que está bueno para mencionarles. Uno que se llama Conecta Talento, que es un programa de argentinos que están en el exterior, que ayudan a argentinos a salir al mundo. Entonces, un claro ejemplo es un argentino que trabaja en la industria de videojuegos en Los Ángeles, y nosotros lo ponemos en contacto con cualquiera de ustedes para que hagan una mentoría de 2 meses y les cuenten sobre, o a ese argentino les pueda brindar información sobre lo que pasa en ese mercado en términos de este sector, y además, y si crean una relación un poco más profunda, sobre lo que pasa o sobre los contactos comerciales. Lo segundo que hacemos es un poco relacionado a posicionamiento y son las misiones comerciales. Este año vamos a hacer, misiones de posicionamiento. Muchas gracias. Vamos a hacer misiones que tienen como 4 puntos importantes. Las misiones físicas donde vamos a ir a posicionar, también vamos a invitar a compradores internacionales, y eso va a ser en el marco de ADVA. Vamos a generar misiones virtuales donde las empresas van a tener la posibilidad de generar un primer approach vía Skype con un publisher o con alguien que pueda brindarles información de ese mercado, y todo eso apoyado en capacitaciones, que es un poco lo que les explicaba recién, con un banco, una cámara y una universidad. Y lo último, también importante para que se lleven, además del PIC, del Programa de Incorporación de Capacidades, es un programa que se llama Despega Talento. Nosotros lo entendemos como la evolución de las misiones comerciales, porque son misiones que pueden hacer, o viajes de negocios, que puede hacer cualquier empresario sin necesidad de subirse a una misión, con un paquete de servicios donde tienen una agenda de negocios en diferentes países, una oficina a disposición y capacitación previa y acompañamiento durante el viaje. Entonces, es importante, sobre todo, que entiendan cuál es el acompañamiento que nosotros damos en cada instancia y en cada momento donde están cada uno de los emprendedores y las empresas. Y además de esto, damos asistencia personalizada, es decir, que cualquier persona que se acerca acá al CMD y realmente no sabe en qué lugar está, o no sabe cómo empezar, o cómo seguir su proceso, nosotros lo guiamos de una manera personalizada. Bueno, estos son un poco números que ustedes ya conocen y por qué para nosotros es importante acompañar al sector. Es un sector que, si bien en cantidad de empresas es chico, en valor agregado y en potencialidad es muy grande. Y es un mercado que nosotros sabemos que exponencialmente está creciendo año a año y son industrias que cada vez son más receptoras de empleo, a diferencia de algunas industrias de corte más industrial que no están tomando tanto empleo. Entonces, para nosotros es importante, desde ese punto, desde el valor agregado, desde la capacidad y la competitividad que tiene Buenos Aires, acompañar a este sector y que siga creciendo. Bueno, esto es lo que hicimos el año pasado. Venimos haciendo muchas misiones, venimos acompañándolos en años anteriores a Gamescom, a GDC, y el año pasado decidimos cambiar un poco el rumbo. Fuimos a Finlandia con 5 emprendedores de videojuegos en un viaje que la verdad que no solo sirvió a nivel comercial, sino también a nivel aprendizaje. Finlandia es el país donde está Rovio, donde están los creadores de Angry Birds y donde hay todo un ecosistema de servicios basados en el conocimiento y de transformación productiva hacia esos servicios y obviamente muy apalancada en el sector de videojuegos. Entonces nos trajimos mucho de lo que tiene que ver con aprendizaje, mucho de lo que tiene que ver con tendencias y además generación de negocios e inversiones. Este es simplemente un ejemplo de una de las actividades que hicimos el año pasado. Lo mismo EVA, también acompañamos, ahí estuvo también Cancillería y la Agencia de Inversiones a nivel nacional con la que nosotros trabajamos muy a la par y entendemos que tenemos que hacerlo porque la verdad que los últimos años no fue así y es una picardía que no podamos tener la misma visión con la Agencia Nacional. Entonces acá también lo que hicimos fue una ronda de negocios trayendo a compradores internacionales. Voy pasando bastante rápido, así no los aburro tanto. Y esto es lo que tenemos un poco pensado para este año. La misión institucional a Barcelona y Londres, ahí también para posicionar el sector de videojuegos en estos mercados, lo mismo con Estados Unidos. Tenemos pensado también traer compradores para este año, generar, como les decía, rondas de negocios virtuales, que para nosotros es una apuesta porque es la primera vez que lo vamos a hacer. Vamos a ver si también involucramos realidad virtual y algunas otras cosas que acerquen a la experiencia de un primer approach mucho más cercano. Y después ya trabajar pensando en el 2018, pensando en la participación de GDC, y después algo que seguramente comenten los chicos de ADVA que tiene que ver con mi primer juego publicado. Bueno, muchas gracias. Ahora le voy a invitar a Martu para que nos dé un poco su experiencia. Para nosotros era importante que alguien cuente desde ADVA o desde una empresa o un emprendimiento, cómo empezó su relación con el gobierno de la ciudad, en qué actividades participó, cómo fue creciendo la relación y qué resultados obtuvo. Digo, te hago las tres en uno. Tres preguntas en uno.
Yo tengo un estudio de desarrollo de videojuegos aquí en Buenos Aires, que fundamos junto con Lucas Gondolo y con Santiago Villa, y estamos trabajando desde 2010 en desarrollo de videojuegos. Nosotros cuando comenzamos a trabajar, en realidad éramos un estudio que venía de la industria de animación, y fue en 2010 que pudimos conocer la industria de primera mano por una EVA que se estaba realizando, en ese momento creo que era en el Hotel Interamericano. Y conocimos ADVA, empezamos a entender un poco mejor que eso que nosotros queríamos hacer, que era entrar en la industria de videojuegos, tenía sus propios mercados, tenía sus propios jugadores, sus propios distribuidores, la prensa era diferente, el consumidor era completamente diferente al que nosotros estábamos acostumbrados. Y tuvimos la oportunidad de, en ese momento creo que fue en marzo, participar en una convocatoria que había hecho ADVA junto con el gobierno de la ciudad para participar en una misión comercial que se realizaba con destino a Gamescom, que es uno de los 2 mercados más importantes que hay en el mundo enfocado en el desarrollo de videojuegos. Uno es GDC, que también existen misiones comerciales que apoya el gobierno, y el otro es Gamescom, que se realiza en Alemania. Era nuestro primer mercado de juegos y fue a través de una serie de capacitaciones que se realizaron, de hecho, aquí mismo, con el equipo de ADVA y con el equipo de comercio exterior de Ciudad, que empezamos nosotros a prepararnos a ese mercado. No era solo preparar el producto, ese juego que queríamos mostrar, ese prototipo, sino también prepararnos nosotros a la hora de hacer esas presentaciones. Y no solo del juego, sino del equipo que estaba detrás del juego. Fue la verdad que un proceso bastante interesante en el que tanto las empresas locales participaban de, no sé, me acuerdo de haber participado con Chilco, con Andrés Chilkowski, en una capacitación en la que de pronto preparábamos hasta los minutos, ¿no? En los que uno, cómo ibas a organizar la información a la hora de presentarte con un publisher. De pronto decías, bueno, tenías 20 minutos para una reunión, cómo administrabas tu tiempo para presentar a tu equipo, presentar lo que hacías y tener la posibilidad de intentar desarrollar algún negocio con esa persona particular. Con otro equipo habíamos visto, bueno, cómo prepararte para conseguir esa primera reunión, cómo investigar a esa contraparte con la que te estabas reuniendo, como para llegar lo mejor posible a la reunión. Creo que después mismo, no me acuerdo si fue con Andy mismo, que tuvimos una serie de pitching que fue, perder el miedo y hablar en público en inglés. Y nos estuvieron también ajustando un poco también el tema de la presentación, y eso fue algo que hicimos hace ya 7 años. Por ese viaje a Gamescom, por esa agenda que nos ayudaron a coordinar, por esas reuniones que tuvimos, pudimos traer nuestro primer proyecto al estudio. Y desde entonces volvimos a participar en varias rondas más, volvimos a participar en eventos. Nosotros tenemos, como bien mencionabas vos, la Expo EVA, la exhibición de videojuegos de Argentina que organizamos en ADVA, que la hemos realizado aquí mismo en 2011, y que desde entonces siempre contamos con el apoyo de Ciudad para hacer estas misiones comerciales inversas, ¿no? En el que no es que nosotros mandamos un equipo de empresas a otro país, sino que traemos gente para que se junten, como hicimos ahora, ¿no? Con la mayor cantidad de locales posibles. Y tanto en esas instancias en las que viajábamos nosotros o en las que traíamos gente, siempre el gobierno de la ciudad nos ayudaba después también a hacer este seguimiento para que contamos con las herramientas que necesitábamos para poder cerrar esos deals, ¿no? Uno va a estos eventos, pues llega a tener 15 reuniones en un día o más, y bueno, todo hay que volverlas en esas oportunidades en cosas concretas. Y bueno, empezamos siendo 3 nerds en una oficina, que en realidad era la casa de mi mamá, y ahora tenemos nuestra propia oficina. Estamos también ubicados en el distrito audiovisual. Nosotros como estudios de videojuegos podemos participar tanto en el distrito audiovisual como en el tecnológico, que está en barrio el tecnológico en Patricios, Parque Patricios, y el audiovisual en Palermo y parte de Colegiales, que también tiene un montón de beneficios para la gente que instala, digamos, sus empresas allí, que tiene que ver con cuestiones impositivas que uno las valora mucho. Y bueno, creo que nada, nosotros por estar en la ciudad pudimos aprovechar al máximo todas estas instancias. En su momento también participamos en estas capacitaciones, que creo que Martín Cabo, aquí presente, también es tutor, en el que distintos profesionales te van acompañando en el modelado, digamos, del negocio de tu empresa. La verdad, le pudimos sacar como mucho provecho a esta relación. Me parece que bueno, ahora estamos en una instancia diferente, ¿no? O sea, tanto ADVA como el gobierno de la ciudad estuvieron muy de cerca con nosotros en lo que fue hacer, no crecer, pero diría como hacer más sólida a nuestra empresa. Y ahora estamos en una instancia completamente diferente, que es la de, bueno, ahora hay que expandirla, hay que hacerla crecer. Ahora somos 12 nerds en una oficina y bueno, queremos aspirar a hacer proyectos más grandes. Los primeros proyectos que tuvimos siempre estuvieron relacionados al advert game, ¿no? A la publicidad, a juegos que de pronto tenían que ver con ser como un derivado de una película o de una serie de televisión. Luego pasamos a hacer juegos que estaban más relacionados con el desarrollo de un servicio. Nos contrataba a alguien para hacer un producto concreto. Y bueno, en los últimos años logramos dar los primeros pasos en poder desarrollar contenidos propios, ¿no? Juegos que desde cero, digamos, se desarrollaron en el equipo, tanto en la propiedad intelectual como en todas las etapas del desarrollo. Y lo que queremos hacer ahora es poder ser nosotros los que lo lanzamos al mercado, ya sea solos o con la mano de un publisher. Ya lo pudimos hacer eso con las aventuras de Doug Mendoza y Pizza Boy. Ahora lo estamos haciendo con Realms of the Void, que es el juego nuevo en el que estamos trabajando, y en otro más que se llama Spellart, y esperamos poder seguir haciéndolo para hacer crecer al equipo. Así que no sé si más o menos cubrí todos los temas, pero bueno, esa es nuestra experiencia. Hoy a la tarde, si lo encuentran por los pasillos, va a estar Pablo Mayer, de otro equipo que se llama The Other Guys, que también estuvo trabajando mucho con el equipo de gobierno de la ciudad, pero con una experiencia diferente. Ellos también participaron del evento de Slash en Finlandia, en el que de pronto lo que hicieron fue conseguir financiación a través de inversores, de rondas de inversión, que es un proceso completamente diferente al que hicimos nosotros, por ejemplo, en el que de pronto trabajamos con un socio que nos da como un adelanto de ventas, o que de pronto co-invierte en el desarrollo de una producción para juntos lanzar un producto, digamos. Me parece que si lo llegan a ver por los pasillos está bueno también que les consulten, porque trabajaron mucho y muy de cerca con ustedes, y es un modelo de negocios diferente en el que ellos lo que están haciendo es escalar una plataforma. Es maravilloso. Y bueno, es también otro tipo de interlocutor que ustedes también los prepararon para ese proceso. Así que, bueno, los invito a sumarse a ADVA, a seguirnos también en las redes y estar al tanto de las otras actividades que estamos realizando. Estamos trabajando muy de cerca con la gente de ciudad, y también en las provincias con otras instituciones y con otras gobernaciones que estamos articulando muchas acciones más. Así que, bueno, muchas gracias por venir, y le dejo...
Lo último que quería decir, antes de darle paso al equipo de distritos, era la necesidad de la retroalimentación, ¿no? Como yo veo acá dentro del público un montón de gente que me los cruzo seguido, porque también nuestra intención es estar presentes y entender y sentarnos y charlar y compartir un café, compartir una comida, para entender cuál es la necesidad del sector, y si hoy es inversión y salir a buscar, como pasó con The Other Guys, o posicionamiento y acercamiento a publishers. Digo, nosotros, o nuestra función, es acortar esa necesidad que tienen ustedes para transformarla en un programa. Y eso solo lo da estando todo el tiempo de una forma muy cercana. Está Fer Balaguer ahí en el fondo, que la mayoría lo conoce y que hace un gran trabajo acompañando a emprendedores de videojuegos y de otros sectores audiovisuales. Pero me parece que ese es lo más importante, es mantenernos conectados y eso que nosotros tenemos como valor, que es la cercanía, ponerla en práctica cada vez que podemos. Así que muchas gracias. Le doy el pase al equipo de distritos para que les cuenten un poco más los beneficios de los distritos, y agradecerle a ADVA. Y una cosita más, perdón, darle la bienvenida a cada uno de los speakers internacionales, y estamos muy orgullosos de que estén participando.
Hola, buen día. Mi nombre es Lorena Ramos Dubá. Yo soy la coordinadora de atención a empresas del Distrito Audiovisual. Me faltaría la presentación. Creo que la ponen ustedes, ¿no? Yo trabajo en la subsecretaría de Inversiones en el Ministerio de Modernización. Desde el Ministerio estamos trabajando más que nada en el tema de distritos económicos. ¿Cómo paso a la presentación? Perdón. Perfecto. Con distritos económicos. Ahí está. Bueno, actualmente en la ciudad de Buenos Aires funcionan 5 distritos, la mayoría en el sur de la ciudad. Tenemos el distrito audiovisual en la zona de Palermo, Chacarita, Colegiales, Villa Ortúzar. Tenemos el distrito de tecnológico en Parque Patricios, el distrito de artes en La Boca, de diseño en Barracas, justamente donde estamos ahora, y el de deportes en Villa Lugano y Soldati. La idea de los distritos es básicamente fomentar industrias y a la vez desarrollar barrios. Si ustedes realizan una actividad que está beneficiada por alguno de estos distritos y se mudan a la zona donde está ubicado este distrito, tienen beneficios impositivos. Básicamente están exentos de todos los beneficios, de todos los impuestos que pagan en la ciudad. Tienen exenciones de ingresos brutos, exención de ABL y exención del impuesto a los sellos para todo tipo de contratos según la actividad que realicen. Asimismo, trabajamos muy de cerca con el Banco Ciudad para crear líneas de financiamiento exclusivas para los distritos que tienen varios puntos por debajo de las líneas de mercado y que les sirven mucho a las empresas, sea para mudarse, sea para capital de trabajo. Ahora también estamos trabajando con el Ministerio de Producción de Nación, que tienen varias líneas para financiar proyectos, tanto en la industria audiovisual como en la industria tecnológica. Básicamente, los distritos económicos están basados en industrias estratégicas. ¿Por qué elegimos estas industrias? Básicamente es porque se consideran que son industrias limpias, es decir, no tienen ningún impacto negativo en otras industrias o en la sociedad. Son internalizables, que era lo que hablaba recién Agustín. Tienen un alto valor agregado, es decir, trabajan con otras industrias. Cuando vos realizás una publicidad, la publicidad la filmás en la calle, intervienen un montón de personas freelance que trabajan para esa producción. Estás en la calle filmando, es decir, trabajás con negocios aledaños donde estás trabajando, es decir, siempre incluye un montón de otras actividades, además de la que en sí se realiza. Y, por supuesto, son generadoras de trabajo. Es decir, las empresas, especialmente las audiovisuales, en líneas generales son estructuras chicas, pero contratan un montón de freelance para todos los proyectos. Por lo tanto, cuando hay un proyecto, una empresa de 5 personas puede llegar a agrandarse a 100 o hasta más, dependiendo de lo que se trate. Como les contaba, bueno, tenemos 5 distritos. Hay 2 que están más desarrollados, que es el tecnológico, que fue el primer distrito, y el audiovisual, que fue el segundo. En ambos distritos ya tenemos más de 200 empresas radicadas en cada una de las zonas. Y ahora lo que aspiramos es convertir un distrito en un clúster. ¿Qué es un clúster? Básicamente es la sinergia entre las empresas, es decir, vos al mudarte a algún lugar donde ya funcionan actividades, otras empresas que realizan tus mismas actividades, el día a día funciona mejor. Es decir, se produce una sinergia natural entre las empresas. Al mismo tiempo, se produce una sinergia con la sociedad, con los barrios. Es decir, los barrios donde fueron ubicados los distritos no fueron al azar, sino que eran barrios que necesitaban cierto desarrollo urbano. Por lo tanto, al mudarse 200 empresas a Parque Patricio o al mudarse empresas a Paternal, cambian la sinergia de ese barrio totalmente. Es decir, se muda una empresa con 1000 empleados. No termina ahí la cosa, es decir, los negocios del barrio empiezan a funcionar, empiezan a venir marcas. locales de ropa, locales de comida, gimnasios, etcétera. Es decir, se produce fomentando una industria, logramos también un desarrollo importantísimo en los barrios. Estos serían todos los factores que intervienen, es decir, lo que logramos con un clúster es un desarrollo social, económico y urbano. ¿A través de qué? A través de programas de seguridad para los barrios, de darle infraestructura, ver el tema de las calles, ver el tema de los árboles, luminaria, llevar franquicias y marcas, crear consorcios dentro de cada uno de los distritos que tratan temas que les interesan a todos los sectores que incluyen esa misma industria. Es decir, esto sería un paso más de lo que queremos lograr con los distritos. Como les contaba antes, bueno, ustedes si se mudan a las zonas, sea a Parque Patricios o sea al distrito audiovisual, obtienen los beneficios impositivos. La actividad de videojuegos justamente es una actividad que está en conjunto con dos distritos. Eso no suele pasar, pero videojuegos tiene tanto una base audiovisual como una base tecnológica. En el audiovisual no solo está videojuegos, sino que también está animación. El distrito tecnológico, como les decía, es el primer distrito que se creó, está muy desarrollado y obviamente videojuegos es una de las actividades promovidas por ellos. Por otro lado, tenemos el distrito audiovisual, que es donde trabajo yo. Tenemos, como les decía, videojuego y animación. Ustedes si se mudan a alguno de los barrios que ven ahí de costado y realizan la actividad de videojuego, pueden estar exentos de los impuestos de la ciudad. Es importante, a lo mejor ustedes dicen, bueno, yo exporto, así que ingresos brutos no me significa demasiado, pero a lo mejor tienen que alquilar una oficina, esa oficina paga el ABL, ustedes agrandan, cuando alquilás la oficina, ese alquiler tiene un impuesto de sellos que se paga, estarías exento de ese impuesto. Trabajás con alguien en el exterior y estás pagando, estás a través de contratos, esos contratos pagan sellos. Es decir, hay que ver porque los beneficios, no siempre, uno te puede significar más que otro, pero tienen que pensar que a nivel presupuestario, es decir, no pagar ingresos brutos, no pagar el ABL, puede hacer una diferencia a la hora de vos vender tu producto y presupuestar tu producto a un tercero. Las leyes, tanto del tecnológico como del distrito, que es otro punto importante, son de 15 años y de 20 años, es decir, hay que pensar de acá al futuro. A lo mejor en este momento somos chiquititos, somos monotributistas, la verdad que mucho no me repercute. En 6 meses firmaron un contrato que les significa millones de pesos y en ese momento van a querer estar exentos de ingresos brutos o exentos de sellos. Entonces hay que pensar de acá al futuro, a qué puede pasar si ustedes lo que quieren justamente es expandirse. Estas son herramientas que sirven para eso. En estos distritos se pueden inscribir no solo empresas, sino también personas físicas. Eso es importante, es decir, no tienen que tener una estructura grande, no se les pide, por lo menos en el tema del distrito audiovisual, no se les pide que tengan tantos empleados, tantos metros en una oficina. Tenés monotributistas que trabajan desde su casa, es decir, todas esas características las tenemos en cuenta y nosotros contamos con un equipo de agentes que se sientan con las empresas y les dicen qué es lo más, cómo tramitar los registros, qué les conviene, cómo alquilar, dónde alquilar, cómo poner las cláusulas de sellos, etcétera. Es decir, nosotros le damos asesoramiento en todo lo que tenga que ver con la radicación de la empresa o de la persona física en el distrito. Nosotros mañana vamos a estar presentes en las rondas de negocios, vamos a estar en una de las mesas, van a estar las agentes para, si se quieren acercar, les explicamos en persona, nos cuentan cuáles son sus características y les decimos si pueden radicarse o no en los distritos. Así que, bueno, mañana los esperamos, vamos a estar todo el día en las rondas de negocio. Así que cualquier duda que tengan, los podemos ayudar. Muchas gracias.
My name is David Stelzer. I'm from Epic Games. I work on the Unreal Engine side, based out of Seattle, Washington. Really happy to be down in Buenos Aires. First time in South America outside of Brazil. I've been to Santiago just before this and enjoying being here in Buenos Aires so far. So today, I want to talk to you about developing success with Unreal Engine. We know that there's a very heavy presence of Unity here, and people have kind of had a working knowledge of Unity for a long time, learning it in school. So we just wanted to give a couple points here about why we feel, Unreal Engine is also a great choice. And when the clicker goes, I'll just point to you guys and you can click to the next one. It's fine. So as I said, we're going to talk about the differences between a couple key differences where we feel that Unreal Engine is superior to Unity. Okay, so starting with the 10 points that we're going to discuss, and then we'll dive a little bit more deeper into them. So first and foremost, at Epic, we make games. We've got 5 games coming out this particular year alone. We have a rich history of actually making games, and those games utilize the engine. The games help build the engine helps build the games, etc. We'll talk about the past versus present of what Unreal Engine is, how it grew up and what it is today. How UE4 is a complete tool set. We'd like to have everything that you need in the engine that you download, but also give you the ability from a store to find other pieces and examples of what you need to help make better games. Talk about Blueprints, which is our visual scripting language, and C++ versus C#. Flexibility of the engine, the fact that you get full source code, that it's free to develop, and how you can acquire custom licensing to obtain better terms than what the standard out-of-the-box terms might be. So to start things off, as I said, Epic makes games. So here you have just a few examples of things that Epic has coming out within the course of the year or that are already out. So for instance, this is a game called Paragon. It's a very high-definition MOBA that we've been working on, and it's in beta at the current time. Robo Recall, which is our first VR full game. If anybody had seen Bullet Train on the Oculus, this is the next version of what Bullet Train has become. It's free on the Oculus Rift as long as you have touch controllers, and it's an amazing example of what you can do with Unreal in VR. In addition to that, mods are available for that game, and as a result, we've been giving out full source code of everything within Robo Recall, so we encourage you to break it apart, put it back together, use the different pieces of it. In fact, we've got many examples within the engine itself where you can pull those pieces apart, use the assets, do whatever you'd like with them. We don't mind. Fortnite, which you're going to be hearing a lot about in the next couple months. It was announced about 5 years ago. It is finally coming to market. Unreal Tournament will be later this year. Battle Breakers and Spy Jinx are both mobile games, and I know you haven't heard a lot about UE4 with mobile, but these are going to be 2 really great examples of what you see. Battle Breakers developed by the studio Chair that did Shadow Complex and also did Infinity Blade. Spy Jinx is also being developed by Chair, but also in conjunction with J.J. Abrams. So it's going to be really interesting to see that one. So the early days of Unreal Engine kind of felt like an exclusionary place to be unless you're a real big AAA developer. AAA was our standard target. It was really best for high-end PC and console games. Not to mention, it wasn't for web, mobile, or VR, because quite frankly, those media didn't exist at that time. Those platforms didn't exist yet. It was really made for shooters, and as you can see from what we did, Unreal Tournament, Gears of War, and how those evolved, really helped the engine develop in the early days. And so as a result, it was complex, and because of all the work we put into it, it was very expensive. AAA developers could afford to use it. The indies couldn't. Now, that was the old days. This is the new days. There are a lot more indie developers out there. There are a lot more emerging market developers out there. So as a result, we've made it multi-platform. It is now anything that you can think of. We try to make the engine work on every possible platform. So as a result, PC, console, web, VR, AR, mobile, you'll see a lot more. In fact, at GDC this year, we did a great example of what we have coming forward in MR, mixed reality. We had a demo called The Human Race, in which we composited a car over a car model that could be changed in real time. It was very, very impressive. We have a multi-genre framework now. There's free sample content when you get started. You want to make a shooter game? Great. There's a shooter game example. You take the sample content, you build on top of it. Everything is there for you. You don't have to go to the marketplace. The templates are there. You can get started right out of the box and make a game. Easy to learn, easy to master, customizable with free source code. And this is a big, big deal. We give everybody source code. So whether you're using the free version of the engine, whether you're a larger studio and you're using a much higher paid version of the engine, everybody gets the same version of the engine and source code is available. So if you're using the free version, you can get source code via GitHub. If you're using a higher paid custom version, you're still getting the same source code. It's just coming to you through our Perforce servers. And now we're becoming an enterprise leader as well. So game engines are going beyond just games. We have companies like Tesla, Volkswagen, architectural companies, etc., all using the engine for not just for previs, but for actually building experiences that the customers are going to see at the end of the line. And as I mentioned, UE4 is a very complete tool set. It comes with everything you need to build and ship. You can build without paying for an additional plugin if you don't want to. We talk about when we have talks with folks who have been very deeply ingrained with Unity, they go to the store, they love the fact that the marketplace has so many things on it. Well, that marketplace has so many things, but you have to find the right thing. Then it has to be right for your particular project that you're making. Then you have to hope that it works at the end of the day. So we also hear that a lot of people don't end up using UE4 because it's a lot heavier in the build than what Unity is. Well, it's a little bit heavier because everything is already there. You have the option to turn things on, you have the option to turn things off. As a result, you can make it as lightweight or as heavy as you want to. It's a matter of figuring out how to restrain that power that you have. If you want to make a 2D side scroller, you can do that. Don't turn on a lot of the high-res features so your game won't be slowed down. And all these things are built in. So you've got editors for UI, materials, animation particles, scripting systems, state machines, starter content, and a lot more. If you go onto the engine and download it, you can just start playing with it immediately. You'll get lost within it, I guarantee you. This is a really important thing of what we do, blueprints. So blueprints are our visual scripting language. Blueprints are great for people who do not have any programming or coding experience. So if you're worried about the fact that you know Unity, or you're worried about the fact that you don't know C++, it doesn't matter. With this node-based system, basically, you can go in, think of all the things that you might have had to have an engineer standing by with you. You can just make it happen. These blueprints themselves convert all the things you see to C++ behind the scenes. It just happens automatically. There are things from time to time that you may want done in C++, and that's fine. You also may want to only prototype within the blueprints and then convert them later to C++, but this is one of the fastest ways to prototype. We have games on the market as well that have been built almost entirely within Blueprint. So Robo Recall, which I'll show you a short video of in a little bit, was about 90% built in blueprints. I don't know if anybody's played a game called Adrift, which is another VR game that came out early on the Oculus, done also almost entirely within the blueprints. So the good thing about UE4 is using C++. And this is one of the areas where people may have some issues. So some people are very ingrained within what C# is. But C++ is integrated within the editor. Classes are created in C++, can be subclassed. Artists and designers can extend the blueprints. And in addition to that, we have a blueprint that will auto-convert whatever it is you're trying to do into C++. So you get code at a high level. We handle the hard stuff and take away a lot of the pain that would otherwise be there. So the point being, between C++ and blueprints, there's less actual code that you need to know, which means less time and less money that you would have to spend on true engineering if you don't have the resources. We'll now get into some examples and talk about the flexibility of UE4. So once again, we've been told in the past, like, we use Unity, we make 2D games, we make side scrollers. We don't need the power of a 3D engine. That's fine, but here's an example of what you can do as a 2D platformer. Okay, so getting a little bit more complicated now, we get into mobile. Mobile's been a real battleground area where Unity, kind of for everybody who wants to make casual mobile games, they come to us and they're like, yes, we're going to use Unity. That's fine, but mobile games are getting more complicated just like everything else. High-resolution games are actually becoming demanded. Games that have more complex systems, RPGs, things of that nature, people want to see games like that. We had this game, Lineage 2, and Lineage is a game that's been around forever, but this is the newest version of Lineage that's coming out on mobile out of Korea, and here's an example of what you can do with UE4 on mobile. Some of this is pre-rendered, some is gameplay. Sorry, I said Lineage, that's Blade, but if you can believe it or not, that is, this is all on mobile. So as devices get more powerful, you'll see you can do a lot more on the device itself. Then we're going to go into an example of VR. So especially in new markets where you guys are trying to find a place for what can identify a studio, VR is a great place right now. There's not a ton of VR studios in the world themselves, let alone probably in your own markets. And as a result, we think trying VR is a really great example if you're thinking of making an engine switch where you can make leaps and bounds and do things in a way that's not dependent on all the things that you've built prior for making PC games or mobile games in the past. So as I mentioned, this is a game that was done 90% in blueprints. Here is a video of Robo Recall.
Say hello to the latest member of the Robo-Ready family. Presenting the TAL Series 9. Every bolt, every component has been meticulously designed. TAL will obey any command. It lives to serve. Serve this.
We are now getting reports of such robot violence.
TAL features convenient transport handles.
Why did they add handles?
As well as easily replaceable parts.
Hey, I'm doing that.
And is built from impact-resistant materials.
Booyah!
trouble-free service is guaranteed by our Robo Recall program.
What now? Robot heaven, I see it. Unstoppable.
Making your life better, one robot at a time.
Robo Recall!
Okay. So those are some good examples that, go against the argument of certain things that people don't believe that the engine can do and that they can do very easily. In addition to that, as we mentioned, you get free source code. So if there's something that doesn't work easily for you, or there's things at the very deep level of the engine that you want to change, you have access to that. Unity doesn't give you that. We give it to you for free, and we give you the full source code. So as a result, it's just, as I mentioned, it's distributed via GitHub for anybody who uses the free version of the engine, through our Perforce servers for anybody who makes a custom deal for the engine. The GitHub branch syncs every 20 minutes, so it's always up to date. Modifications that you make, you can keep, or you can issue a pull request to Epic. And as it says here, Epic will vet the changes because we don't want any broken code, obviously, within the source. And if Epic likes the changes, you will even get credit within the engine. And it's free to develop, as we said. So there's two programs within UE4. The first one being this free program. You sign in, you click through a EULA, you download, and you get started. It's the way everybody who gets the engine actually gets started. And from that, you've got community-based support via the answer hubs. You have additional code available for PS4, the Xbox One, and we even support the Switch, which is a great place to be right now, as long as you're a registered developer with any of those companies. So for instance, if you wanted to make something for the PS4 and you needed that code, you would do the click-through, and they would verify with somebody like myself that you are a registered developer with Sony or with Microsoft or with Nintendo, and we would be able to open up that code base for you. It's a very simple process. You pay nothing until you start making money. And that model is very simple. You develop the whole time. There are no per-seat licenses, okay? Until you release a game, and after you earn $3,000 per quarter in revenue, you do not start paying anything. And then it's a percentage base at 5%. Okay? Now, for some, 5% is too high, and they would like additional support. For those folks, we have a custom licensing program. And custom license is just that. It is custom. It's meant for serious developers that are shipping games, established studios, etc. It has a more in-depth support program. So first and foremost, you will get your source code via our Perforce servers. All of your branching will come through there. Anything that you need us to review will be done through Perforce. And as you get to higher branches of the engine and as you're getting ready to final, should you not want to pull a new branch, but you like the features that are there, we'll have engineering folks who can help you integrate those particular files at times. The additional more in-depth support comes with our private support network. So instead of the community-based answer hubs, you get questions answered through what's called our UDN, our Unreal Developer Network. Those questions then get answered by people who have developed the particular pieces of the engine, usually within about 24 to 36 hours. So we have about 117, 120 engineers at this point. If you were to ask a question regarding rendering, a rendering engineer would get back to you who probably built the feature that you have that question about, which is pretty powerful. In addition to that, there's a huge depository of all questions that have been asked and answered from tons of AAA studios to high-level indies, etc. They're all searchable. Should you not want people to know what you're working on, you can put those questions in anonymously as well. It's a very powerful tool. The custom program also allows for more flexibility on royalties. So working in a developing market here, there's a number of ways that we can do that. There's usually a piece that's a front-end payment as a licensing payment, and then the back end switches from a gross to a net, and they kind of work as a lever. So the more or less that you're willing to pay, the higher or lower the other side goes up or down. If anybody's interested in talking about those things, I can help with those on the business side. Now, if you have general questions while you're here today or tomorrow regarding technical issues, I've got two gentlemen here. If you guys can stand up real quick. Paulo and Christian. So Paulo is visiting from Sao Paulo. Christian is visiting from Ecuador. Christian works for a company called Arcade Me that provides support for us in the region. And Paulo is an evangelist who works for us at Epic. We have folks like Paulo and Christian who travel around the region all the time, answering questions, giving lectures. Christian is teaching a course called Intro to Unreal, which if anybody is interested, you're doing it in Santiago in 2 months? Yeah? But it's a free class, and it's a really good way to kind of get your hands onto what we do. In addition, if anybody here is a Unity developer and is a little concerned about how difficult it would be to switch from one to the other, we have documentation on UnrealEngine.com for Unity users switching to Unreal Engine. It makes it really easy for them. It has all your common terms that you would use or anything like that. But if you've got tech questions while you're here, you've got questions about switching, you've got questions about how the engine works, you've got a project that you want looked at or anything like that, please find Christian and Paulo during the breaks, and they'd be happy to answer your questions. Thanks, guys. We're not done yet. So I'm going to show you a quick sizzle reel of recent projects from UE4. So that's just a small sample of things that have been coming out over the course of the last year or will be coming out shortly. This is me. I do sales and licensing for this region, so if you have any questions, definitely please come find me, or you have my email up here. And at this point, if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Questions? No questions? Okay. Thank you so much for having me. It's been great to be here. I hope you have a great rest of your conference.
guys, Jeffology here. Thanks for listening to Royal Tracks. You can grab the download link by clicking the annotation below. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already, and feel free to check out my channel for some awesome commentaries. Thanks for watching, guys. Leave a like if you enjoyed this song, and I'll see you next time. Hey guys, Jeffology here. Thanks for listening to Royal Tracks. You can grab the download link by clicking the annotation below. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already, and feel free to check out my channel for some awesome commentaries. Thanks for watching, guys. Leave a like if you enjoyed this song, and I'll see you next time. guys, Jeffology here. Thanks for listening to Royal Tracks. You can grab the download link by clicking the annotation below. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already, and feel free to check out my channel for some awesome commentaries. Thanks for watching, guys. Leave a like if you enjoyed this song, and I'll see you next time. Hey guys, Jeffology here. Thanks for listening to Royal Tracks. You can grab the download link by clicking the annotation below. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already, and feel free to check out my channel for some awesome commentaries. Thanks for watching, guys. Leave a like if you enjoyed this song, and I'll see you next time.
One other thing I do, ¿O alguien de la organización? ¿No? Ok, arrancamos. Okay, we're going to do this in English. So the idea of this discussion and panel is to basically have an open discussion with you guys. So we are just here to share a few thoughts, and then the idea is that you can also ask a lot of questions and we can answer, or they can answer, either of us. And if it's okay with all of you, we'll do it in English. If you have any question that you feel more comfortable doing it in Spanish, of course you can do it. I speak Spanish, Jorge speaks Spanish. So we are doing all this panel in English because of Sean. But you can ask us questions in Spanish, no problem. Vamos a arrancar? Okay, so let's start with the introductions. First, Jorge. I will leave it with him.
Okay, so you make like click. Does it work? Yay, okay. So my name is Jorge Bedoya. I'm a partner at Bedoya Visbal Abogados. We're a law firm located in Barranquilla, Colombia. We're affiliated to Patrick Sweeney's IE Law Group. And together we work with video game studios, animation studios, and companies that are related to the digital content industries in Latin America. Now, I believe Sean comes.
Hola, soy Sean Kapanen y I'm not going to speak Spanish.
Good one, though.
I've worked in the video game industry for over 20 years, worked on almost 600 titles now, and have done everything. I actually just started a publishing company because I thought a lot of publishers screw stuff up, and I could probably do it better. Worked development studios, I've run lots of things, do business development, consulting, everything. So I'm a bad CFO, but other than that, I'm good at most stuff.
Okay, and I'm Martin Cao. I have been doing this since the last 8 years. And I'm right now the CEO of NGD Studios that you may have heard that we did, I guess 1 year ago, the remake of Master of Orion with Wargaming. Who said that? Javier, was it you? Okay. Here's our former CTO that was really had a lot of involvement in that. Okay, so first of all, just a few facts that I'm not going to repeat because they are there, but just we wanted to first start as giving you a glance for the ones that you may don't know it yet. So the global games industry estimated revenue is about $100 billion a year. And from that 100 billion, only 4 billion is made in Latin America as a whole. And from that 4 billion, I think half of it comes from Mexico and Brazil. So what this means basically as an introduction is that as a consumer market, we are not as big. But yes, maybe as a developer market, right? So that's the introduction. I don't know if you want to add something to that or.
No, I think it's really interesting to think about. Yeah, I definitely agree on what Martin is saying because yes, we represent the 4% when it comes to the market, but I think that we're definitely gaining some protagonism, and when it comes to developers, when it comes to developing video games, I think we're gaining more and more attention towards and attraction towards the region, which is definitely different to what's happening when we talk about consuming video games or buying or purchasing.
I would say that there's actually two parts of this. One, you have a maturing market in terms of being able to pay for games down here and different ways of monetizing. And then on the other side, you have the opportunity of the game development side. So there's a consumer market, but there's also that business-to-business market of can you build games for the region and outside the region. I think there's some real advantages that we'll go over during the talk.
Yeah, let me skip a bit because this is not meant to be like a presentation. So I'm going to skip a few slides. If you want the slides with the information, we can share it later with you if you are into that information. But this is like how big the Argentina market is.
Very important people here like FIFA, if you didn't know that.
Yeah. We play a lot of FIFA, apparently, and Call of Duty and GTA. Then some more numbers from other countries from Latin America. I'm going to skip this also very fast. Chile, which is a new country from
Very spicy.
Yeah, very spicy country. Don't eat that country. Okay, and so I wanted to get to this slide basically to share with you some of the games. There are much more that were made from studios in Latin America. You all know maybe one of those games, right? Who doesn't know any game of these that are here? Okay, these are really popular games, just letting you know. But so the one in the middle is Preguntados or Trivia Crack. I saw some people, you have an Ethermax, so you work there, right? You don't have only the shirt, okay. So this is a really big company from Argentina. How many people are you now? It's like 300, 400? 300, okay. So they did a huge, one of the most successful own IP games. And there are some other games. This is a mobile game, but there are also Steam games, console games. So this just means that we did a lot of good stuff, really world class and very popular and successful in the world from different countries in Latin America.
Yeah. So one of the things that I think that definitely what we have been delivering as a region has definitely put Latin America in the spot. So like, if this is more like a question to Sean. So what do you think so far, for example, about the studios that you have got to know and how they have been, building this path towards the market, and how do you think it's going to benefit our region at all?
Okay, so I've been coming to different parts of Latin America for about 10, 12 years now. Started out in Mexico, meeting people in Mexico City, and they were in small garages and people's houses and starting out, and then they started to build up some capabilities. They moved on from their own engines to Unreal Engine. A lot of this is pre-Unity because a lot of people use that now, but they were building that, and then they got into console games, and then there was a big market collapse in about 2008 where everyone got the pulp beat out of them because they weren't making really B and C tier product to go into retail. So there's a little bit of a reset, and a lot of those people, I'll say from the Mexico region, kind of scattered to different places. Some opened studios in other countries, some went to work in 3D animation, working on films, but a lot of them continued beavering away, working hard and saying, you know what, we're gonna just go ahead and work through this. When I look at Fallout Shelter here, I know the story behind that. It was originally an ADVA game. So they literally picked it up with the idea of saying, okay, we're going to build a game that promotes this product that's coming out. It was for Fallout 4. They didn't expect to make money on it. And wow, mobile people really were excited about it. So what ended up happening was they knew they left millions and millions of dollars on the table at that point. So they said, well, let's start monetizing it. And now it's come to PC, it's on Steam, it's on console. I can go play it on my Xbox One. So I think what that shows me is there's an evolution from going to doing a student or indie project to maybe doing some commercial work that might not even really be like a core game, but it's more of an advertising kind of thing, or it could be a Flash game. And then that Flash kind of work can turn into web-based or mobile. And then there's PC or console or, God forbid, VR right now, because I don't think there's a market for anybody there for now, but that's me. But I think that you can see a path. And as different countries start to build up those levels of skill, and it takes time, and you start to realize who's really good at this type of gameplay, who's good at this type of art, and then the engineering side. I think there's some fantastic engineering here that a lot of people don't know about. But behind the scenes, this place is as solid as the Nordics. So you have a cost advantage. You've got really what you have is a problem that nobody knows, or not nobody, but a lot of people don't know the quality that can come out of Argentina and out of the other parts of the region, because there's always a stigma. It's like, yeah, Latin America, that's that one big place that's south, right? It's like, no, it's a lot of countries with different cultural backgrounds, and there's a lot of different ways that they approach problems.
Sean, let me ask you a question. Like as an American, right? As a gringo, because we always a lot of times that I had people coming over to Buenos Aires. Several times they told me, "Oh, Buenos Aires, yeah, the Cristo Redentor, right? I can see the Cristo Redentor from there," or they think we are in Brazil, or it happens
South Mexico.
or South Mexico or whatever. So from your point of view, how that could be changed, or if that needs to be changed, that the North American people see us as a whole. I mean, you're South American. It doesn't matter. You say, no, I'm Argentinian. Yeah, South American. It's the same. So for them, it's the same.
Actually, I have some friends in Colombia. You know them, the brains guys like Alejandro and Jairo, and they get upset when people in the U.S. say, "Oh, we're Americans," and they're like, "No shit, we are too." Okay, well, people in the U.S. don't go, "Well, we're North Americans," and people in South America don't go, "We're South Americans." People say where they're from. I think people need to have a willingness to listen to what other people have to say in the first place, and I think you open the door by showing off what you do well. It's games that showcase, like the ones that are up there. It's fantastic artwork. It's, wow, these are the people who are going and helping even bigger companies fix their network code because they don't know how to do it and they're not even in the region. It's things like that, and being able to find ways to publicize it in a way that doesn't look like you're just trying to go, "Hey, look at us, look at us, look at us." But a lot of that comes down to personal relationships and building those over time. So say if you're going to the GDC or you're going to PAX or an international conference and you're starting to make friends, you need to do it with the idea that I'm not going to try and go pitch them right now to give me a work for hire project. I'm going to go and try and meet them and find out what they are interested in and how I can introduce them to myself, my culture, the things that matter to me, and see if there's kind of a fit, even on a personal level. Because I'll say personal relationships drive the majority of this industry. Because if I have a project, I'm going to go talk to somebody that I know and like first, because I go, well, even if the project goes bad, at least I'm going to enjoy myself in that conversation, and they're not going to be somebody that we're going to clash. So you need to build up a relationship before you can have business.
I think also that it's really important not only that kind of the developers actually show up and build a personal relationship, but one of the things that I would love to give credit to most of the South American companies is that they have been worrying and have actually worked towards building a bridge that kind of dissipates and finishes with all of the different cultural and legal differences and realities that we have with, let's say, with the North American market per se. Because one of the main concerns that many people, or at least many publishers or even studios are going to think about, it's like, okay, so I'm dealing with Martin personally? Is there a company? So, because most of the people are going to be worried about, okay, if we make money, how do we take our money back? Or how are we going to guarantee that this is going to work? What sort of warranty do we have? So I think that right now, even with the help of local governments, we've seen that Latin American companies in general have been worrying about building their own companies, structuring a serious, let's say, well, Cdad here in Argentina or in Colombia, and I think that's really important. It's a really important complement. It's a really important thing to do, you know, in order to actually get business going. You know, that's like the second part of it, I believe. Yeah. It's not like, oh.
You hit on a great point there. There's a lot of people at large publishers and other development studios who are looking for partners. But if there's only one company that they know about in a city and they go, oh, I'm going to go to Buenos Aires, but there's really only one studio I know, they're not going to be able to justify the trip just to go see that one person. But if they go, wow, there's like 5 or 7 studios and there's 10 studios or however many it is, and they're all of a reasonable quality level, they're like, okay, I can justify the trip. I can go and spend 3 or 4 days meeting with different studios, find out, get a good lay of the land, and go, how does stuff work down here? And if you see certain things in different studios, like, okay, everyone seems to take a tea break from 2 o'clock in the afternoon until 4, you go, okay, well, how's that work with our schedule in Los Angeles? We're not going to be able to reach anybody from 10 o'clock in the morning until noon, and then we go to lunch, so it could be a cultural issue or a time zone issue. So that's how people identify who they can work with. But I will say that there's an advantage of being within, you know, a 4-hour time zone of the west coast of the United States, and 1 hour from the east coast of the United States. It makes it so it's really easy to have overlapping hours versus Eastern Europe or India or, you know, Russia.
Yeah, I think that's definitely an advantage that Latin America has. You know, like we're definitely competing with Eastern Europe and Asia. And the fact that we're like in similar time zones, you know, it can definitely work. In some countries we're even connected, like we have direct flights. So it makes it, I believe, more feasible to actually work together. You know, so I think we should definitely as a region take advantage of that and start like keep building bridges, you know.
Let me add one thing. So guys, sorry, I really needed to do this first, and I'm not going to do it now. But so we know each other, right? So we can talk with each other, and we know what we think, and we can go to dinner. But the idea is that this conference and this talk is most useful to you. So my question is to better understand who we are talking with. Can you please raise your hand? All of the people that is actively working on a game studio. I mean, either if it's your own studio or if you are working for another company. Okay, students or people that is interested in the video game industry. Okay, and the rest don't have any hands, so we need hands for people. So I will propose, if that's okay with you, that if you have any question in the middle of our talk or sharing our thoughts, please feel free, raise your hand. The ones that didn't raise your hand, you can raise your hand if you have a question. We will let you. But this is the idea, right? To have this conversation. So, yeah, just wanted to say that. So, is there any question right now that something that you want to ask or something that you will have to know about LATAM or something else?
Okay, good, because I wanted to jump in. So, one thing that I'd love to talk about is Argentina in particular, because over the last year and a half, there's been a political change. It's changed a lot of the things with the economy. Before that, you know, I was talking to studios down here. They're always looking for investment and foreign investment. And everyone I spoke to in Europe and North America always said, hell no, we can't put money in there because we can't get the money back out. If we sell the company, you can't remove the money. So that was a real challenge for you guys. But now it's at a point where, hey, here's, I'd call it undervalued assets, is what every studio down here is, an undervalued asset. It is charging a price that is a really good price for locally. It's a really good price internationally. So there's great cost advantages, but it's not valued on the same level yet as a European developer or a Nordic developer in Finland or Sweden or places like this, or even in the US. So there's an opportunity right now for companies to come down and build larger studios. But at the same time, that's not a good thing for your region. And here's why. If a game loft comes down and hires 400 or 500 people, and they realize they don't know what they're doing in terms of launching a specific game, then they close that studio down, and you've got 400 to 500 people who don't have jobs.
They did it.
I know.
They did it a few years ago.
That's what happens in emerging regions. They go, oh, this is a great idea. Let's go suck up all these small studios, all these creative people, and put them in on one project. And while people get some experience, that's excellent. They get experience.
But I think
it's
that
bad in the long run.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I agree with you, Sean, there, because I think it's yeah, we can fight a little bit. But so basically, I think that in the short term is bad because it's 400 people that had a job and then they don't have it. But in the long term, I think it also brings more people into the industry, because if Gameloft didn't ever came here and had these 500 people, there weren't as many spin-offs and people that were interested in making games. So we are working with a few of those people, and they are still working on games. Of course, there are always some people that is, okay, I'm done with games and I'm going to software or whatever. But I think that's also a good stuff. I think one of the challenges we have as a region and as a country is that we also in Argentina especially, we tend to be very individualistic, like very selfish. So when you speak about Latin America, and we did a lot of efforts with this topic from ADVA, we, like a couple of years ago, we made like a federation with different associations from Latin America, trying to gather all the government budgets, because city of the Buenos Aires government has some budget, the nationwide Argentina has a budget, Mexico has a budget, Colombia has a budget, Chile has a budget. So we try many times to pull those budgets together and do something big with impact, Brazil, and many other countries. So we try to do it, but always you fall into the same trap that every country has to put their own flag first. Or if you go to association, sometimes it happens also that, no, my studio first. So I think it's kind of in a balance, because it's not that bad, but in general terms, that's why it's so hard to make it happen and to work like, for example, like Nordic countries or different areas like Canada, for example, as a country that works. I don't know if you've been into many GDCs or other shows, but they have a booth. They have they make a brand of their country or of the region, and that's maybe harder here. On the other hand, what I would say is that in general, people from South America and Latin America, we tend to collaborate with each other a lot. So when I met, for example, Alejandro from Brains, a studio from Colombia, one of the biggest that Sean was mentioning before, it was like instant trust. Like when you met another Colombian guy or Chilean guy or Uruguayan or whatever, in GDC or in another part of the world, when everyone is speaking English, first you relax, you start to speak in some Spanish, to cursing a little bit and talking about the real stuff that you can express in English. And secondly, you, at least me and every time I met with someone happened the same thing, you start sharing a lot of stuff about the contracts, about the publishers, about and it's like a common, right away. We get that in Argentina, in South America, actually. We tend to kiss with other man, right? Some kiss more than the normal, but we tend to kiss
it's an
like
interesting phrase. I'm sure that the English translation's not
like
what you
on
meant.
the cheek. And it happened a lot of times when I first traveled to the US. The US has a like like a pop. It's like they give you the hand and they make like this, right? I don't know if you've been many times in the US. They do that.
It's called the yo bro.
The yo bro. So many times I was like going to kiss the guy on the cheek, and the guy was like, hey, what are you doing? So this is a cultural thing, and it means that we tend to get in trust very easy. We don't need much time to start sharing a lot of stuff about us, and that's something really good for a small industry like this one. When I started many years ago, I remember the learning of the industry was a very fast-paced because of all of this. You met with some guy that was already telling you all the details, all what he has been through. So that's something that the ones here that are starting or are doing that, you should take advantage of that. I don't know if you feel the same way about that, or.
I think it's a really fast-growing industry here in Latin America, but the fact that, I mean, of course, I can't speak from the developer's perspective because I'm an attorney, but what I've seen is that there's a really big sense of community. Of course, there's going to be some people bumping heads over, how to approach things and how to work, because they each have different experience. But I've seen a big sense of community, and especially in contributing, this is how we should do things, this is how we should work together. I've been fortunate enough to see, for example, Martin visiting Colombia for an event that we have called Colombia 4.0. I've seen Martina there. They were really open about talking about the industry, about how we can work together, and I'm not even a developer, So I think it's really important. I think that's a lesson that we need to learn. We'll get there. We've been talking before that there are many barriers. Of course, everybody wants to make money and fame and on their own, but I believe that as a region, we understand that we have a collective value, and we're going to have an even bigger value if we work together and learn, how to collaborate among each other, right?
I say this a lot in what we call emerging markets, and I said this originally back in New Zealand, where there were two two studios fighting, and they were right across town in Dunedin, New Zealand, which no one here has probably ever heard of. And there's two 5-person studios, and they hate each other because they think that they're competing with each other. And I tricked them into both going out to drinks with me because I invited both of them and got them talking. And they're like, oh, mad at each other. And I finally said, you're not competing with each other. You're competing with everyone else who isn't here. You know, you guys are in the same place. You can help each other. You can take a trip, and then he can take a trip, and they could go to different shows, come back with the same information and share it. So you can lower your costs on finding things out, the discovery process. You can lower your costs on having business contacts because he has a great Warner Brothers contact, and he has a great Fox contact, and I know the person at Ubisoft, and I can call up and say, hey, can you hook me up with the guy at Fox because I know you're not doing business with him or whatever. And that's how things are supposed to work. If it's, hey, I don't know anybody who can do motion capture. Is there anybody that you've worked with that does motion capture? And the guy back there is like, oh yeah, I worked with this one guy out of his shop, and he doesn't advertise. Nobody knows about him. He's really great and inexpensive. It's word of mouth. It really comes down to, just like the way that people buy games today, it needs to be word of mouth from somebody that they trust, or a YouTube video, and you're probably not going to do a YouTube video for here's all my contacts. So.
Yeah, I agree. We sometimes it happens that people tend to think of the neighborhood studio as a competition, but actually we are competing with all the other studios, not between each other. Especially when you think about LATAM or you think about Argentina, we are eating a very small percentage of the whole pie. And actually, I wanted to share. I don't have it we don't have it on the slides here, but I just wanted to give you a very hard fact that is from the $100 billion that are made by year. I think somewhere around 70 billion is made from the top 25 public companies. So 70% of the whole pie is eaten by 25 guys. Of course, I'm talking about Sony, Microsoft, Tencent, that they own also other companies. I don't know if you know, but for example, Tencent owns part of League of Legends, Supercell, which is Clash Royale. They own a lot of companies, but Epic. So when you think about that, that's really challenging because you are not competing for the 100 billion, right? Sometimes when you read in the newspaper, because some journalist wants to do a quick impact news, they will say, yeah, the industry of the video games is hot. Of course, it's hot, it's nice. Talking about video games is nice for the journalists. But we are not competing for a part of the pie because you get to that part of the pie investing millions of dollars that we don't have on our pockets right now in this room. And please raise your hand if you have it because we are going to chase you. But I don't know, what do you think about that, the concentration and the consolidation of the industry as a whole? I don't know if it's off topic, but...
That's always going to happen. Great studios are always going to get bought because, well, if they want to sell, a lot of times people don't want to. They say, hey, we'll just keep beavering along and doing our thing. But most people tend to go, hey, well, you offered me $100 million. I might go ahead and take that money. But to get to that level, it's a long time. And for most studios, that's a 10, 15, 20-year journey to get to a level where you're going to sell for a multiple of what you even put in. So I think after a lot of trial and error and a lot of products that go out and refinement of your core technology, that you get better, faster, more efficient, and then you can raise your quality bar once you can do all that and say, well, we used to get paid $500,000 to build a game. It took us this long. We can build that same $500,000 game in 3 less months, but we can take the other 3 months and put more polish into it. So now you're probably getting paid more too for it. But as you raise your costs and you raise your quality, you over time build up that reputation, and then bigger and better things come if that's what you want. And I know there's a lot of independent developers that say, you know, I'm going to be happy going out and building my game each year. If I could sell 10,000 copies of it to people, you know, I'm going to be really happy. That's, you know, $100,000 in a year for me at $10. So that's a lifestyle a lot of people want to have, where they can come up with a crazy idea or something that is a little more niche, and that's a great market. So I'll take a quick sidestep and say, if that's the kind of way that you want to approach the game market and you're not interested in building a 40, 50, 100 person studio, that's fantastic. You need to capture who the people are that are buying your games, figure out a way to get them on your social media, figure out a way to get their email addresses, a way to contact them, and then every time you go to launch a new game, let them know early that it's coming, and make sure that they know that you'll let them in the beta, or if they go ahead and they sign up early, they can get a percentage off of a Steam key so that they can play early and they can give you better feedback. It could be private forums where they can go in and give you behind the scenes feedback on what they like and don't like about your games. But you need to own an audience. So if you're not going to go and do the work for hire route to your original IP and you're going to just start in that indie sector and kind of stay there, own your audience.
I think one of the most important things that, not even indies, but every studio must do in Latin America is get to know the industry in order to understand what they want to do. You know, get to know the industry, talk to people who has gained experience, because there's always, I've met with tons of indie studios, and there's always tons of them who are, they read some misleading thread on Reddit, and they think they're gonna become like millionaires with one game. Oh, there's one guy in the internet who I met who made I don't know how much money and whatever, and yeah, that's the studio that I want to have. It's like, yeah, but you're not gonna have a payroll. You're not gonna pay anybody unless you're paying them with hugs and kisses, or, you know. So I think it's really important to understand the industry, and I think that organizations such as ADVA or IGDA in Colombia or have been really, they have been making an effort for people to actually understand what they're getting into. Like, I understand that people get passionate about making games, but there's always this question that I make to people who are telling me about, well, we're looking, to make it in the games industry, and I ask them, how much money do you need? And they're like, I don't know. I don't know, like, money, like dollars? Like,
the other answer is $1 million, we can build it. Yeah, you can build it for probably $40,000. So.
Yeah, but
everyone wants $1 million.
$1 million. So yeah, that's one of the things that happens a lot. So I think it's really important to understand the industry, and of course you constantly get things on the news, such as the video game industry. It's hot right now. Like, take a look at this merger. Like, take a look at this small company called Rovio. It's like, what?
We call that like lottery winners. There's a lot of lottery winners, like the guys. I don't know. Do you know the story of the guy from Stardew Valley? So one guy did everything, all the game, like I don't know how many years, like 5 years, 6 years. He had a 26, 27 years old, and he made like $30, $40 million. So another guy was playing the roulette and also made a lot of money, but it's like that. But people tend to take that, as Jorge is saying, is they think that's a path, right? So it's like, I'm going to have a lot of luck, I'm going to do a game and have a lot of millions of dollars. And that's not the way it goes most of the times. Sometimes it works, but...
I would give the advice. I travel to a lot of places, and I meet a lot of people who have an almost finished game, and it'll always be something where you look in and go, oh my God, why did you spend your time on this? Because they've either picked a genre that has too many competitors, their quality isn't up to what's already in the market, they haven't figured out the monetization. I've literally talked to people who are like, yeah, we're going into soft launch next week. I said, oh, how do you monetize it? We don't know that yet. I said, okay, well, you don't have a business if you haven't figured this stuff out in advance. So you need to think about a lot of things when you're building a game up front. You need to ask people for feedback. Even if you don't agree with their feedback, if people consistently are saying, dude, you shouldn't do this, this is a bad idea, it's probably a bad idea.
Patrick Sweeney has a question.
In Spanish, please, Patrick. Beer and no, just kidding. So no one from the government is here, right? No, I'm just kidding. So it's a really good question. Thank you, Patrick. Thank you. No, it's really good. So they have a lot of money. Speaking about Latin American countries, of course, not a lot of money from a US perspective, maybe, but still it's a really good amount of money. When I travel, I see that Mexico, Chile, Colombia spend in different events. Like Colombia spend a lot of money in their Colombia 4.0. Brazil did spend a lot of money in big festival and other shows they have. Mexico does the same. We do something here also with ADVA. So what I see is that, in my opinion, but this is more like a political question, right? So I will answer anyway, but it's more like a political philosophy, or what should the government role should be with an industry as a whole. Not talking about games. In my opinion, should be something like a father that helps you get up and start walking and start running. And then you are on your own. So why I mean this is like, imagine a child, right? That you first don't expect the child to talk fluently and to run because he doesn't know how to express that. He don't have the resources, he don't have the body built to do that. But once he's 18 years old, if you have a son of 18 years old, you are expecting him to communicate properly, to start doing some stuff, washing the dishes or whatever it is, right? You will not expect a 3-year-old child to wash her own dishes or to do her homework or whatever, but you would expect that from a 20-year-old adult. So that happens, in my opinion, the role of the government should be the same, helping you out, start, and getting you in the spotlight as an industry, so promoting, going to events, making lectures, so you can learn how the industry works. And if they could be a little bit less selfish or less thinking about their own country, that could be easier, in my opinion. I don't know if you guys had any other thoughts about this, but
I have a ton of
did
thoughts.
I answer the question, Parik, or okay?
Well, yeah, we'll get to that in a second. The way I've looked at government funding, it works with 4 different goals, sometimes multiple goals in the same place. It's always to increase tax revenue. So that could be they want to invest so that they can create more jobs, so that they have higher taxation. That's what Canada does. That's why Canada uses tax credits and brings in people and does matching grants on technology, all sorts of fun things. The second would be to increase export trade revenue. So if you're selling to foreign countries, that's export trade. It raises your actual numbers as a nation, makes you look like you have a high growth rate, and it's a place to invest. The third reason would be because somebody has an art or cultural need to preserve something. This is a lot in France and Europe. They will put in money for things that say, okay, this part of our culture is not well known among young people, and if we have it in a game format, they can interact with it, and maybe it preserves something and keeps that history alive. And the fourth reason, I think, is because people are starting to realize that the average gamer is not 15. They're in their late 30s or early 40s. They actually vote, and that if you're a politician, you need to connect with this group who respects this as an entertainment medium, probably more than movies and television these days, because it's interactive. So those are the 4 reasons I see government putting in money to things. So you need to be providing, as an industry, one of those outlets. And you say, hey, we can actually help you create more taxes, because they'll invest if they're going to get the money back out. But what's happened in a lot of places is the government throws in money, and they don't see any more money coming back out. I think this is the problem with the Nordic region, and why Nordic has had issues with getting funding to continue a lot of their programs, because the studios are just as big as they were before. It hasn't really grown a new industry, and they're like, okay, well, we already have a huge tax rate. Everything's export to begin with. Why are we going to continue to invest in this? So they need to literally find somebody who wants to be reelected in the political office, and that's the only way they're actually going to continue to get money for that industry.
I think it's a really interesting question. From my point of view, what I've seen is that at least there are several governments that have been investing a lot of time trying to understand the industry. You know, you have to take into account that governments are temporary, so they have really short terms. So you might have somebody who's going to invest, let's say, at least 6 months trying to figure out how the whole video game industry works, and he might not be there next year. But they have been trying to build a path, trying to help not only like video game development, but app development. And when it comes to funding, you know, this is the important part. You need to educate people how, you know, as Martin was saying, you need to help them, but just give them a push, you know. In Colombia, we have this saying in Spanish, is like, okay, so el gobierno es el que empuja, pero el desarrollador es el que tiene que jalar, ¿sí? Seguir llevando. So which means is that the government will give you a push, but you're the one carrying all the weight, you know, and you have to keep working towards that. And what we've seen with many studios in Colombia, for example, is that many companies become dependent on government funding, so they don't learn how to survive on their own, you know. So that's something that we need to pretty much try to end, you know. So they only exist as long as there's some sort of convocatoria or or government call in which they're assigning funds, you know. So they're constantly, you know, waiting for the next thing to come up, and they create like different entities, so there's no conflict of interest, and they can apply to different like video game funding, government funding, which is not the right, from my from my point of view, it's not the right thing to do, you know. But because you should learn how to survive on your own, as Martin was saying, like you expect the company to take advantage of the funds that they're receiving, but not depend on them constantly. This should be a one, yeah.
No, I just wanted to say, of course, it's not like a push of 1 year, and it's also not a push of 18 years, but could be something around 5 years or something like that, or maybe a little bit more, for a startup to start being able to sustain it on its own. But just wanted to mention for all of you that are based, I mean, is anyone based outside the country, like living outside Argentina? Oh, you all live here. Okay, Gabriel, okay, Uruguay. But you have a lot of also same things in Uruguay like we have here. So there are a lot of opportunities for all of you that are starting or are running your own studios to get funding in Argentina. You have the Fonsoft, that ADVA made a lot of also communication about this. Fonsoft and Fontar, which are grants that an agency of the government gives to do video games, so you can recover part of the investment. Then you have a lot of programs like PAC or other things that you can take advantage from a tax perspective, from a teaching perspective, like giving lessons to your employees. So there's a lot of opportunities to get some money back or to get some grants. But at the end of the day, you will have to run a successful business to keep doing this for a long term.
You just nailed one of the important things. When you look at how governments work, sometimes people in the government go and they say, wow, let's bet on one game. And they'll take all the money, which they did this in Mexico a few years ago, put it on one game. It was a golf game for the Wii. And it didn't really work out for them because they were betting on a single studio rather than betting on an industry. Same thing happened with the state of Rhode Island when they got 38 studios to come in and $100+ million loan, and the thing went belly up because they didn't have a business in place to do it, and they didn't have an industry, and they were hoping that they could anchor it, but they really needed the company to actually fail in order to have an industry because the people needed to be not in one company. I think that, and I've done a lot of work with governments on this. I've done assessments of industries. I've written industry reports. And I've told people what to do with their government money. And it comes down to, if you're starting out and building a game, you need to get to a certain level with that game before any money should go in from a government. And you need to have some form of business classes and business sense, whether it's through, like in the US, we have the Small Business Administration, where you can learn about cash flow, where you can learn about running a business and the basics of that. And if you don't have that skill set, I feel like if you can't pass the test of how to run cash flow and how to run a P&L, then you probably shouldn't be getting money. But there's also the stage. Once you're past that infancy, there's a real vacuum of money in this industry and a lot of industries between the entrepreneur and the venture capital. So it's almost that mezzanine level, as we call it, where, you know, I need 500,000 to $1 million to really get to that next stage. And maybe I could do that as a secured loan. I could do it as some other way. But I think that's the band where there's the most return on investment for a government and return on success for an industry. Because if you go lower, you're going to have a lot of failed projects and people going, yeah, government gave me some money, it was great, but then they don't learn, you said, how to survive on the street if they're not doing it in the free time or weekends or nights or however hard they have to work to get there.
Let me, yeah. So can I, do I have time to answer this very quickly? Because it's something from our Argentina point of view. We have, and I'm going to be self-promoting a program that I'm part of, but the government from the city of Buenos Aires and also the national government has a program that it's called Buenos Aires Academia Buenos Aires Emprende y Academia Argentina Emprende. Those programs give you free lessons on how to manage a cash flow, how to do marketing, how to do business stuff. Not video games, but for the ones of you that don't have that skill, there's opportunities for free that this government is promoting to also help entrepreneurs and company buildings. And then
those are essential skills. If you want to work with anyone outside this country, you better have that skill set.
I think we have time for some questions, and then we are done, right?
The last one, and then we need to.
Okay.
Okay. It's like, wow. It was more a comment than a question, so I'll let somebody with a more inquisitive mind ask a question.
You're halfway there, so.
Maybe just a note, something that I usually think it's not a mistake, but how things are being done. Every time you start up a company, especially in video games, it's always like, I don't know, the game designer or the art director that joins a programmer or someone, and then you know, you start working on a project first, and then it becomes a company. So maybe, I don't know, it would be interesting how you can mix these elements with just go to people that is actually studying law or people that is actually studying at economics or administration at school. So maybe you can bring in to your company assets, you know, just from the beginning, people that is actually prepared on how to do business, so you don't have to spend your time instead of developing, just learning about how to make a cash flow, just work with someone that knows how to.
You made a great point, and one of the cheapest things you could ever do is find advisors for different aspects of your business you don't know. Whether it's, I need someone to tell me about marketing. There's probably somebody who does marketing who would be interested in finding more about the game industry and telling you about how they work there. There's people in legal profession to help you a little bit there. Obviously, you need to have an attorney at some point because you don't want to just rely on some advice of some guy going, hey, that's great. But you can find the aspects of business. Someone who's run a company that isn't in the game industry still has some value. It doesn't always have to be someone from within. But advisors are a very inexpensive way to invest in the success of your business.
Okay, so if no one else has any questions, okay, the last two, and then we really need to.
Hello. Just this question. Do you have this feeling that sometimes governments or administrations or even the companies or developers that are involved in these programs rush their own plans because, talking about Latin America, because of the constant economic and political changes? Do you have this feeling that they maybe try to take advantage of something that is supposed to take 5 years, try to make it in 1 year and a half because they think, well, maybe next year with elections or with, I don't know, another crisis, everything will change and we have to do it right now. We cannot take that long.
Yes, and at the same time, with technology, you do have to do it right now because if you wait, your technology will be irrelevant later. So it's a fast-moving business, just like all tech fields. So yes, a lot of times companies do look at something and go, oh, we're going to have a cash flow problem here, but there's this grant that we might be able to get to build something we don't really need, but it could be helpful in a year. So I've seen a lot of companies take advantage of it from that perspective of getting non-game industry money that's meant for tech industries or the app development industry or other ancillary industries, and then applying that money to something that they can then turn around and use for games.
Okay, so I have a question about the roads you were mentioning a game studio can take. I want to ask your perspective on what's maybe the best way of making games for abroad today for a Latin American studio, if it's getting with a publisher or doing something on our own, that sort of stuff.
There's a whole panel for that. Oh. Now, I would say there's no one best way. It's different by every single studio. It depends upon their strengths and their weaknesses and how that applies to the different markets you're going to try and approach. If you're very strong in HTML5 or Flash development or certain things, you're going to have a certain kind of partner and a specific path. If you're really strong with the Unreal Engine, you're going to have a different path. You're probably going to be looking for some porting work or level design, level building work first. If you're strong in audio, good luck. But you're probably strong in artwork too. So there's a lot of really great creative art coming out of every country that I've been to down here. It's all different, all great styles, and all very adaptable to be relevant. So I think it's finding your strength and then finding where that path leads. So I'm happy to talk to anybody here about what they're working on offline, but there's no one, like, here's the magic path, just walk down here and do this and then you'll be successful.
And also just promoting the rest of the conference, there's another panel that will be here with some of these guys at 3:45 today, that we will talk something about this. And tomorrow, I don't know the hour, you can check it out, but there's going to be a talk about also the roads and the different options you have as a studio to, if you kickstart, if you self-funding, and so there are going to be a lot of talks about this. So if you are we done with this panel? So it's how is the break? How the breaks works for the lunch? Okay.
Louis?
No. Okay.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Perfect. Well, thank you everybody for having me here in Argentina. This is my first time. My name is Louis Rene Auclair. You can call me Louis. I'm from Studio Hybridum Creations in Montreal, but I'm here to talk about Quick Bite Games, which is quite confusing because this is not the name of my company. So what is Quick Bite Games? Quick Bite Games is a new subsidiary for Hybridum that we've created to launch quick-to-market games. So before we go further, I'd like to know who here are working on mobile games? Who have self-published their own games? Who was very successful self-publishing their own games? Ah, there you go. That's difficult. So hopefully what I want to show you, it's a lot of self-promotion, but I want to show you and talk to you about some opportunities that you would have through Quick Bite Games. So what's the core problem? The top grossing charts are impossible to penetrate. If you look at it today, 90% of all your top 100 grossing games are major publishers. There's only 10% that are independents in there. So that means that you're competing with people that have plus $10 million of development budget, branded content, multi-year development cycles. Some games will take up to 2 to 3 years to make. 3 years of live-off plans even before they launch the game, and multi-million dollars in marketing and user acquisition budget. If you look at games like the latest CSR games or the big games from Kabam when they used to launch their games, they spend 15, 20, 25 millions to make the game, and their first month marketing budget, it's close to 10, 15, 20 million dollars as well. And there you are with your friends that you're trying to make your games. You're 5 guys, and you're looking at this, and you're like, I'm never going to be able to compete. These games are so deep that people are going to play them for 3 years in a row, and you're never going to be able to get into that market. However, there is hope, right? I wouldn't be talking to you about the market being impenetrable and no solutions. So what hope do we have? Well, there's a way to break into the top downloaded games. This is interesting because ad revenue is increasing month over month. You can make quite a bit of money with great ad design in your games. So if you look at ad revenue, there's only 58% of the top, when you look at downloads, sorry, there's only 58% of the top downloaded games that are actually from major publishers, and there's 42% of independents. You need to have virality and great hooks. You need to have branded content. You need to have adaptation to the market changes, simple gameplay loops. I mean, to be there, it needs to be pick up and play really quick, really fast. Platform featuring is really important as well. And of course, simplistic game design. And I just want to take a little pause here. If you have any questions, you can keep it for the end. You can ask them now. I can answer questions in French, in English, and somebody's going to translate anybody that has questions in Spanish. I can try to answer those, but probably there won't be a fit between the question and the answer. However, you can hit the top 100 downloads, I won't say easily, but it's a more achievable objective. The problem is there's a lot of churn. 19% of the top 100 games in the download feature change every month. That's because games that stay there spend money to stay there. They spend advertising and UA budget. And games that are quick pick up and play tend to have a shorter shelf life. But it goes beyond making a fun game, right? So you're with your friends, you're with your partners, you make a fun gameplay loop. And then you realize that to have a chance to be successful, you're going to need analytics, backend, gacha mechanics, ad mediation, multiplayer, user acquisition, social virality, platform relations, QA and localizations. You're going to need to think about crash monitoring, game services, A/B testing, marketing. I mean, there's so many things to think about that you might not want to think about. You might just say, I want to make a fun game. That's what I want to do. I don't want to think about all these things. So fun is at the basis. We could have an entire presentation of an hour talking about how to make a game fun because that's so difficult, but that is no longer enough. You need to do a lot more to be successful. However, we provide what we believe is one of the solutions for people who want to make fun games quickly and try to generate return on investment quicker in the market. What is Quick Byte Games? Quick Byte Games is a co-development organization. We will be supplying AAA technology, developers, and resources. We believe that to succeed in this competitive space without having our partners lose focus in what they love doing best, which is creating highly engaging experiences. So you take care of the fun, we'll take care of the non-fun stuff that's going to allow all of us to make money. Why do we believe this fits your needs? So then you could tell me, Louis, I'm not going to go with Quick Byte Games because you guys are looking, at quick-to-market opportunities. I want to have a long-term game that's going to, compete with Clash Royale. I'm like, fine, great. However, there's a strong chance that your game does not fit a publisher's needs because your revenue targets are often really difficult to achieve. We're talking about games that generate upwards of $500,000 a day. That's what they want to look at, right? So you're in a position with your mobile game that you might not be able to have all the loops, all the core gameplay loops and the monetization to reach those. There's not a lot of production help from publishers. Some do, some don't. So they will have a producer, they will have some product managers looking at your game, but they're not going to sit next to you, help you achieve that. They're going to send you PowerPoints or pages of feedback written in red that are going to make you very upset. Feedback loops slow down the development. I've worked with developers and publishers for the past 10, 12 years. What I've noticed is that the least experienced publishers, or the ones that are more nervous about the market, will tend to look at the flavor of the week. So you've been working on this great builder, and all of a sudden this new game comes out who's builder plus match 3, and they say, hey guys, we should add match 3 to the game. And you're in a position that they're paying you or they have a lot of leverage on you. It's difficult for you to say no. You don't have experience doing match 3, but you want to have a successful game. So it's difficult. They tend to provide feedback that are going to elongate your production pipelines. They also have large recoupment costs. We could have another full-hour presentation on business models, and I think we do have a panel on that. It's very complicated. There's different ways for them to recoup their money they're going to invest in your game before you even see a dollar. So those are risks for you. The marketing structures are made for huge hits, so not necessarily for more smaller titles. Their technology stacks are cumbersome. You have to integrate their analytics, you have to integrate their backend, you have to integrate all these things that might be complicated for you. And finally, live ops is not everyone's cup of tea. To this day in mobile, there's still people who want to just make the game and then move on. They don't necessarily want to have live support for the game for multiple years. So what do we do to try to fix those issues? So we actually add development talent to your project. We're going to have people working with you to improve, optimize, and polish the game. We're going to bring proven AAA technology and developers. So our team is backed by Hybridum, which you probably guess, and these guys are going to jump and help you on this. We integrate technologies that break your focus. So focus on the gameplay, we focus on the SDKs. And I don't know how many of you take meetings with SDK owners, whether it's ads or data analytics and things like that. They always say it takes a day. It's a day. It's one line of code. You copy paste it and it works. What they don't tell you is that you have to optimize, you have to do QA, you have to make sure it doesn't break the rest of the game. So I've never seen an SDK taking less than a week or 2 weeks. And when you're 2, 3 guys on this, you can spend a full month and a half integrating all the SDKs. That allows you to stay true to your creative values and goals. We are going to meld on your creative values. We're not going to change them. We can scale your marketing strategies that fit your needs. And finally, there's no recoupment for our internal cost. It's a true partnership. So what I just said looks like this. So you take care of this part, the what you love part, and we take care of the rest. It's like you eat the steak, we take care of the salad. good for both of us, though. So the power behind Quick Bite Games. Again, I said that earlier. I am actually one of the owners of Hibernum and one of the owners of Quick Bite Games. So we run both studios. And Hibernum is going to be the source of resources, developers, expertise, and AAA technology. We have over 140 employees, 60+ million game downloaded to date, 30+ game launched with AAA brands and our own IP, and 11+ years experience. Hibernum, as a studio, create blockbuster hits on major IP. So we are currently running Magic the Gathering Puzzle Quest. We've launched Zootopia and Dice with Ellen, our own IP, Saber's Edge, and we work with the Bruce Lee family. And finally, we are launching in less than a month, Beauty and the Beast with our friends at Disney. So as you can see, there's a major opportunity with the brand power that we can bring to the table. So I said that earlier, we're going to cover some of these points. We inject our technology stack with dedicated development resources. We have world-class marketing for small-scale developers, customer and community management. We access to a growing network, so that's super important. We have the relationships with Apple, with Google, with Amazon to get our games featured week over week. We bring everything from insights, research, to analytics, and live operations. What's interesting here is that you are now part of a network. These are all the games that we've shipped. All these games help increasing, oh, sorry, there's a question. I can help developers bring branded content, yes. It's part of my next slides. So we'll cover that part right after this. So what's interesting is that the #1 issue with mobile games right now is discoverability. How do I get people to find my games and download it? There's multiple ways. You can just pay flat out, pay $3, $4 per user, and if you want 1 million users, that's going to cost you $3 million. That's a way. There's another way. Partner with somebody that has a lot of games, a lot of monthly active users and daily active users that can actually promote from one game to the other when they launch a new game. And that's what we want to do. We want to be shipping, a game every 4 weeks. So if we ship a game every 4 weeks, each game is going to feed the other game in its DAU and MAU and building momentum to have more and more users. And more users means more revenue for everybody. We also provide everything under the sun to ship the game properly. So we will have public PR, public relations. We will have user acquisition, right? It's a no longer existing fact that you can do a soft launch and not spend money in soft launch. Even today, you do a soft launch, you're going to need to bring 10,000 users overall to test your data. You have to pay for those users. They're not going to come in freely. So we take care of that. We're going to provide customer support. We're going to provide all the trailers, promotional art. And that's something like we can provide this. If you want to do it on your own, we're going to work with you. We're going to make it together, right? We don't charge you for it anyway. We can do all the social media. The social media strategy for Quick Bite Games is fairly simple. We drive everybody to the Quick Bite Games social medias, not to the specific games. Why? Because you want to achieve critical mass. And to achieve critical mass, you need to have one point of entry, and that will be Quick Bite Games. And we also provide community management. One of the things that we're very proud of is that every review that can be replied to, we reply to it. We have somebody in all the forums, all the Google Play pages, looking at the feedback and saying thank you and coming back with some options and telling them what they've missed, what they might not have missed, what they want to be looking for. So instead of letting people not being heard, we push that, and that drives more likes and more people on our pages, and again, more users for our games. We also deliver the full AAA publisher treatment, so forecasting, App Store optimization, A/B testing, demographics, brand analysis, game evaluation, user testing, leading partners with Apani, EDAR, Game Refinery, and access to Game Refinery evaluation tool. So that allows us to evaluate your game with you and not just tell you, oh, I don't like the color orange that you've put on your main character. Or somebody that goes, I really don't like the core gameplay. I think it won't monetize. That's a lot of thinking. That's a lot of feeling. You're missing data. And we're going to go get that data through different analysis and different evaluation. The way we look at games, we have a spreadsheet, oh, not shit, a spreadsheet with over 70 different points that we look at and evaluate in a game. Whether it's one-touch control, one-handed manipulation, whether it's the music, all these things, we look at it. Is it skill-based? And we evaluate its power, and that provides us with feedback of how popular the game could be for a quick-to-market game. We also deliver great relationship with Apple, Google, and Amazon. We are at 100% success rate for featuring for all the games that we shipped, whether it's at Hibernum or through Quick Buy Games. You see some of our top banner, #2 game in Best New Game, top banner again for Chess here. Here, this is Blastibub. This is the second game that we've shipped for Quick Buy Games. And all these games below that are for our partners, but that will get featured. To a point that Beauty and the Beast is now going to be a pre-release title on Google Play, meaning that we're going to have our special page and all that. So we have great relationship. We talk to them on a weekly basis. These guys love what we do because we bring the AAA approach to quick-to-market games. So the game is polished, it does play great, and it has a lot of chance of monetizing. We also provide scale. So often, if your game hits, you're going to be very excited, and you're going to start seeing revenue and users, and you're all crazy about it. But then all of a sudden, you get more bugs, more requests, more changes. You have to run live ops. And that might mean doubling, tripling, quadrupling your team within the span of 2-3 weeks. Or if you can't do it, that means that you're going to double, triple, or quadruple your hours within the next 2 to 3 weeks, which is not fun for anybody. What's great is that we have access to all the staff team at Hibernum. So if one of our games really picks up, we're just going to put people on it from Hibernum, help you and help us maintain that cadence that is required to run a live ops game so that users actually keep coming and keep playing your game. We are going to have access to top brands. So I'll give you an example. If you remember Crossy Roads, which is a great game. They did a Crossy Roads Disney version. If you don't have a relationship with Disney to do Crossy Roads Disney, you're talking about 4-5 months from the time you approach them or they approach you before you sign the contract and can move forward with the game. So if your game, let's say, has a shelf life of 5 months, by the time your game is no longer popular, then you're ready to go. So it's a loss of opportunity. However, we have amazing relationship with all these guys, from Disney to Cartoon Network to NBC Universal to Fox. Meaning, and we also even have running contracts with them. So with our contract we have with Disney, I can do an amendment in, let's say, 3 weeks, and by that time, we're ready to go. So this is a huge advantage when we want to strike while the iron is hot. We have existing partnerships. We have experienced counsel as well for anything that's law linked. We're pretty good at negotiations. We've done it with over 30 deals. We are already due diligenced with most of these guys. And let me tell you, I don't know if you like going to the dentist, but due diligence is like going to the dentist 7 days in a row. We are very fast with brand approvals. We are faster to market, and we can provide some sort of MG to the partner. That's another thing, right? You think your game would look great with the Marvel characters in there? They're going to say, fine, it's a quick-to-market game. I want an MG. Let's say they want $5 million. How can you provide that, right? Some of you can, some of you cannot. It's difficult, but there's a way to negotiate that. We can help. So I went super fast because I like to go to the question round as quickly as possible, and because I am super hungry. So I usually eat lunch at like noon, so it's kind of weird for me. So I'm open to questions. Please feel free to ask. One of the questions that you might have is, what is your business model? I'll ask my own question. So the business model is very, very simple. It's a partnership. It's co-development, right? So we take the revenue, we remove the costs of teams, of marketing, and whatever is left is 50-50. You take half, I take half. Hopefully there's a lot, and we're all super excited. So that's how we do it. It's a very simplistic deal. We want to keep it simple for everybody because we just want to focus on making great games. So please, questions? How do I don't share it. So let's say the game makes $100,000 and it costs us $50,000 to run the game that month, right? So there's a part of your team, there's a part of my marketing in there. Yeah. So you get the cost of your team, I get the cost of my team in marketing. Whatever's left is our profit that we share. Yes. So the question is, what's the process to pitch a game to Quick Bite Games? It's a 8-month process. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, okay. So when should you pitch? How can you pitch? What do you do, right? So we want to keep the same simplicity of the partnership in the pitching process. At one point, we're going to have a page on our website that you can fill out with your name and your information and all that. But what we want to do is we want to see the game. So you talk to me, you show me the pitch, you have a paper pitch, you have a prototype. I can look as early as prototype, and it can be gray box. It doesn't have to be like all like pretty and everything. My team is also developers, right? So they understand the concept of gray box. And the key thing for you is you should pitch your game to me when it's fun. That's the #1 most important thing. If you want to do a quick-to-market game, your game should be fun within 2 weeks. If it's not fun at the 2-week process, I don't think it's going to make it for a quick-to-market game. And that's something that we're really holding true to our team. We're forcing them to find the fun as quickly as possible. And it's super simple to say it, find the fun. It's extremely difficult to do it. So once your game is fun, once you have the full concept in mind on paper, but you have the fun prototype, call me, send me the pitch, send me the build. If you want to show it to me later today or tomorrow, I'm here. I'll definitely look at them. Other questions? Yes. Yeah, so the question is, how do we pay our developers? The partners, and there's going to be different potential models, but the best model would be we get paid about 30 to 45 days after the month. So month of June is finished, we're going to get our money, Hibernum, from Apple and Google about the 15th of August, and then we pay you within 15 days. So you get your month's money about 2 months later, because I need to receive my money before I can pay you, right? And then if you need advances or things like that, we can work things out. But that's the simplest potential deal. We all gather it at the same time. It's all about, there's always about a 30 to 45 days delay with everybody. So. I manage everything. What you get, though, you get a full payment spreadsheet in which you see the money that the game made on all the different ad suppliers or stores and all that. And you also have access to all the data tracking, right? So you should be building yourself a dashboard on your computer where you can look at the money made by the game on each and different platform. So it's totally transparent. There's not an issue there. Come on, guys, don't be shy. More questions? Nobody has a question for me in French? No? No? French? Yes. Go ahead. No. No, we don't. Not at this stage in our life. We're looking at quick-to-market games, right? Our games, Hybridum, we spend about $50,000 to $70,000 per game. And we are extremely flexible in our business model with you guys, right? We're giving you 50-50. We're providing a lot of resources to help finalize the game and all that. So on top of it, to spend money to get you to make your games, it's not a model that would work. So, and then it wouldn't work for you. Because if I pay you, and let's say I say, okay, I'll front you the $75,000. Let's say I say that, okay? Then I'm going to say, I'm going to recoup 3 times that amount. So when the game makes $225,000, then I'm going to start giving you money. So that means it's like a loan in a way, right? So that loan is costing you so much money that you're going to be upset because I'm going to launch the game and you're probably going to receive your first check 4 months later. It's not interesting. Yes? No. So the question is this only for ad-based games? No, but generally ads will be about 60 to 70% of our revenue. It's extremely difficult in 8 weeks, 10 weeks maybe, to create a game with a deep monetization IEP system. However, it's much easier to do. Think about the arcades, right? The arcades are basically ad-based games. Except you don't watch an ad, you have to put a coin in it. So it's the same thing. Create a game, a gameplay loop that lasts 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 2 minutes if you're really good at the game. Think about Flappy Birds, right? Because you want people to be watching those ads. Because maybe 5 years ago, people would say, oh, I hate watching ads. Now people actually ask for more ads in game because it allows them to get more coins, more continues, more power-ups. So the ad revenue mechanic is extremely popular right now. So I would definitely push that to be 60 to 70%, but always put IAPs in there because you're going to get those whales that want to unlock your entire game. So we have to be smart in that, that venue to actually provide everything. Yeah, I think somebody had a question behind, no? Okay, go ahead. I actually don't have, so the question is, do you have thoughts on mobile VR? I actually don't have a lot. So I am, as a person, not a fast follower. I'm a slow burn kind of guy. So right now I look at VR market and it's extremely chaotic. Too many devices, too many ways to play, not a lot of games making money. It's extremely difficult right now. I think it's going to get there, but I don't think it is there yet. And as an entrepreneur and as a person, I'm not somebody that jumps in it right away and fast follows. I'd rather wait, see who wins, and then focus on it. Come on, guys, you can do it. Going once, going twice, sold. All right, guys, thank you. Thank you very much.
Muy bien, buenas tardes a todos. Gracias por acompañarnos aquí en esa presentación. Mi nombre es David Pons, soy el responsable de la parte de Google Play de apps y juegos para lo que es los países de habla hispana en América Latina. Estoy basado en las oficinas de Google en Ciudad de México. Entonces, siempre pues muy agradecido de poder venir acá siempre a hablar un poquito con ustedes, tener la oportunidad de intercambiar ideas, presentaciones, expectativas y buenas prácticas, ¿no? Básicamente en el día de hoy la intención es, para los que de repente, pues hay algunas personas que estuvieron en la última presentación el año pasado del ADVA, es tratar de dar una perspectiva un poquito similar, con algunas actualizaciones, particularmente tratar de tropicalizar un poquito algunas de las cosas con desarrolladores locales y evidentemente pues si tenemos un poquito de tiempo, algunas preguntas si tienen y bueno, yo me quedaré aquí toda la tarde por si hay alguna duda adicional, ¿no? Entonces la intención es de hablar un poquito de cómo crecer el negocio en el mundo de los juegos móviles, ¿no? Desde el punto de vista de negocio. Entonces vamos a hablar primero de oportunidades y objetivos, ¿no? Cuáles son los objetivos desde el punto de vista de negocio un poquito en particular y después hablar de todo el tema del ciclo de producto del juego, desde la adquisición hasta la monetización, pasando por el tema de retención y vamos a ver por qué es tan importante. A nivel de oportunidad, la tienda de Google Play, su éxito también reposa muchísimo sobre el éxito de lo que es Android como tal, ¿no? Que ha tenido debido a que la tienda está directamente precargada en los teléfonos, ¿no? Entonces los números siempre son bastante astronómicos, ¿no? En general, y sin ir muy al detalle, pues básicamente la tienda, me gustaría mencionar uno que tiene casi 1.5 mil millones de usuarios activos en la tienda a 30 días, ¿no? Lo cual es bastante importante. ¿Por qué es importante? Porque al final son todos esos usuarios que ponemos a disposición de ustedes para que puedan crecer su negocio justamente a través de la tienda. Ahora, hablando de objetivos, decidí un poquito de enfocarme en uno de los tantos y por eso yo quise hablar evidentemente del tema del negocio como tal, ¿no? De los ingresos, por ejemplo, ¿no? Entonces el más tradicional es hablar de ingresos y el cálculo de los ingresos pues es un poquito más sencillo, es básicamente el número de compradores, ¿no? Que hay. A veces, también incluyendo con la publicidad, evidentemente, vamos a hablar de eso un poquito más adelante, multiplicado por el ingreso promedio por usuario de paga, ¿no? Eso es básicamente una manera sencilla de calcular. No es suficiente, ¿no? Tenemos que pasar a algo un poquito más sofisticado y saber, pues, de esos usuarios, cuál es el valor que me está trayendo, ¿no? A nivel financiero, a nivel dinero, ¿no? Entonces, básicamente, el famoso LTV, ¿no? Que escucharán hablar seguramente muchos de ustedes, ¿no? El Lifetime Value, que es básicamente el valor que me está trayendo un usuario, ¿no? Y eso es importante para otro tipo de cálculos, entender un poquito el tema de qué tan rentable es mi negocio por usuario. Evidentemente eso hay que ponerlo en perspectiva, ¿no? Porque evidentemente si tengo un negocio de juego que está empezando, pues sí, podemos pensar que el LTV sea inferior al nivel de inversión que estemos haciendo, ¿no? Porque estamos en una etapa de crecimiento, ¿no? El LTV antes era muy sencillo de calcular, ¿no? Yo bajaba un juego en la tienda y yo pagaba en ese momento, ¿no? Eso cambió muchísimo, ¿no? Como saben, hubo un shift completo desde la parte de premium, es decir, yo pago la descarga, hacia el freemium, ¿no? En el cual yo bajo gratis y después yo voy adquiriendo contenido dentro del juego, ¿no? Entonces, el LTV hoy en día, una de las tantas fórmulas sería de tomar en cuenta y en consideración el tiempo y multiplicarlo por el valor. Entonces, cuando ya vamos un poquito más al detalle y ver, pues entonces ese tiempo, cómo podemos calcular y qué podemos optimizar realmente para trabajar en ese LTV, ¿no? Entonces, en el tiempo, que es en la parte de azul hacia la izquierda, está el tema de retención, ¿no? Entonces, día 1, día 7, día 30 o más a veces, en el cual nos tenemos que asegurar que el trabajo del juego tiene que empezar por la parte de retención. De hecho, lo que se recomienda es que el juego, más allá de la parte gráfica, del gameplay y todo eso, la realidad es que no se piensa en la monetización primero, ¿no? Se piensa en la retención y retención a largo plazo. Después, los tiempos de sesión, la frecuencia, son cosas que son importantes de considerar. Los avances dentro del juego, ¿no? A nivel de las misiones, si hay eventos, de los tutoriales, entender un poquito el comportamiento y cómo actuamos sobre eso. Eso nos ayuda a trabajar en el tiempo. El valor se comporta de diferentes cosas, se compone de diferentes cosas, son las compras, recompras, y también todo lo que está relacionado con los anuncios, ¿no? Entonces, la parte del tiempo multiplicado por el valor. Entonces, yendo más todavía al detalle, es cómo de esas métricas voy a sacar métricas mucho más detalladas que yo voy a estar midiendo. Y las tengo que medir no únicamente en un momento específico o un momento dado, sino también, sobre todo, pensar en su evolución a lo largo del tiempo, ¿no? Para ver qué tanto estoy mejorando justamente toda esa parte. Y eso, por eso que aquí les doy algunos ejemplos, no voy a entrar en detalle de cada uno, ahí es el momento en el cual pueden sacar sus teléfonos para tomar una foto si quieren, porque voy a pasar después a otra lámina, pero básicamente son las recomendaciones que estamos dando y después las clasifiqué en función del ciclo de vida del producto, del juego, ¿no? Desde el momento en el cual vamos a adquirir usuario hasta el momento en el cual vamos a monetizar, pasando por el tema de retención, ¿no? Evidentemente, el punto central de eso es el tema de los analíticos, ¿no? Todas esas cosas las tenemos que medir en el tiempo y ver cómo las mejoramos y qué punto de acción tenemos para que se mejoren, ¿no? Entonces, hay muchas herramientas disponibles. Aquí yo recomiendo pues, lo que es Firebase de Google, que es una herramienta bastante poderosa, muchas cosas son gratis, bien desarrollado tanto para Android como para iOS. Si no la conocen, vale la pena que se meten, que se registren, que la prueben, y es interesante porque además de los analytics que pueden recuperar, se pueden segmentar, hacer push notification, hay un montón de SDKs disponibles para muchas cosas, hacer A/B testing y muchas otras cosas, ¿no? Ahora, vamos a entrar ahorita un poquito más al detalle de cada uno de los puntos y ver cuáles son esas buenas prácticas, ¿no? Que van de la mano con eso. En la parte de adquisición de usuario, en lo que ven aquí en la parte de la derecha, eso es un pantallazo, una captura de pantalla de la consola de desarrollador, ¿no? Si bien al inicio la consola de desarrollador era una herramienta muy técnica o percibida como técnica, hemos implementado un montón de herramientas y de funcionalidades para los diferentes departamentos, ¿no? Del desarrollo del juego, desde el que desarrolla, que publica, pero también la parte más comercial y de marketing a través de diferentes reportes y funcionalidades. Aquí lo que permite ver esa pantalla ahí en la consola es que vamos a ver desde los que entran en la tienda hasta los que descargan el juego, los que después van a empezar a comprar y después los que van a hacer recompras, ¿no? Entonces, nuevamente, el objetivo final es tener recompras, pero antes de eso hay que asegurarnos de que la gente compre por primera vez, antes de eso asegurarnos de que descargue el juego y antes de eso, pues que llegue a la tienda y que aprieten el botón, ¿no? Esa última parte, que es donde empieza el embudo, es la parte de adquisición donde tenemos que tener un trabajo bastante fuerte. Entonces, para eso hay diferentes cosas, ¿no? Primero, está la parte de adquisición de usuario y es una parte de adquisición de usuario a través de campañas de paga, ¿no? Evidentemente, pues utilicemos todos los métodos que conozcamos, si tenemos canales propios o algún tipo de negociación donde no tengamos que invertir, pues es excelente. En general, después de tantos años ahí un poquito en ese ámbito, es muy difícil de lograr de repente tener el nivel de adquisición necesario si no hay cierto nivel de inversión, como cualquier empresa, ¿no? Al inicio, ¿no? Es decir que duele un poquito, pero sí hay que invertirle un poquito para adquirir esos usuarios. Y yo diría particularmente cuando ya el mundo de los apps y juegos se desarrolló tanto que también hay que diferenciarse por el contenido, pero también para que primero la gente lo vea, ¿no? Entonces aquí el ejemplo es a través de lo que llamamos nosotros las campañas de Universal App, en el cual nosotros a través de los diferentes canales que tiene Google, que podemos poner visibilidad de su juego, ¿no? Entonces, bien sea porque el jugador o el usuario está dentro de la tienda y entonces usted tiene la posibilidad también de colocar aquí como un anuncio para aparecer en un resultado de búsqueda o cuando hacen una búsqueda en Search de Google o también pues que puedan invertir a través después de lo que son interstitials o anuncios dentro de otro tipo de contenido móviles, cuando navega en la web el usuario o cuando está en YouTube, ¿no? Entonces, evidentemente, todo eso a través de diferentes analytics y a través de los equipos de Google que les pueden apoyar, también pueden encontrar la mejor manera de invertir en ese tipo de adquisición y también pensando, bueno, ¿cuáles son los usuarios de valor que yo quiero atraer y para que realmente me salga la cuenta, ¿no? También dentro de la consola tenemos una funcionalidad que evento tras evento sigo insistiendo y la intención ahí también es de actualizarles sobre algunos casos más locales, ¿no? Entonces, como hemos visto, tenemos una estrategia de adquisición de usuario de paga que llevamos a la tienda, o una estrategia también que no sea de paga para llevar usuarios a la tienda. Cuando llegan a la tienda, muchas veces lo único que ven es el título y el icono, ¿no? O también, evidentemente, en algún momento apretan el icono y después ya llegan a lo que llamamos el store listing, que es como la landing page dentro de la tienda donde está toda la información del juego. Se compone de 3 elementos: icono, la parte de capturas de pantallas y después lo que son descripción corta y descripción larga, ¿no? Esos son los 3 elementos que realmente pues, hacen que cuando yo llego ahí, yo como usuario pues, tomo la decisión de descargar el juego o de repente de no descargar. Por lo cual es muy importante trabajar esa parte y sabemos que en la medida en la cual trabajamos mejor toda la parte del store listing, pues vamos a generar una mejor conversión entre visitas hacia descargas, ¿no? Para acercarnos hacia lo que son las compras. Entonces hemos desarrollado esa funcionalidad ya hace 1 año y medio más o menos, 2 años casi, ¿no? 2 años. Bien interesante, y ahí lo que yo quería hacer en comparación con la última presentación del año pasado es enseñar casos reales y más cercanos a nosotros, ¿no? Entonces, esos son esos famosos experimentos, ¿no? Entonces, la herramienta lo que permite hacer es tomar esos 3 elementos y uno por uno empezar a hacer A/B testing, ¿no? Entonces, yo tomo, por ejemplo, la parte de los iconos, tengo el icono actual y después yo voy a crear 3, 4 variantes, lo que fuera, de ese icono, voy a lanzar el experimento y diferentes usuarios, cuando van a llegar en la tienda, yo voy a ver de repente el icono 1, tú el 2, tú el 3, tú el 4 y al final, después de cierto tiempo de un proceso matemático, después la herramienta nos va a decir cuál es el icono que generó más descargas, ¿no? Entonces es en el mundo real, con cosas reales para alcanzar algo que estamos buscando, que es apretar ese famoso botón de instalar, ¿no? Entonces, esos son algunos de los resultados que hemos tenido. Entonces aquí para presentarle un poquito, pues, uno de los ejemplos que es con el nuevo juego de Lord, ¿no? Aquí presente, por cierto, gracias por estar aquí. Está, de hecho, si quieren jugar, está dentro de la colección de las versiones betas a nivel mundial. ¿Ya? Si meten en la tienda de Google Play, en la parte de acceso anticipado, es una colección, y ahí va a estar el juego, van a poder descargarlo, está en fase beta. Entonces, lanzaron un experimento. Es muy interesante porque estamos preparando el lanzamiento oficial, ¿no? Entonces estamos preparando y optimizando todo lo que podemos, ¿no? Entonces hicieron un ejercicio lindo en el cual a la izquierda ven el icono inicial, lanzaron con 3 variantes y como pueden ver los resultados son interesantísimos, ¿no? Lo mínimo que tuvieron es casi 5% de mejora en descarga con el tercer icono, pero llegaron hasta casi 25% de mejoras en las descargas, lo que nos dice la herramienta, ¿no? Entonces se pueden imaginar 25% más de descargas, lo que puede representar cuando ustedes lanzan algo que puede ser exitoso y cómo lo pueden llevar hacia otro nivel, ¿no? Siempre la recomendación es volarse la cabeza, ¿no? Es decir, que no es cambiar el color, no es cambiar 2, 3 cositas, porque ya el resultado no va a ser necesariamente tan bueno, tan satisfactorio. Aquí, para tener eso, como pueden ver, realmente es completamente diferente, ¿no? De uno a otro. Otro ejemplo es la parte del juego de Drive for Speed de Play 365, que también son argentinos. Y aquí en este caso yo puse un ejemplo de una captura de pantalla, ¿no? Entonces ellos tienen diferentes pantallas en cada set. Aquí únicamente presenté la primera de las pantallas que se presentan dentro de la tienda, la inicial y después en el experimento dos variantes, una que llevó a 10% de mejora y el otro a más de 13% de descarga, ¿no? Entonces una herramienta muy poderosa, completamente gratis, todo lo que está en la consola es gratis, usen y abusen de esa herramienta. Otros ejemplos que a mí me parecen muy interesantes. Ahorita hemos pensado que qué hacemos a nivel mundial, cómo cambio yo el icono a nivel mundial, cómo cambio yo el screenshot a nivel mundial. Pero algo interesante es que también la herramienta permite hacer experimento a nivel localizado, por idioma, no por país, por idioma. Lo cual es interesante, ¿no? Entonces aquí yo quise poner un caso bien específico que es el caso de Ethermax, ¿no? Que seguramente muchos de ustedes conocen, que lanzaron uno de los títulos más importantes fue Yes, Preguntados. Y lo interesante es que los resultados que uno puede tener y cómo podemos seguir mejorando, a pesar de que es un título que ya lleva varios años en el mercado, cómo haciendo un trabajo mucho más fino a nivel localizado podemos seguir mejorando los resultados. Entonces hicieron el año pasado ejercicios con el tema del icono para Turquía. Turquía es un país emergente dentro de lo que pensamos de nosotros del ámbito, que despegó bastante, hicieron pruebas del icono, cambiaron un poquito para decir, oye, Ese juego está en tu idioma, en turco, ¿no? Y entonces pueden ver los resultados y tuvieron casi hasta 10% de mejora con el icono número 3. Pero más lejos que eso es hacerlo también con la descripción, ¿no? Entonces el ejemplo de abajo es una descripción del mismo juego en francés, en el cual también tenemos la implementación inicial y después 3 variantes, y tuvieron en el resultado 18% de mejora en la descripción corta. Entonces lo interesante ahí es cómo me puedo acercar cada vez más a mis usuarios siendo una empresa global, un desarrollador global, pero siendo lo más local posible, ¿no? Entonces no dejen de hacer esas pruebas, evidentemente por etapas, porque nuevamente un título que puede tener cierto tiempo siempre se encuentra la manera de mejorar y de justamente tener ese porcentaje adicional de descargas, ¿no? Ahora, también nosotros ayudamos un poquito en eso, ¿no? ¿Cómo hacemos para ayudarlos a tener más visibilidad dentro de la tienda? Y aquí yo quería comentar de algunas colecciones particulares. Lanzamos el año pasado lo que llamamos, lo que comenté ahorita, el acceso anticipado. Acceso anticipado es una manera de poder, es una colección dentro de la tienda, ¿no? Una colección de contenido disponible a nivel mundial, y ahí le decimos al usuario, y el usuario sabe que aquí va a encontrar versiones beta de los juegos, por cierto, de las apps también, ¿no? El interés aquí es que nos va a ayudar a resolver una cosa importante. Ustedes como desarrolladores de repente no tienen una comunidad suficientemente grande para esa etapa de beta. Entonces aquí lo que hacemos es que ustedes hacen una beta abierta, ponemos ese juego dentro de esa colección y todas las personas a nivel mundial pueden descargar ese juego, pero la bondad de estar en versión beta, como saben, y la diferencia con un soft launch, es que todos los comentarios que los usuarios van a poner son privados, es decir, que no van a aparecer nunca a la luz pública, sino que ustedes van a recibir los comentarios a través de la consola, para que esa información se quede solo para ustedes, preparando justamente el lanzamiento, ¿no? Aquí desde el año pasado hemos tenido varios juegos, ¿no? Aquí, ¿no? Del desarrollador de Heavy Boat, aquí también, pues aquí está justamente, como decía, Clicker Fred, y tuvimos también Pictionary, que es el siguiente lanzamiento que va a tener el equipo de Termax a nivel mundial, ¿no? Entonces, eso en el acceso anticipado. Después, algo muy interesante es la parte de preregistro. ¿Cómo hago yo después para decir, perfecto, ya yo hice una versión alfa cerrada, beta cerrada, con Friends and Family, después ya yo fui con un acceso anticipado, ¿no? Y después yo paso a preregistro, ¿no? Preregistro es algo muy diferenciador que tenemos en la tienda que permite, tenemos una colección también disponible a nivel mundial en el cual el juego está destacado en esa colección y en este caso lo que se hace es que yo puedo preregistrar, es decir, ese juego me interesa, aprieto, me preregistro y cuando ya el juego va a estar disponible, yo voy a recibir en el teléfono a través de la tienda una notificación que ya el juego está disponible, ¿no? Entonces es muy interesante porque eso permite muchas cosas. Primero, permite integrar eso dentro de una estrategia de marketing. Decir, ahí viene, ¿no? Ese famoso calentamiento un poquito a nivel de marketing, ¿no? Decir, de hacer el buzz alrededor del juego antes de que salga. Lo otro es que es interesante porque permite tener información de saber, oye, pues, ¿qué tanto le va a interesar a la gente, ¿no? Eso. Mi juego realmente, ¿qué tanto impacto va a tener cuando voy a lanzar? Pues nos permite ya saber con el número de preregistro qué tantas personas y sobre todo en qué países y qué regiones va a tener un impacto. Pues podemos ser bastante orgullosos porque el único desarrollador, el primero y único hasta la fecha a nivel América Latina que pudo estar en el preregistro hasta ahora fue Ethermax, justamente con Pictionary, ¿no? Porque evidentemente pues hay que pasar por todo un proceso de selección, de nominación, pero bueno, es el primero que está, ya lleva unas semanitas y esperemos que ya pronto ya se libere el juego a nivel mundial para que podamos jugar todos. Y después una colección como el Indie Corner, ¿no? Que es una colección en la cual ayudamos específica para desarrolladores indie, para darle visibilidad también cuando son desarrolladores que tengan pues que estén empezando, que tengan toda esa mentalidad de indie, que son muy diferentes un poquito del mainstream de alguna manera, ¿no? Ahora, todo eso para la parte de adquisición, algunas herramientas, algunas ideas, ya yo he adquirido usuario, perfecto. Entonces, ahora, ¿qué hago para que se queden en el juego y retenerlos, ¿no? Y como sabemos, es mucho más económico retener un usuario que adquirir uno nuevo, ¿no? Eso es política básica para cualquier tipo de negocio, de servicio o de producto. Entonces, primero a nivel de lo que es la retención, las curvas que ven es el top de desarrolladores a nivel mundial dentro de la tienda, ¿no? Del top 1 a 10, top 50, top 100, top 5000, ¿no? Y como pueden ver, la retención en función del tiempo que tenemos en las X, cuál es el nivel de retención que tenemos, ¿no? Y como pueden ver, esos top desarrolladores a nivel mundial todos sin excepción, todos, tienen una baja significativa de la retención en los primeros días, ¿no? Entre día 1 y día 7. Eso no es la excepción. Entonces, básicamente aquí el mensaje es, si ustedes vieron que está bajando su retención en los primeros 7 días de manera drástica hasta tal punto que al día 7 más de la mitad de los usuarios los perdimos, bueno, es normal. No digo que esté bien, pero es normal, les pasa a todo el mundo y a los desarrolladores más importantes. El tema es, sabiendo eso, ¿qué es lo que vamos a hacer para tratar de atenuar un poquito esa baja, ¿no? Bueno, cuando vamos a pensar cómo atenuarla, hay que pensar qué hacemos en los primeros días, pero también hay que pensar en la retención a largo plazo, ¿no? Cuando un estudio empieza a desarrollar un juego, una de las primeras cosas que está pensando, o debería estar pensando más allá de la parte gráfica de todo eso, es cómo voy yo a retener usuarios a largo plazo. Nuevamente, si se acuerdan de la ecuación, el lifetime value es tiempo multiplicado por el valor. Entonces, más se va a quedar un usuario y crezco la parte de tiempo, que es la retención a largo plazo, más alto va a ser el lifetime value, ¿no? Bueno, entonces para poder actuar sobre eso, nuevamente regresó al tema de Analytics, ¿no? Entonces, cual sea la herramienta que estén utilizando, es importantísimo que podamos medir y empezar a encontrar patrones y entender qué está pasando dentro del juego, ¿no? Entonces, básicamente, más allá del hecho también de entender de qué está haciendo un jugador antes de hacer su primera compra, es importantísimo entender cuáles son los eventos y el comportamiento de los jugadores antes de hacer un churn en mi juego, antes ya de que se vaya y entonces que baje la retención. Para empezar a entender qué hacen, cómo hacen, qué les gusta, qué no les gusta y empezar a generar patrones y a partir de esos patrones y analytics empezar a tomar acciones para mejorar y cambiar eso, ¿no? Y es ahí donde empezamos a hablar de lo que a veces pues, me gusta llamar un poquito la profundidad del gameplay, ¿no? En el juego, ¿no? Que es decir, un poquito todas esas cosas que hacen por diferentes niveles, misiones y todo eso, que hacen que un juego ya no sea tan casual. No tengo o no tenemos nada en contra de los juegos casuales, sino que hay unos cuantos millones hoy en día ya en la calle. Entonces, si nos queremos diferenciar, pues sí es importante trabajarlo, pero entonces encontrar un nicho bien específico, o si no, pensar ya en un gameplay mucho más profundo, ¿no? Entonces, una vez que tengo estos analytics, entonces, ¿qué hago? Bueno, una de las buenas prácticas es implementar todo lo que son las misiones y los eventos dentro del juego, ¿no? A veces se puede implementar de manera relativamente sencilla, a veces sí vamos a requerir ya algo un poquito más de músculo para implementar cosas más sofisticadas, pero siempre se puede empezar con algo, ¿no? Y implementar misiones y eventos en el juego, eso es lo que genera también parte de la profundidad dentro de un juego, ¿no? Que es lo que va a hacer que yo como jugador pues le voy a encontrar siempre algo interesante que hacer en el juego para volver en el juego y quedarme y incrementar entonces esa retención, ¿no? Eso es un ejemplo de un juego en el cual los usuarios que aceptaron una misión en ese juego tuvieron 100% más de sesiones al día en el juego, ¿no? Entonces es bastante importante el impacto. O tuvieron casi 40% de retención adicional al día 1, ¿no? Entonces, por eso es tan importante ese tema de las misiones, ¿no? ¿Cómo hacemos para que el jugador vuelva en el juego y incrementemos todas esas métricas? Otra cosa también que sugerimos revisar es cuando implementan diferentes niveles, que es otra manera también de darle profundidad también al juego, que vayan midiendo un poquito desde el nivel 1 hasta el nivel 12, qué es lo que está pasando y cuál es la retención cuando paso del nivel 1 al nivel 2, al nivel 3, al nivel 4, ¿no? Si veo esa gráfica, aquí se ve que hay una disminución progresiva de la retención, pero aquí estamos viendo que aquí, por ejemplo, y sobre todo aquí, en el nivel 12, hay una retención que nos está yendo muy de la mano, ¿no? Entonces, eso también es interesante de echarle un ojo, ¿no? Eso quiere decir que seguramente aquí, bien sea el nivel es demasiado complicado a pasar, entonces tengo que hacer algo y facilitar o hacer algo para que el jugador se quede un poquito más. De repente hay un problema técnico que no había detectado, eso puede ser también, entonces echarle un ojo y ver entonces qué es lo que puede estar sucediendo para tomar una acción y mejorar, ¿no? Como hizo la gente de Max Games en este caso, que pudieron reducir el churn de 40% justamente haciendo ese tipo de análisis tan sencillo, ¿no? Ahora, hemos adquirido usuarios, los estamos reteniendo en el juego a través de algunas prácticas, todo eso es la parte del tiempo. Ahora, todo eso multiplicado por el valor nos da el lifetime value, ¿no? Multiplicado por el valor, vamos a hablar entonces un poquito de monetización. Tradicionalmente, pues sabemos que existe todo lo que son diferentes formas de monetizar, ¿no? Bien sea a través de in-app purchases dentro del juego, bien sea a través de publicidad, bien sea a través de una paga a la descarga, o bien sea una combinación de todas esas ideas y de todos esos modelos. Y algo que ahorita está sucediendo mucho es el tema de suscripción, ¿no? Que la suscripción básicamente es como un in-app, ¿no? Pero vamos a cobrar de manera recurrente al jugador o al usuario, ¿no? Eso es la única diferencia, es un in-app, ¿no? Yo bajo gratis, me suscribo como una revista, ¿no? Bajo, me suscribo y tengo acceso a la revista. Bueno, todos estos mecanismos que han sido desarrollados e implementados, sobre todo para la parte de apps, estamos viendo que en los juegos está empezando a aparecer poquito a poco, y desarrolladores, no sé, como Glue o Namco Bandai, por ejemplo, son cosas que ya están haciendo de manera exitosa. Evidentemente, detrás de eso, si el pago es recurrente, para tener un contenido recurrente, pues detrás de eso también tengo que tener el músculo de desarrollo o de implementación de contenido, ¿no? Entonces tampoco es que es más fácil decirlo que hacerlo, ¿no? Pero es algo que está creciendo tanto que en la tienda es el modelo de negocio que más ha crecido. Si meto apps y juegos, nuevamente las apps son las que están liderando un poquito ese crecimiento, pero también nuevamente en juegos lo estamos viendo, ¿no? Entonces, yo diría que si es algo que se estaban pensando, hablando de tendencia, es algo que también puede ser un poquito interesante, ¿no? Porque antes lo hacían las aplicaciones tipo revista o tipo Netflix, por ejemplo, pero ya que después desarrolladores que están haciendo cosas relacionadas más con educación también lo están haciendo y ahora en los juegos. También tenemos una API bastante bien desarrollado para manejar toda la complejidad y facilitarle la vida a ustedes, de poder implementar, no sé, un precio introductorio, ¿no? Es decir, que la primera semana, por ejemplo, me van a cobrar con un descuento y a partir de la segunda semana me van a cobrar a full price, por ejemplo. Manejar toda la complejidad también relacionada con todo lo que son los refunds, todo lo que son los periodos de gracia, ¿no? Cuando la tienda quiso cobrar de manera recurrente la tarjeta de crédito del usuario en la tienda, no funcionó, bueno, hay un periodo de gracia que ustedes pueden definir para decir, bueno, le vamos a dar de repente hasta 7 días para que la persona tenga chance de ponerse al día con su tarjeta de crédito, ¿no? En fin, toda una serie de cosas que están disponibles para que ustedes puedan generar cobro recurrente de una semana, de un mes, de 3 meses, de 6 meses, de un año o algo relacionado con la estacionalidad, como tipo deporte podría ser, por ejemplo, ¿no? Ahora, eso una vez que definimos el modelo de negocio, vamos a decir, bueno, hay que implementar entonces los in-apps, si estamos hablando primero del tema de in-apps, ¿no? Tenemos que hacer una tienda de in-apps, pero no es suficiente, ¿no? Porque ponerla ahí solita no va a pasar nada, seguramente. Entonces, primero tenemos que generar una tienda con ciertos mecanismos y en general lo que hacemos es que de alguna manera generemos contenido que vaya cambiando dentro de los in-apps, de la tienda de in-apps. Porque si yo entro hoy dentro de la tienda de in-apps, veo algo, entro mañana, yo veo lo mismo, pues de repente ya no voy a volver a entrar. Entonces ya vamos a perder un usuario que vaya a entrar dentro de la tienda de in-apps. Entonces hay que generar diferente contenido, ¿no? Lo podríamos dividir de 3 maneras, ¿no? Ese contenido. Un contenido que es permanente, que siempre va a estar. Después un contenido que está relacionado con promociones. Entonces promociones con tiempo limitado, que es lo ideal, para meter un poquito de presión al jugador, es decir, te falta poco antes de que aparezca la promoción. Y después contenido relacionado con la progresión que yo tengo dentro del juego, ¿no? Entonces, no voy a decir que vamos a tener una tienda de in-app en función de cada jugador, pero en función de cada diferentes niveles de progresión, eso sí es algo que se podría estar haciendo, ¿no? De esa forma, siempre vamos a tener contenido fresco, nuevo e interesante para el jugador para que vuelva a entrar dentro de la tienda. Ahora, tenemos la tienda. Bueno, ahora tenemos los in-apps, tenemos todas esas 3 categorías en la tienda. Perfecto, buenísimo. Ahora, ¿qué nivel de precio le ponemos, no? Hay que pensar en el nivel de precio. Tenemos que tener una estrategia diferenciada de precio. Si yo tengo un pack que me cuesta $5, $5 pagarlo por alguien que vive en Estados Unidos o alguien que vive en México, alguien que vive en Argentina o alguien que vive en Turquía o en España, pues de repente cuando se traduce a la tasa de cambio, pues de repente no es lo mismo pagar $5 allá o pagar $5 aquí, sobre todo cuando la tasa de conversión pues es un poquito volátil como pasa en nuestros mercados, ¿no? Entonces, este precio de $5, evidentemente lo pueden poner como autoconvertirlo en el precio de cada país, eso lo hace la consola para ustedes. De hecho, la consola es suficientemente inteligente para decir, en Chile es la regla redondeada, entonces algo que cuesta lo que fuera, tengo que redondearlo a 10, a 100, a 1000, a 50. En Brasil, no sé, en México y aquí es más bien una regla de 9, ¿no? Entonces siempre poner un 9.99 funciona mejor que un 10. Todo eso es el precio psicológico. La tienda lo hace automáticamente, pero después ustedes pueden meterse manualmente y decir, ¿sabes qué? $5, no sé, de repente en Brasil $5 es demasiado caro. Entonces manualmente me va a dar un precio en real. Ustedes se meten manualmente y van a bajar el precio para decir, oye, eso está más... es un precio más adecuado al precio real de lo que está dispuesto a pagar alguien en Brasil, ¿no? Una cosa, entonces hay que tomar en cuenta el poder adquisitivo, que es lo que acabo de comentar, pero también hay que considerar qué está pasando en el mercado, ¿no? Ustedes, ¿qué están haciendo los demás desarrolladores y qué nivel de precio están manejando los demás juegos de la misma categoría? Casi iba a decir en ese país en particular, ¿no? Para justamente adecuarse y tienen que checar bien los precios regularmente, porque el precio de hoy, mañana de repente ya no es tan competitivo como ayer, ¿no? Como lo comentamos al inicio, también hay otra manera, ¿no? de monetizar, que inclusive mi recomendación siempre es combinar las dos, ¿no? ¿Cómo combino yo los in-apps también con la parte de anuncio, ¿no? Y las estrategias son diferentes y es ahí donde la parte de analítica es muy importante, ¿no? Entonces, en este caso, en la parte de anuncios, aquí tenemos el ejemplo de lo que propone Google con la parte de AdMob, que son las diferentes posibilidades de monetizar dentro del juego, ¿no? Bien sea a través de un banner, bien sea a través de algo nativo, ¿no? Que se integra mucho mejor dentro de lo que es el gameplay dentro del juego. En este caso, toda la parte de interstitial, que normalmente es lo que da una mejor rentabilidad de alguna manera, un retorno, o toda la parte de video recompensados, ¿no? Los video rewards, ¿no? Que se ha puesto muy de moda, pues es el último, yo diría, que se puso más de moda, en el cual también podemos hacer algunas recomendaciones, y eso es una parte muy importante, y es por eso que la combinación de los dos es lo que hace en realidad que podemos monetizar de repente ciertos usuarios un poquito más con publicidad, un poquito más con in-apps, y la mejor manera de tomar una decisión no es por país, ¿no? Que muchas veces dice, es que en América Latina la gente no compra. Pues en proporción de población sí, pero hay muchísima gente, hay millones de usuarios en la tienda que compran muchísimo en juegos y esos hay que monetizarlos de la mejor manera también, ¿no? Entonces, es realmente aparte de los analytics y poder adaptar una estrategia en función de eso, ¿no? Si les interesa un poquito esa parte en particular de la monetización con anuncios, aquí hay dos personas de Google, allá si se pueden levantar la mano, por favor, si les interesa. Aquí están, vinieron para acompañarnos. Si tienen algunas dudas, son especialistas y les van a ayudar con mucho gusto. Ahora, perfecto, ya yo tengo los precios, yo tengo mi estrategia un poquito para monetizar. Ahora, ¿qué hacemos entonces para que me empiecen a comprar, ¿no? Entonces, tengo que generar ya una nueva compra dentro de la tienda, ¿no? Entonces, tenemos que tener una estrategia dirigida a los nuevos compradores. Estadísticamente en la tienda esa curva es real, ¿no? Es decir que hemos visto lo importante que es de que un jugador pueda hacer su primera compra y gaste su primer dólar. Eso por dos razones. La primera, porque si queremos monetizar y que nos compren $100, hay que empezar por $1. Esa es la primera razón. La segunda razón es que lo que hemos visto, como le enseñé la curva, es que la retención baja, particularmente al inicio, pero cuando ya un jugador empieza a gastar su primer dólar, ya la retención de ese tipo de usuario, de jugador, empieza a aplanarse. Por lo cual, alguien que empieza a comprar tiende a quedarse más. Pues por mera lógica, ¿no? También es que si yo compro algo en el juego, ya yo voy a tener una mejor experiencia y por consecuencia, pues me voy a quedar más a jugar, ¿no? Posiblemente volver a comprar, no sé. La realidad es que casi el 50% de los que compraron el primer dólar no van a volver a comprar. Entonces, primero, tenemos que tener una estrategia para que gastes un primer dólar y segundo, nos va a ayudar también a la retención y segundo, tenemos que tener una estrategia para hacer una recompra, ¿no? Entonces, ¿cuál es la mecánica más famosa para que que generemos esa primera compra de ese primer dólar son los famosos starter pack, ¿no? Los packs de inicio, ¿no? Entonces, aquí tenemos un ejemplo de Play 365, ¿no? Que es un desarrollador del cual hemos ya hablado, que implementó un pack de inicio. Hay varios desarrolladores también en la región que lo han hecho, y lo que yo he visto hasta ahorita, cuando ya no tenían ninguna estrategia, tenían la tienda de in-apps únicamente, empezaron a implementar un starter pack con una regla bastante sencilla, ¡pum! Muy rápidamente empieza a subir un poquito la compra de in-apps, y dentro de la compra hasta un 40% de lo que generan los in-apps ya viene del starter pack, ¿no? Lo cual nos enseña que efectivamente cuando uno empieza a tener una estrategia, implementando un starter pack nos va a ayudar a crecer un poquito esa base y sobre todo pues algo muy interesante para los jugadores, ¿no? Entonces yo diría, si 40% es donde tenemos que llegar cuando tenemos 100% de los in-apps, 40% sea el starter pack, no necesariamente, porque también eso puede decir que de repente pues muchos compran las cosas más económicas de entrada y se están olvidando un poquito de las compras más altas, ¿no? Yo diría, para empezar, a prueba y error es una buena manera de medir un poquito lo que estamos haciendo, y sobre todo que el starter pack cumpla con ciertos criterios para que funcione, ¿no? Que suceda antes de que la gente se me vaya del juego. Hemos dicho, entre día 1 y día 7 ya yo pierdo más de la mitad de mis jugadores, por lo cual el starter pack idealmente tiene que llegar dentro de esos primeros días, porque si no ya la gente se me fue, ¿no? 2, pues la manera con la cual lo van a comunicar, pues que sea bastante marquetero, ¿no? Es decir, que ya tenga yo la impresión pues que realmente estoy comprando un pack que es bastante jugoso. 3, tiene que tener también un descuento, ¿no? Que realmente el valor que estoy percibiendo realmente valga la pena. ¿Qué hacemos en esos casos? Pues una estrategia es implementar algo paulatinamente. Lanzo yo un starter pack a $10, un poco caro, pero bueno, $10, y ver, pues la gente, si la gente no lo compra, el jugador no la compra, pues entonces yo después de ciertos días voy a generar ese pack, le voy a dar ya un descuento, a ver si ya en eso ya alguien lo compra. Si no lo compran, voy a generar también ese mismo pack un poquito más tarde, pero también con otro descuento, ¿no? Para que realmente los usuarios de mayor valor compren al inicio, y los que no compren, pues darle una oportunidad un poquito más adelante en el juego que puedan comprar, ¿no? ¿Qué pasa? Si a la primera alguien compró, pues entonces en este caso vamos a hacer lo que dijimos, ya compró su primer dólar, ¿qué hago para que vuelva a comprar? Bueno, entonces en este caso vamos a generar otro tipo de starter pack, ¿no? En el cual ya le vamos a solicitar, pues, darle una oferta para que compre algo diferente. Ahora, ya generamos una primera compra, ¿cómo generamos la siguiente compra? Pues podemos utilizar un mismo mecanismo, ¿no? Ya toda la gente que no compró, todos esos jugadores que ya compraron, para generar esas recompras, ¿qué voy a hacer? Implementar también ofertas de manera paulatina para que generar esas recompras aprovechando que se quedaron en el juego, ¿no? Lo importante cuando se implementa ese tipo de estrategias es que siempre esas reglas de negocio que ustedes vayan a desarrollar, recomendamos que consideren varias cosas, entre otros lo que es el histórico de compras, pero también todo lo que es la parte de progresión en el juego, ¿no? Son los dos criterios importantes, hay otros seguramente, pero son los dos más importantes que sabemos que hay que considerar para ofrecer esos packs y saber a quién lo ofrecemos y en qué momento lo ofrecemos. Una parte importante, aquí tenemos un ejemplo de Congregate, todo lo que es la parte de competencia en el juego, ¿no? Eso ayuda mucho a la retención y ayuda mucho también a las compras, ¿no? Siempre dijo en los eventos que nosotros los jugadores somos, que querramos o no, somos muy vanidosos, ¿no? Eso es la realidad, ¿no? No nos gusta que nos ganen, queremos terminar de primero, queremos ser el mejor, y eso es la realidad que está pasando en los juegos. Entonces, de generar esa competencia en un juego, y particularmente empezando con cosas tan sencillas como tener un leaderboard, por ejemplo, ¿no? O también inclusive logros hasta cierto punto, pero el leaderboard, pero también sobre todo implementar ya mecanismos más como multijugador. Eso es lo que permite generar muchísima competencia dentro de un juego. Y evidentemente, si genero más competencia, hay más engagement del jugador, pero también sabemos que eso genera más compras, ¿no? Porque evidentemente llega un momento en el cual yo voy a querer pues ganar o terminar de número 1 o lo que fuera, y entonces es ahí donde va a empezar a entrar la intención de poder comprar algo. ¿Y qué pasa? Justamente a ese momento yo recibo una promoción que me va a permitir incrementar de repente mis poderes dentro del juego y entonces ya de poder subir en los rankings, ¿no? no sé si se ven bien las curvas. ¿Las ven bien allá en el fondo las curvas o no? ¿O más o menos? Bueno. Entonces, ahorita vamos a hablar de un tema que yo diría que eso es el fin último un poquito de las mecánicas en los juegos, ¿no? Es un poquito lo que ven o no ven en la curva. Entonces, un poquito, la parte de la izquierda es lo que no quisiéramos tener en el juego y la parte de la derecha es lo que sí quisiéramos tener. En la parte de la izquierda es lo que el CEO de Kabam llamó aletas de tiburón, básicamente, ¿no? El efecto y la forma de aleta de tiburón. ¿Por qué? Porque lo que sucede es que cuando tradicionalmente hay un juego, tiene una versión 1, y después cuando yo quiero implementar un contenido nuevo como desarrollador, pues lo que hago es que yo actualizo la versión del juego, ¿no? Pues porque no me queda de otra y porque pues básicamente es lo que se solía hacer y se sigue haciendo, ¿no? Pero el problema cuando hacemos eso es que yo lanzo la versión 1, tengo muchas compras, pero la gente me deja de comprar porque ya el contenido no cambia, me aburro y ya entonces yo no compro tanto. ¿Qué se suele hacer? Se lanza una versión 2, entonces yo hago un push en la tienda, esperando y rezando que muchos usuarios vayan a aceptar la actualización que estoy haciendo, ¿no? Entonces ya por ahí podemos estar perdiendo muchos usuarios que no actualicen. Entonces sí, yo crezco un poquito los ingresos, vuelven a bajar, ¿no? Etcétera, etcétera. Pero el tema es que aquí es que la tendencia va hacia abajo, ¿no? Y cada vez yo tengo que hacer un push hacia los usuarios, actualizar para que tengan un contenido nuevo, por lo cual genera esa forma de aleta de tiburón que decía el CEO de Kabam, en el cual pues eso no es lo que deberíamos tener, ¿no? Entonces lo ideal es generar una curva como la que tenemos allá, que es una curva que si bien no tiene picos tan altos, sí tiene picos de manera constante. Eso es lo que tenemos que estar buscando, ¿no? Eso es lo ideal. Y así nos aseguramos que hay más retención y que no haya degradación de los ingresos, ¿no? Entonces, ¿cómo se genera eso? Pues más fácil decir que hacer, porque básicamente esos son los famosos live ops, ¿no? Que lo que hacen básicamente es que cuando desarrollamos el juego, tiene que tener cierta arquitectura el juego, pero tenemos que tener también un músculo a nivel del backend para poder desarrollar todo de tal manera para que sin hacer una actualización de una versión del juego, yo pueda escalonar el lanzamiento de los nuevos contenidos en el juego, así ya no dependo de una actualización y además yo empiezo entonces a generar eso, alguien que compra y que sigue comprando, aunque sea poco, pero que sigue comprando. Eso es lo que estamos buscando, ¿no? Eso es lo que nos permiten los live ops, ¿no? Básicamente, toda esa parte de actualización de contenido sin tener que cambiar la versión del juego. Eso decía que es el fin último porque evidentemente requiere de muchos recursos, de mucho trabajo, de cierta inversión. Hay mecánicas conocidas, pero básicamente es lo que hacen los estudios importantes y algunos ya que están empezando a hacer en la región. Entonces los live ops pueden ser de ventas, de eventos, etcétera, pero es hacia donde queremos ir, ¿no? Para ir cerrando la presentación, pues hay otras mecánicas que seguramente ya conocen, pero que también se van alimentando un poquito de todo lo que hemos hablado ahorita para generar esa monetización. Toda la parte de los power-ups, ¿no? Todos los consumibles, ¿no? Que se pueden consumir dentro del juego, que pueden ser evidentemente pues, de tiempo limitado, al igual que un starter pack, tiene que ser de tiempo limitado. Poner siempre un cronómetro siempre es bueno para que el jugador vea en su pantalla principal cuando está jugando pues que está pasando el tiempo y te queda únicamente 5 horas, 3 horas y que se te va a acabar la promoción. Contenido premium es algo también que estamos viendo que puede ser interesante cuando el juego tiene suficiente contenido para comprar personajes, etc. La personalización, ¿no? Es algo que hemos visto también que es algo que a la gente le gusta invertir, ¿no? Entonces bien sea porque personalizamos un contenido, personalizamos un skinning, personalizamos de repente todo ese ambiente, ¿no? en el cual está toda la parte de jugabilidad. Extender también las jugadas, ¿no? del juego, entonces a través de diferentes mecánicas, bien sea porque voy a comprar vidas extras o tiempo extra para poder avanzar. Entonces todo eso también puede estar muy relacionado también por la parte de competencia que hemos hablado anteriormente. Para los tramposos, acelerar un poquito el pasar los niveles, ¿no? De alguna manera tener una ayuda dentro del juego, ¿no? Para pasar los niveles más rápidamente. Ups. Ahí vamos. Y bueno, eso es un poquito lo que yo quería compartir con ustedes hoy, con algunas actualizaciones. Básicamente, como resumen, sería de siempre pensar un poquito en toda esa parte del ciclo de vida del producto, desde la adquisición de usuario, la retención, pasando, para llegar a esa famosa monetización que estamos buscando, sabiendo que primero hay que pensar en la retención y desarrollar un juego pensando en eso a través de diferentes mecánicas, porque, nuevamente, el lifetime value depende del tiempo multiplicado por el valor, ¿no? Entonces, más tiempo y más retención vamos a generar, más probable es que alguien me compre un in-app en la tienda o que podamos también monetizar a través de todo lo que es la parte del anuncio dentro del juego, ¿no? Entonces, siempre recordándoles que hay diferentes modos a través de los cuales pueden inspirarse, tener acceso, ver buenas prácticas, ver qué están haciendo otros desarrolladores, qué lanzamos de nuevo como funcionalidad en la consola, a través de esos diferentes mecanismos para que puedan ya seguir en contacto con nosotros, ¿no? Muy bien. Para mí es todo por el día de hoy. No sé si hay tiempo para preguntas o si pasamos a la siguiente presentación. Martina. Bueno, vamos a decir que hay tiempo entonces. Martín, ¿podemos hacer preguntas o nos pasamos? ¿Sí? Ok, buenísimo. Listo. Sí.
Quería saber si tenés algún concepto o estadísticas sobre juegos para niños menores de 10 años en un mercado hispanoamericano.
¿Un mercado panamericano? Ah, hispanoamericano. Wow. Uy, no, en mente no lo tengo así. No. Ok. Sí, entonces, bueno, sí, hay varias cosas y es una muy buena pregunta. Y si bien no la puedo contestar en específico para eso, sí, sí efectivamente es algo bien interesante por una razón también, porque es algo que está creciendo mucho, ¿no? Todo ese tema educativo está creciendo mucho a nivel de apps, a nivel de juegos educativos. Tenemos muy buenos ejemplos, de hecho, aquí en Argentina, ¿no? Trabajo mucho con Papumba, no sé si los conocen, han sido como de las buenas prácticas a nivel mundial. Son argentinos, hacen las cosas muy lindas, muy profesionales. Entonces, son un modelo también para internacionalizarse, ¿no? Han hecho uso y abuso de lo que presenté hoy de los experimentos y muchas otras cosas. Si los buscas en la parte de YouTube de Android Developer, aquí van a encontrar todo el caso de estudio que hicimos con ellos, ¿no? Entonces, es algo que crece, es importante. Es algo complejo porque evidentemente es un mercado más reducido. O sea, no quiero llamarle de nicho porque estamos hablando de un volumen importante de compras y de descargas, pero es algo, digo, comparado con juegos más tradicionales, es más chico. Pero también es algo en el cual hoy en día mucha gente está gastando y está dispuesta a gastar. Inclusive me atrevería a decir a gastar inclusive todavía contenido premium a veces, ¿no? Lo cual es compra la descarga, ¿no? O sea, va bajando, pero igual todavía, porque justamente como padre de familia tú te quieres para las edades que me mencionaste, pues son los padres de familia que compran, ¿no? Tú tienes que asegurarte de que sea un contenido de calidad, de qué información va a tener dentro del juego, ¿no? Dentro de la app, ¿no? Entonces, sin embargo, ahí ese mercado se está dirigiendo muchísimo, muchísimo hacia la parte de suscripción. Entonces, mi consejo sería tratar de encontrar un poquito ese contenido novedoso, muy profesional, porque le estás dando una garantía y es importante porque los padres de familia cuentan contigo para tener un contenido de calidad y más si van a pagar. Pensar en la parte de suscripción para que sea un modelo de negocio que sea más sostenible a largo plazo, porque no es tan sencillo tampoco monetizar siempre. Si no tienes una IP detrás de ti que diga, paga la descarga, es complicado, entonces es mejor pensar un poquito más en esa parte de suscripción. ¿Qué más? Sí, es algo que estamos apoyando muchísimo en la tienda también. Hay algo que llamamos Design for Family, DFF. Hay toda una explicación, si buscas también en Android Developer, en la página web, vas a encontrar, buscas tú el tema de familia, para estar en el contenido de familia que hemos creado para decirle a los padres de familia, oye, si buscas algo de calidad, aquí lo vas a encontrar y cumple con ciertas características. Esas características es básicamente que tú tienes que cumplir con todo lo que es COMPA Compliance, ¿no? Que es decir, que tú tienes que asegurarte que, por ejemplo, pues la publicidad que tú vayas a enseñar tiene ciertas restricciones de violencia, de no sé qué, en fin, no puedes utilizar los Google Play Game Services, tienes que tener algo gated por la edad y todo eso. Entonces, yo recomendaría que trabajes cosas de calidad, que te pongas en esa colección, en esa categoría. la suscripción. Y es algo que está creciendo, entonces además de ser algo muy lindo, de verdad, ayudar un poquito a la educación de los niños a través de formas digitales, me parece que es algo que está creciendo bastante, sí. ¿Sí? ¿Sí? Sí. Cuando dices si lo tenemos medido, ¿a qué te refieres? Digo, sí, efectivamente, particularmente en cierto... Sí, 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 sí. Sí, digo, no tengo un número como tal, pero sí sabemos, en general, tanto apps como juegos, pero particularmente juegos porque pues ocupa un espacio más grande en general y más complejo el juego, más espacio ocupa. Sí sabemos, el nivel de desinstalación es importante, pero también yo diría, hay una realidad, más allá del espacio también, es que la oferta está creciendo tanto, hay tanta oferta, que también, pues de alguna manera, aunque tenga el espacio, es muy probable que en algún momento, pues yo quisiera desinstalarlo para meter más cosas. Entonces yo mismo estoy generando justamente que se esté generando eso, ¿no? Entonces, sí es una realidad en el mundo en general de las apps y todo eso. Particularmente pasa un poquito más, evidentemente, en ciertos países o regiones como la nuestra, ¿no? En el cual, a nivel de porcentaje, muchos usuarios pues tienen un teléfono que no aguanta tanto en memoria. Entonces sí, es una realidad y es por eso que es tan importante todo ese tema de profundidad en el juego, de retención, porque es más importante entonces lo que comenté, ¿no? Porque si tengo la oportunidad, si tengo que desinstalar algo, ¿qué es lo que voy a desinstalar? Algo que me genera engagement, que me manda push notification recordándome, oye, hay una promoción nueva, entra en el juego, oye, ya tú vas de cuarto, si entras ahorita y cumples con esa misión hoy, tú vas a ganarte eso. Eso es razón adicional para generar un poquito toda esa parte de retención, ¿no? Entonces, sí, es una realidad, más yo diría en ciertos aspectos, sí, en ciertas regiones, perdón. Sí. ¿Una pregunta más por ahí? ¿O ya estamos? Sí. Bueno, buenísimo, pues muchísimas gracias por la atención, espero que les haya servido y ando por aquí todo el día, ¿sí? Gracias.
Hi, this is Jeff Hilbert. I have a company called Starting Point. I work with development studios as an advisor and help them secure funding and distribution for their products.
I'm Sean Kalpin, and I do what he does. No, not exactly. I do lots of things. I dig into the business. I dig into the operations, help on any level that I can. And I just started my own publisher, too. Yeah, can we get a water refresh?
Hi, my name's David Stelzer. We met this morning. I work at Epic Games. I do licensing for Unreal Engine. Prior to that, way back, I was an attorney. And more recently, I was also a former agent for a company called CAA, where I ran their video game division.
Hi, my name is Arseny Arkhipov. I am currently working at an agency, funny enough, started by Jeff Hilbert about 10 years ago. We're called Digital Development Management, or DDM. And we are probably the biggest game-specific agency that exists out there in the world. So there you go.
So the first thing we want to talk about is sort of why people outsource components of their game development to whether it's biz dev or legal, whether it's an agency or some production side. So obviously these are some of the examples of why people generally do this. But why is there a hesitancy on sometimes for developers to do that? And I want you guys to speak to that. Arseny, you want to start?
Sure. So I think a lot of the potential clients that we're talking to, so obviously the first part of our job is trying to convince the developer that they should work with us, or sometimes it's the other way around, developer convincing us that we should work with them. One of the reasons that folks choose not to go that way, and I know Patrick was talking a similar thing about this in a previous lawyer panel, is that they kind of think that they know everyone that they could ever possibly talk to already, and that they don't need any outside advice, like kind of blind to what they don't know, and kind of ignoring all of that. That's probably the primary reason, I would say.
I see it as generally the people who are against it are smaller companies, companies that have broken off from larger companies, or small indies who believe that their creative vision would be compromised if they went outside to work with other people. They also have concerns because everybody thinks they're doing the coolest stuff and that it's very, very different from anything anybody else has done, and they're worried about that leaking out somewhere and compromising how they would get to market.
You probably see it less now in what you're doing, though, David, right? Than the rest of us.
Yeah, I mean now, working with clients on their technology choices, we see a lot more stuff at a very, very early state as people are spinning up ideas and trying to figure out what they should do. And generally, the people who are coming to us know that they're going to need to do some outsourcing, because if they're coming from a proprietary engine, they're going to need other folks who have deep experience with the engine, or if they're coming from a competitor such as a Unity or a defunct engine like a Crytek, then yeah, they're going to need help of different types of resources, usually engineering, tech art, and then they're also probably going to realize at some point how much work they're going to have from an art workflow and various other places that they can't do it all themselves, and it's cost prohibitive and time prohibitive.
I want to jump in. I think one of the big factors that stops people from actually using professional services or third parties is cost. Because while you're there and you say, okay, I can build it, it'll take me longer. There's a great art studio down the road that I'd love to work with, but one, I don't have money to pay them. Two, they're not bought into my vision like me, so they're not going to do it on spec or for a percentage of revenue most of the time, unless they have money in the bank themselves and they can actually invest into it. So the money has to come from somewhere to build things, and you don't tend to get third-party sweat equity going into stuff on the idea like, hey, we just really like you.
So, oh no. I disagree with Sean a lot. Well, no, as far as outsourcing, I think outsourcing, especially if you're a startup development studio, and I've helped a lot of startup studios grow from 2 people to over 100, you'd be shocked at the number of studios. If you're 2 programmers and with a good designer, and there's a small art studio out there, and they like your idea, everyone works for free until you guys get a gig. And you'd be shocked at the number of people that want to do it, because guess what? The art guys know they need a programmer, the programmers know they need artists, and they know that it doesn't work. The hard part is when multiple companies are putting in sweat equity, is who controls the vision. And that's just being mature about it, being a professional, sitting down, growing the market, maybe bringing in an outside advisor. And by the way, like I happen to know DDM and I happen to know Days Old Agency. The agents at all these companies, you call them up You tell them what you're doing. If you're passionate, and they'll all just let you bounce ideas off of them. And that's all for free. They'll let you guys bounce ideas off of them, and you could have 5 ideas and be like, I don't really know if you want to do that idea. And you're like, well, nobody's doing it. And they'll be like, actually, there's 17 people doing it. And yeah, or there's a reason why. And unless you solve this thing over here, I mean, the latest has been real-time PvP games. There was a reason no one was doing it, because of delays. Now people seem to be accomplishing that. So, yeah, I mean, then as far as the most expensive thing, the biggest mistake that most people make that they don't invest in and outsource at the beginning is legal. Hire a lawyer. Whatever you need to do, get a lawyer in to at least look at your contract. Some of them will delay their payment. Some of them will partner with you and just take points in your company if they really believe in you.
Make a contract, set up a business in a legal format so that you can contract with outsiders. The last thing you want to do is be an individual or a group of individuals without even a partnership agreement or some sort of an agreement between yourselves, because once you go and hire people out after that, you may lose the actual ownership of that piece of property, of what you've helped to create with these outsiders, because you didn't have some document that controlled and put them as a service provider, kept the copyrights and the trademarks and everything within you. So Jeff's very much right about that.
But in a lot of these forms, especially for setting up your company, are on the internet. They're there. And if there's 4 or 5 of you, they're good enough. Normally, they're good enough to start your company. You know, a default one. I'm not sure I agree with that. No, if you have no money, and
we both disagree. He disagrees.
Yeah. If you have no money and you need an operating agreement, it basically lays out, these are the shares in the company, this is who gets what, and when one of us is kicked out or leaves, because that will happen, this is what's going to happen. So I normally tell people when they're starting a studio, if there's 4 of them, I just look at them, I go, one of you isn't going to be here in a year, and you got to have this paperwork prepared for when that happens, because it will. Sorry, it does.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather you pull something off the internet than do nothing and just have a handshake among your partners. But I don't always think that that's good enough, because that isn't sort of dealing with the realities and diving into your particular situation. So I would always advise you to hire a lawyer somewhere to make sure your corporate entity is set up properly. We talk a lot more about that on a panel tomorrow, so I'll save the rest of it.
It's definitely not one size fits all for everything.
That's right. The forms are not one size fits all. It's definitely not. It's not as formulaic as that, and you know, you can only go so far with the legal service websites like LegalZoom as you can. Yeah, exactly. So I guess my question here is, you know, I think everybody understands the value of outsourcing components of your production, whether it's, you know, art or things along those lines. But why then do you think there might be some hesitancy to outsource some of the core business roles? Or is there a hesitancy to do that?
Because it's funny. I was having a conversation with some folks the other day. It's always the engineer, the artist, somebody on the creative or technical side who decides that they're going to go off and start their business, whether they're breaking off from somewhere else. It's never the business guy who's like, I'm going to go start a game company, and goes out there and then tries to bring the different pieces together. And as a result, I think people go out and they think that they've got the pieces. They've seen what's been done wrong within the companies that they worked for before. A lot of times they don't realize they weren't at the level of management, or they weren't at the level of ownership, and they don't realize the complexities. They only know what they've been told. They don't know what they haven't been told. They don't know that taxes, health insurance, other costs of
errors and omissions.
Yeah, everything like that just you weren't burdened with, that now become your problem. And then all of a sudden, the business side and the administrative side starts to eat into doing the job that you thought you were going to be doing. And it's a lot of times too late that thing happens, where they realize it, and then they go searching for a business person. Maybe that business person can help them, but a lot of times they can't. And then they get a negative taste in their mouth about what a business person can do for them. Whereas if they come in at the beginning, like Jeff said, as agencies, we would always listen to the pitch. We would always hear about something from somebody and give that advice. We're not turning people away to say we're not representing you because your advice is stupid most of the time. We would be resource constrained, or it wasn't at a certain level of where we thought that we could be really helpful to what your company was without taking too much money out of the company. A lot of us have really good intentions about helping companies, and sometimes that best intention is to not be able to take you on as a client, but we can give a lot of different types of advice. But the hesitancy, I think, initially comes from people thinking that they've got everything figured out and they're going to do it themselves.
So is it more of a, I don't want to call it an arrogance, but is it more of a hubris or an arrogance, or is there a fear factor to that too? At least again,
it's not
coming
an
from a lawyer's
arrogance
perspective.
as much as an ignorance as to what they don't know. And there's definitely a fear component too with it, or there's an ego component sometimes that I want to be the boss. I'm now the CEO of my own company. Let me be the CEO.
And I agree with David. The number of people that I get on the phone with, like, I can't believe you're talking with me and you're giving me this advice. Everybody, if you're sincere and you're willing to listen, people will help you. The key is, and I do it all the time, and Arsen's seen me do this, he's like, I don't understand, you're on the phone with these two college students for an hour and a half, and you're giving them all this advice, but you're on the phone with these guys that have been in the industry for 10 years each, and they're starting a studio, and after 5 minutes, you just say, well, good luck with that, you guys seem to have it all buttoned down, and hang up.
Yeah, and the biggest thing that I would hear from people all the time, all of us in our different fields right now, we're all service providers. Remember, service provider is just that. We are providing a service to a client. You're either a client or a potential client. So we don't have business that exists without folks like you guys as the clients. You need to understand that you're paying for what we do. Never call your service provider and say, I'm really sorry to bother you, but, or am I taking too much of your time because, believe me, when you're paying somebody by the hour, if you can do that, we will let you keep going and we will put limits upon it. And if you're not paying us by the hour and we have time constraints around other things, we will let you know when it's getting to be too much in a nice way to say, I'm putting as much time in as I can on this. I've got some other things that I need to do as well, but never start a conversation with, I'm really sorry to take up your time, or I'm really sorry to bother you with any of your service providers.
So moving on to a slightly different topic. This one might be a little bit of a loaded question with three people who have a very similar service offering. How do you differentiate among competitors? Or how do you think our clients differentiate among competitors? It's not just the lowest price or the lowest cost.
Are you asking particularly like DDM versus these
Let's
guys?
start with DDM.
All right, sounds good. Well, I think honestly, my honest answer to anyone that's ever deciding between lawyers or deciding between agents or deciding between advisors is there's all of our work together is going to be the two people talking on the phone, right? So you should probably go with the people that you like. Some people like what I am like, how I talk, right? Some people like hyper aggressive people. So you need to decide exactly like, I was going with Ophir actually, but I know, there's one agent in the industry that's missing, but mostly you have almost everyone from all of video games here. Yeah. So that's my primary thing. I think also you should look at what we do that doesn't have to do with you, like who our other clients are and where you think you fit into that. If, for example, I currently represent one studio in South America. If I represented 18, maybe me having 19 doesn't help you at all. You're just one of 19, right? And also what you're looking to do. Again, there are some, for example, if you are looking for to put your game in China, for example, not only DDM, but many other people do this exact service. Some people don't. So that's also that. Just seeing what folks are doing. Yep. Yeah, I think Jeff would be perfect for every facet of the gaming industry.
Actually, I can bring that up because the same South American studio that you work with, I work with. And people go, wait, why do they have two? And we do have some things that we do that overlap, but I look at it as I actually have a small ownership stake in the company that we work with. I do the board meetings. I go and I'm from the inside looking at things, and you're from the outside going out and getting us the business. And while I have similar contacts and sometimes we cross them over, I'd rather have you do that with that particular studio because it lets me focus on the parts that we need to fix internally or keep running internally at the studio. So everyone has their focus. So there's ways to work together with multiple people on different things. You just need to know what you want out of the people that you're partnering with.
You guys don't probably run into it as much because you tend to be more commission-based, but differentiating between competitors on price is something that I have to deal with. I don't know, if you have any thoughts about it, but I'm constantly quoted, I'm sure you haven't thought about this, I'm constantly being asked, well, what's your hourly rate? Well, I think if you ask that, you've already asked the wrong question, because there are people that are more expensive than me and less expensive than me, but it's about efficiency and about getting a certain job done and getting a certain result. And at the end of the day, it's about the total bill, not about the hourly. But it's not really an issue that you guys have to deal with. But if you have any perspectives on that, I'd love to hear them.
I have a pat answer. The cheapest solution most of the time is very expensive. It's going to cost you in the long run. But price, when you break down per hour, I'm going through this on a bid right now, where we're looking at engineers, and we need about 4 engineers to do a project, and we have bids coming in, but then there's one company that's 80% higher than everybody else, but all their engineers are senior engineers. And we're just looking at it going like, well, if we go with these guys, we'll probably get done a month earlier. We're not going to have to give them as much overhead, and it's going to be done right, and we're actually probably going to learn something. So there's a lot of that to consider when we're moving, when you're looking at the vendors.
Yeah, I don't really do the whole price thing. I look at it and go, what is the studio capable of? What is the value, either short-term or long-term, if we partner together? I made a commitment in 2008 when I was leaving some people that, a business partner that I didn't like, and I said, you know what, he doesn't have the right mindset for the way he wants to work. We would take any piece of business we could get, and I said, I will never work with another asshole again. So I'm going to work with people I want to work with, and I'm going to put in as much time and effort as I would put in no matter what, because that's how I was raised. I can't work less hard and not try and do a good job. So if I'm going to make somebody successful or help them be successful, I want them to be people that I like, and I want to make money together, because that's how it's supposed to be. And that way I can wake up every day and go, I like the people I work with, and not have to go, oh my God, I got to deal with these people like the Swedish Mafia when we were launching Gizmondo. I was like, which they were. And I was like, great, they're paying us, but they might come kill my family. That's not fun.
Well, what about, what are your thoughts on sort of going to other folks in the industry and getting recommendations about who to work with, things along those lines? Because obviously I think this is a pretty open industry and very collaborative.
Again, I think that comes down part and parcel to what Arseny said, because I highly agree that everything is relationship-based to a certain extent. I mean, that's always a starting point. Now, you may go and work with somebody that you really like and find out that their work is shit, and then you're back to square one. But recommendations, they're going to be like friendships and cliques. Those recommendations and the really good job that that person did for you may have been part and parcel to that relationship. Now, I think they're important in terms of finding out, how many deals has this person done, and getting more particulars as the biggest issue of, do you feel that they did a good job for you? Do you feel they adequately represented you? Do you feel that you felt any of the pain of having to pay any overhead on any of these things? Because those recommendations combined with the relationship, if a representative is doing their job well, your deal and your overall operations of your company should be doing so much better that you could have done that you don't feel the impact of it. In fact, you probably get some sort of lift or benefit from it.
I would add to that and say there's people who are good at different life cycles in a company as well. There's people who are really good with startups. There's people who are really good with established companies who then can go get a $7 to $10 million console project. And then there's people who are really good with growth and exits and positioning and stuff like that. And I personally, I know we all talk about things. We don't always give specific names. Say, hey, I got a company and they're worth about X amount of money. I think they might be a good fit for you. They're not a fit for me because they're not in my wheelhouse. And we'll pass people back and forth to make sure that the right person's working with the right company at the right place. Because, for instance, I can't work with a lot of studios in parts of Europe just because it's not practical for me to be on that time zone as well as other places. But Martin, who works for DDM, might be in the right place to say, hey, you guys should be working with Sproing. It would be a good fit for you.
Yeah, I would say recommendations is a kind of funny idea. Some developers that we're talking to ask, hey, can we speak to some of your other clients? I'm like, of course. And the other clients you're going to talk to are the ones that love me the most. Those are the recommendations that you're going to get, and you're probably going to end up working with me. I don't think that has that much value unless like I want to work with you more than you want to work with me.
Hey, can we speak with your former clients? The ones that
Right,
don't like you?
right. Actually, I think those are the best ones. The best recommendations and the best fits actually come from former clients. We had definitely a couple recently. We were helping a developer. They kind of ran out of money and had to make a different choice. However, in a couple of months, they came back and they said, you know, like DDM worked very, very, very hard for us. It really didn't work out. But we think that they're going to be a good fit for you, friend. So I actually think that former clients are probably the best source of recommendation. Can't really source them too easily though, but yeah.
One of the other topics I want to discuss here, again, I think it comes up maybe a little more often in my area than the agent side, but trusting our judgment as a service provider and our experience and our advice versus making your own business decision. I provide obviously the legal service and some business advice relative to the experience I've seen in deals. But at the end of the day, the client's got to sign up for the deal. They've got to agree to the points. I present the risk. I give them my recommendation. But at the end of the day, it's their call. And I have a lot of clients who, when presented with my recommendation, they still decide to go the other way. How do you guys feel about that? How do you handle that?
I'm kind of a fatalist in general. I am. My old boss knows this. I totally
Great feature in an agent.
I didn't even hear that. That was so loud.
Great feature in an agent.
Yeah, I know. I think it's absolutely it's your business. It's always your decision. What makes me kind of mad sometimes is that sometimes clients believe that I am now in charge of their company and I am a prophet, and I hope, maybe, but I don't live in the developer's office, right? I don't have their families. I don't have their needs. I cannot make decisions in exactly the same ways that they can. I can only provide advice. So that's why I'm never mad when they don't take my advice, because I understand other people. I've seen many other people get very mad when that happens across the industry, and it's fine. But I understand that it's not my place to do that. However, I will argue very hard for my position, but at the end of the day, it's that.
And I'll go back to when I was an agent and still do this too. If you're asking somebody who's been in the industry a long time for advice, especially like an agent who works for free, and they only get paid if you get paid, and they come down, they work with you for 3 days, they say, hey, for the next trade show, you've been pitching the same thing for 3 years, nobody wants it, I know it's your passion. I know you want to do it. Shoot it in the head. Let's move on. Everybody agrees to do that. And they set up all these meetings for you at the trade show because you promised you're going to show something new. And this is real world examples, and I can't tell you the number of times I've done this. And then 5 days before the trade show, fly down, got a whole day booked. Let me see our new pitch and let's practice. It's like, yeah, we took your advice, but we decided to redo exactly what we had before. And I have a very simple thing. Awesome. Good luck with that. As I cancel every single meeting I had. You're no longer a client, not working with you. Awesome, great. I hope I'm wrong. I just can't be involved in these meetings anymore because you're going to make me look like an asshole.
And I would do exactly the same thing, because it's the only reason that they're able to get into all of these meetings, the only reason that they're going to be taken seriously a lot of the time, especially if they don't have a pedigree behind them, is because of the reputation behind their representative. Those relationships that they've built with other people in the industry who know that, okay, normally I would have thousands of cold calls or emails of pitches. I can't look through all of these. But if you have somebody who vets those things down, that has a good relationship, then they're going to trust that that person's not going to bring them crap. And if your clients insist on bringing crap, you should walk away from it. I think that's absolutely right. And I don't necessarily agree with Arseni's opinion either. I mean, there is plenty of fight. If you want my advice, And as Jeff said, if you want the advice and seek the advice of people who have been in the industry long enough and have something meaningful to say about it, it should be an argument. Now, at the end of the day, you're going to say, it's your company, I can't force you to do it, which now it
That's
is
what
your
I do.
company. It is your company.
It's
now.
your company, and by the way, it's totally fine to disagree.
And you should.
And you should. And I thought these guys who started this studio to make this shooter were just too young to leave EA and go to Activision and start a studio. And they came in and said, hey, we want to form this up and we want you to negotiate the deal. I literally tapped the guy on the head and said, you're too young. Don't do it. His name is Vince Zampella, and he made this game called Call of Duty. I mean, there you have it. I mean, there you go. And they literally came to me and said, all we need you to do is negotiate the deal, and you're going to get a percentage and own a part of the studio. And I just said, you're not ready. So you don't have to listen either. I don't think a lot of people told Notch that what he was making was really a marketable project. As a matter of fact, I know they didn't. Yeah, everyone did. And a game called World of Tanks, everyone passed on too.
I think Arsene brought up a good point about whether you're being a prophet or something for a company. And I think it's important to know that, yeah, we do put our reputation on the line when we take somebody in to talk to someone. But there's so many studios that I've met in my life that walk up and go, we want to meet Blizzard because we want to build whatever game like World of Warcraft, but for mobile. And you sit there and go, okay, I can't take you to Blizzard, and here's why. I could get you in the meeting. I can absolutely get you in the door. But I'm not going to do that because they already have that game. They're not going to use a third party to do it. And there's all these reasons. So if you take the reasons that I've given you and you understand, then I think that I could work with you and we can get you to that point. But on the other side, if you don't, and you're like, well, you just don't want to get us into the place we want to go, then it's never going to be a match. So you find out pretty fast whether or not you're going to be a good fit together.
It's also, that's a misunderstanding from the beginning of when you form your relationship as to what it is you can do for them, what you can't do, and what you won't do, and why, what the relationship boundaries are. And you're not there just to get appointments for people 9 times out of 10.
Well, no, and you guys both brought up a really good point, and I have this all the time too. It's like, we're here, we want to meet with EA, we want to meet with Activision. We want to meet with Activision, and I do the same thing. You're not ready. The best example I give, I don't know if anyone's familiar with a 2-barrel shotgun. The 2-barrel shotgun, you ever go hunting, you load up both barrels, you line it up. If you miss, you've got a quick second shot. You've got 2 shots. You got 2 shots. If you miss twice in a row and you go to reload, it's gone. You have to go stock it, start the whole process over again. I tell people normally we have 2 shots. We're going to have our first meeting. If we really impress them, they're going to be like, whoa, this is something real. I want to call a meeting with the decision makers, then we can get back in. If we have our first meeting, they say, we're not really sure, come back. When we come back, we better have something amazing because we've got one more shot to kill that lead. If we don't do it, we're gone. So that's the biggest thing too, before you go in, but also too, some of these big guys will take a meeting and just say, listen, I'm new to the industry. I don't want to have a formal pitch. Can I have a one-on-one with you and you tell me what I need to come back? Some will do that, just not at a trade show.
I want to make another contrarian point here to actually answer this question. I will say how to trust your advisor's decisions, right? As an advisor, my job is I get paid when you make a deal with somebody, period. To me, I am a hammer and this is a nail, right? That is kind of all I see. I see through a very specific vision, right? Patrick is a video game lawyer. He is not a real estate lawyer. Everything to Patrick is kind of, I mean, unless you are. You're right. Right? I mean, these are the very specific problems that we solve. And I think that industry-wide, you'll end up noticing that things are changing. Like there are facets of, for example, games that are popular on Steam that publishers don't understand. If you imagine, for example, and I've brought this up before, there's a game that's a top seller right now. It's PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. No publisher would ever sign that game because we already have so many survival games. And probably we here, had that game come up to us, we would have said, please stop making that game because no one will ever sign it. right? Someone would not have been a millionaire if that happened, if you talk to us. So, therefore, I'm glad that if they talk to an agent, they did not take that advice. And therefore, I am happy that they are their own decision makers.
We said that. A couple of the top games in the industry, everybody passed on. GTA, nobody wanted. Every single publisher passed on it. Every single publisher said, this game will never work. You guys are crazy, which, well, they are crazy if you know the Housers. That happened to be true. This game will never work. We don't want it. This crazy kid out of New York that ran a punk label comes in. Daddy has a bunch of money. While you seem to like video games, go ahead. He did it. And the reason he did it is he had no institutional knowledge and was not tied down by what the game industry thinks or what they wanted. Subway Surfers. No one wanted Subway Surfers. Nobody wanted Subway Surfers. Nobody wanted World of Tanks. Nobody wanted these games that effectively define the industry. League of Legends. League of Legends. No one wanted League of Legends either. Rocket League. No one wanted Rocket League. Yeah, The Witcher, there's game after game, franchise after franchise. If you came to me, I'd be like,
I would have signed every single one of them.
Yeah, on that note, I'm actually not gonna put the agents to the task of answering this question, but I want to open it up to you guys to see what your thoughts are about working with service providers on the business side. Actually, I'm going to start with Louis. Louis, you own a big studio. You've worked with some of the people on the stage. What do you look for with when you look at a service provider?
So for me, whether it's anything from art to agent to sound, first of all, I need to make sure they're on a basis quality level. Can they bring me what I need? Is it quality? Is it contacts? Is it expertise? What is it? And after that, I'm 100% on personality. I look at talent, then personality, and at the end, price. Like, I think you said it right. Price is, it's just the cost in the end. Is it going to be fun working with them? Is it going to provide me with what I need? And do I need to do it all over again afterwards? No, fine, I'll go with personality.
Anybody have any questions for any of our panelists? Nobody? Okay, thank you. We're going right into the next panel, which actually dovetails from this. So it's negotiating a publisher-developer agreement, which is often done with some of the service providers that are on the stage. But I think we're swapping a few of the panelists out. So if we can get the next slideshow up.
Yeah, sorry, Martin, I think our schedules got screwed up. Is he coming? Okay. So we're going to start right now. I'll introduce myself again. I'm Jeff Hilbert. As far as negotiating developer-publisher agreements, I've negotiated just under $1 billion worth of agreements through my agency at DDM, other agencies I've owned, and as an independent. Sean Lee over at Wargaming, can you provide some background?
Hi, I'm Sean. I manage corporate development for Wargaming, which means, I actually don't know what it means, but I think it's something to do with investing. We have a little bit of money that we've made over the years with World of Tanks and other games, and what we try to do is we try to seek out very talented teams, individuals, ideas around the world to further kind of bolster our future as a company.
Louis?
Hi guys, we met earlier today. I'm Louis Rene. I run Hybridum out of Montreal. Negotiated multiple deals on development and licenses as well throughout the 8 years I've been at the studio.
Patrick Sweeney, IE Law Group in Los Angeles. Like I mentioned earlier, I represent over 150 games clients around the world, 25 different countries, and I've done publisher development agreements for well over 500 games in the last 10 or 15 years. Yeah, that's about it.
I'll pre-introduce Martin. He's going to be joining us. Martin was the owner of Red Katana that's recently merged in with NGD. And Martin was probably one of the first people that we noticed up in North America showing up at all the shows and just getting deals, knocking them down and creating deals. Martin, and here's Martin. Okay, so guys, one of the things I want to start with are negotiating tactics. Everyone has their own version of negotiating tactics. Everyone's different, and it really depends on your personality. It really depends on your objective. It also really depends on the person across the table from you. The one thing, whenever you're considering negotiating tactics, I always tell people to do, find somebody else who closed a deal with these people that you're negotiating with and ask them how the negotiating went. Some people, if you want to end up at $1 million, you start at 10 million and you meet in the middle at $1 million because they want to play zero. And to them, $1 million's in the middle of 10 million and zero. Other people, they don't want to negotiate. They think you're a partner and they want to see the number. They want to see the number that you really have, and they just want you to be prepared and roll up and come up with the number. But why don't we start with Martin? As far as negotiating techniques, what have you found work best for you?
Yeah, basically I think that you're, oh, it's too loud. I think you're right, Chef. It's depending on the people that you have in front of and also what you want to accomplish. Yeah, like this? Okay. Can you hear me like that? Or we have a mic? Yeah? Yes. You have a mic? Mic. Can you lower a bit this? They don't do that, that's not their job. Okay, so it depends on the people that you are negotiating with and what you want to achieve from the negotiation. And also, there's a lot of techniques of how to negotiate. There's a lot of tips. I'm not sure if this panel is about going over those tips, but what I would also say is those negotiations, it also depends on you. I mean, in terms of what you want to achieve and what you want to get from that contract or whatever the thing you are negotiating. And after all, many years I have been in this industry. I think also it's a very close industry. We know each other a lot, so it's really also important that you take that into account when you are negotiating something. Because like Chef was saying, that people will know your skills or how do you like to negotiate things. So after all, I think that's also true. If you want to do the things your style, that's fine.
Sean?
As the token Asian here, I need to reinforce the stereotype of that. You guys all know Sun Tzu, the military strategist from ancient China, and one of his famous sayings is, know yourself and know your enemy, and 100 battles you will not lose. And it's a really important kind of learning, and I applied this to all of my, not only negotiations, but all of my business relationships, because end of the day, if you really reflect on who you are, what you need, what you're capable of, where your limits are, and then you understand the same of the other person. What kind of person are they? What kind of organization? Where are they in that organization? What do they care about? What do they not care about? Do they care about how you speak, where you're from, et cetera, right? Once you have this really down, and this is where I would start off, like do your homework on them, but also yourself. A lot of organizations forget, or they kid themselves in terms of who they think they are. So if you have this down, I think everything else over here is almost natural. Of course, there are techniques and ways to dance around and maneuver, but end of the day, you can pick and choose what you need to do based on your comprehensive and deep understanding of the other person and yourself. It kind of goes back to what Jeff said about go do your homework, go find out, go talk to people who've talked to those people before, ask people how they think you operate in these kinds of environments. Once you do that, then I think everything else falls into place pretty nicely. One thing as a small general kind of suggestion I would make is the more sophisticated the counterparty is, the less you should try to tap dance with them. What I mean by that is, if the other party is very sophisticated and you're trying to pretend, you're trying to be like the kid in a suit and trying to do these things you saw in a movie, they're going to slap you down so hard. So it's better to be transparent and honest than try to pretend something that you're not. And it goes back to the Sun Tzu thing. You just know yourself.
Yeah, I think the one thing I'd like to add to this is I found that negotiation is a team sport. Following the Know Yourself slogan that we just came up with, don't go against your nature. So if you have, as a person, you're easygoing, you've seen that person you're going to negotiate with at all the trade shows for the past year and a half, and you're great friends, don't try to become the hard ass or something like that. It's going to just feel weird. However, bring a team member. Bring a great lawyer that can be that person, your CFO or anything, and then use that to have like a multiple way conversation to drive business, drive terms, drive all these things at the same time, and you don't have to pretend you're something else. Work it as a team, and everybody's going to benefit from that.
Yeah, at the end of the day, obviously, I'm a service provider on the legal service side. I take the direction of how we're going to negotiate an agreement relative to the client's direction. But that being said, I think Sean is exactly right. You know, you have to know what's important to you going in, because that's going to set that strategy. That's going to set that technique. You may not have leverage in the deal on an overall basis, but you might have leverage on these one or 2 points that are, because they're super important to you. So focus on that. You know, within that sort of microcosm of that 1 point. But yeah, you know, I get to be good cop and I get to be bad cop, depending on sort of the situation what the client says. But that's just relative to my role in the process.
And I think if you really go back and listen to what everybody said, there was one common theme: be prepared. When you go into negotiations, there's one person that knows your business: you. You need to know your business. You need to know the skill sets of each person. You need to know your cost. And the biggest mistake people make are accommodating and avoiding. If you need $100,000, you need to know, if I get less than $100,000, we can't do it. We just can't do it. And if the publisher suddenly comes back and says we can do it and we can only give you 75, you have to basically walk. And you'd be shocked at the number of the times that the publisher's like, oh, really? What do you need? Then you come back and you show them why you need 100, and you get 100.
Well, that's normally the situation, just being upfront and laying your cards on the table, which is the way I prefer to do it. Even if you're overplaying your leverage, this is what I need. I need X amount of money, or because it's very liberating.
But you better be prepared.
That's right.
You better show them everything, include the seats, include perf force, everything. Okay, philosophy of the deal. I love this slide. No, because every deal is just, it's just so different. And when I was putting the slide together, I was just thinking about it. So, Sean, let's start with you as far as the different things. And let's start with the unchanging versus flexible.
Is that my intro?
Sorry.
Well, and I think you guys, everyone can read the bullet points, but I think I would a little bit add to this in the sense of reflecting, and I don't want to sound like a broken record, but who you are doesn't change. How you discuss and approach certain things could evolve, whether it's specific details or certain things that may evolve based on newfound facts, whether we realize that what we had originally calculated and mutually discussed is actually different. For example, let's say Unreal changed their rates and now they're charging a much lower revenue share, and so that gets reflected, and all of those things need to be flexible and whatnot. But speaking from a publisher standpoint and as an investor standpoint, whenever you see a fundamental change or perception of change in who you're talking to, in terms of who they are at their core, or what their DNA is, or what their core philosophy is, that starts raising a lot of alarm bells, because suddenly now, it's a little bit like what Jeff said about accommodating, but even going further, it's suddenly you're trying to position yourself and make yourself seem like a different organization just so you can get the deal done. And that's going to backfire on you with anybody sophisticated, because they're going to see that you're just solely trying to get this deal done, as opposed to what are you trying to achieve? Ultimately put together a project or some sort of an opportunity where you guys will both win. So kind of that's what I want to emphasize on the unchanging part. Yes, there's a lot of things that are core principles that needs to be maintained, but I think underlying all of that is the foundational you. You cannot change unless there's some extraordinary circumstances where something happened and you need to change. Other than that, you are who you are.
Jeff, I have a question for you. When you put this slide together, were you sort of hinting that the deal, when it's first papered up, that's it, that's the document forever? Or are you saying it's flexible, it's living, breathing as the reality changes?
When you set the document, you have to assume that's the document, but it never is. It's going to be flexible. People run into stuff during development, and you realize you have a milestone deliverable, you have this key feature going in, you implement it, it sucks. You're like, oh man, that really sucked. And you have to change. What we've always been really flexible with, which also normally means you need more money, because you already spent the money to do this key feature, it doesn't work, you need to replace it with something else. Whenever you want to change something in a contract, whenever something got screwed up, always come back with a solution. Hi, we did this, we implemented it, we all thought it was a great idea, we put it in, it sucks. We think, but after looking at it, we came back with this solution, and we actually, now that we know what we know, building this other thing, we discovered this. This is way more fun than we thought. Everyone's playing this part over here. Can we do this? If you come back with a solution, by the way, the publisher wants the game to be better as well. And they will work with you, and they will help you do that. So when I put in unchanging versus flexible, it's more, how do you say figurative? I don't want to use weird translation words. It's more figurative than it is literal. Yeah. Go ahead.
Let me jump in with a thing. So I don't know if this chart would be a good background, but of what I wanted to say, maybe, yeah, whichever. So I wanted to say two things. First is that to be also realistic, speaking with you guys, that I think we are all in the same boat. So we are all developers. I don't think any of the audience are publishers or big companies. So usually also what happens when you negotiate a deal, and maybe Patrick would be so here, it won't agree much with me, but usually there are some things that you signed in a contract because bigger companies need to have some assurance from their lawyers that you end up sometimes giving up some points or some clause or some things that you know it's weird, but you need to do it, because if you don't do it, they won't sign the deal. So I would say don't bother too much also negotiating that clauses or that parts of the deal, because it will be probably a waste of your time. It's like when you sign with a cell phone company, they will always say you that if you snore, they will hunt you for life and they will own your soul, and and you sign it, and give me the phone, and that's it. But that's how big companies and big lawyers work. So after all, a contract and a deal and a mutual understanding is something that is between people. And even if it is between two companies, it's between people. So after all, I would say try to negotiate that, and negotiate the most important, what needs to be delivered and how much I'm going to get paid. That's basically the most of the deals you're going to do is what's going to be delivered and what's going to get paid. And I have a personal anecdote, because my brother is a lawyer also, that he did the bar in the US, so he had a lot of experience with this. That is kind of funny, and I can say it in English and Spanish, that when I've been doing this for 8 years, so I owe my soul to many companies, right, already. So, but there one time he was telling me when we were discussing some clauses, like, like very, very potential clauses that will end up in a potential trial and in potential just that never happens, that he was telling me the very a funny joke that was like, if you want me to tell you that Mickey Mouse invented the dulce de leche, I will sign it, meaning that, yeah, I will sign that. But after all, is what do you want me to do and how much I'm going to get paid. That's most of the deals you are going to sign as a developer. I don't know if you agree, but.
So I agree with everything Martin said, although that reminded me of something, and I think Patrick probably chip in a little bit. I'm also very fundamentally believing in the relationship as opposed to the paper that governs any kind of a project. However, one thing to note is, especially on the bigger company side, people change. So even if you have an amazing relationship with a person, a trust-based relationship, where you don't need to write everything down in 500 pages of legal document, but the flip side of that is, because things do change and people do change at larger companies, you do need to make certain key principles absolutely clear and written down in the documentation. Because the unfortunate fact of any business is that your counterparty on that other side could change.
Yeah, I definitely would echo that. I mean, at the end of the day, no matter how good of a working relationship, say, Sean and I have over a deal, at some point there might be some misunderstanding, or one of us might not be there, and as soon as somebody says, well, wait a minute, what was the intent? They're going to look back at that document. So you still have to get it right the first time, or as close to right as you can. But by the same token, you can't keep banging your head against the wall over a small, relatively inconsequential point, because you're going to get to a point where there's a deal fatigue is the term. And at some point, if you're arguing over an audit provision for 3 weeks, but you've got all the big points taken care of, somebody's going to ask the question, is this somebody we really want to do business with, right? I mean, you can't get it 100% right. So there has to be, and this probably goes counter to what a lawyer should say, but there has to be a little bit of a trust factor on some points, but you also have to identify the magnitude of them. Actually, I just finished a deal with Sean's company, and there was a couple of points where it was, no, trust us, this is going to be fine. This is as far as we can go on this point, but operationally, this is how it's going to work. On a couple of the points, we trusted them, and we do trust them. On a couple of points, the risk is just a little too big, to trust to that degree. So we need to tweak it and get some clarification. But you have to sort of know where that line is, and that really only comes from doing a lot of them.
I trust no one. No, I'm serious about that. Trust no one. If you trust them, they say, trust me. Say, great, put it in the contract. Across the table is, trust me. Awesome, put it in. Well, I can't. Why not? So that's just a tough one for me, sorry. But it's a pet peeve. It's like, great, put it in. But there are going to be some things in there too, and this is just, if it doesn't smell right, don't do it. This is what they said before. If it really, something in the back of your mind, you'll be shocked at how much as you go on in life that's going to be a big deal. Just don't do it, or have them explain it. That's a lot of the time too. And if you spend time explaining your position, understanding the publisher's position, and then them understanding your position, 95% of all my issues have gone away that way.
I mean, there's some things too that you just can't. It's like, what do you mean I don't get paid for 180 days? That's our policy. You know, that's my other favorite one. If they'll say that too. Our policy is to do that. And we're like, well, our policy is to get paid in 30 days. So, but sadly, the ones with the money set the policy. Okay, Louis, I've watched you actually do this a lot. So we're getting into sharing risk and upside. And Hybridome is an interesting studio because they do everything from straight contract development, here's our idea, here's our budget, make this game, to, wow, that's really a cool idea. How about if we fund half and you fund half, to, we're going to fund this game ourselves. So you're actually one of the only companies I know that's doing the whole ecosystem right now.
Yeah, we try to do a bit of everything to keep things interesting. I think we talked about this earlier. The mobile market right now is very difficult. And in order to win in that market, we, Hybridome, decided to have a differentiation approach. So we do deals in a straight work for hire plus rev share deal in which we take a little bit of risk. But we're going to do deals with bigger IP in which we do 50-50, we invest all development. And I think that decision needs to be taken in advance. It cannot happen during the deal when all of a sudden you're looking for a game that's going to cost, let's say, $800,000, and the client says, I only have 400. Do you want to put the other 400? I mean, if that comes in late like that, it's always kind of weird. But if you get that at the beginning as an approach that you want to invest because that's something you believe in, then you should be able to do so. But you have to have the financial backing to do it. The last thing you want to do is get into a contract, let's say with Disney, like we did, and say halfway through the project, oh, I can't really pay my team. You have to jump in now. And that just does not work. So evaluate your capacity for risk. Imagine how much money it's going to cost you to make the game you want to make, then add 40% because you're probably too generous. And then see if you can sustain that. And then think about live ops, think about how long it's going to take before you make money, think about all these things. Build actually a P&L. We talked about learning business skills and not only game making skills. While running a P&L for a game, you're going to learn a lot of things on how to take a deal. So for us, every pitch we do right now, we do it with a full concept, full P&L, full evaluation of profitability for both parties. That way you know your enemy better, you know your counterpart better, and you're in a better position to decide what kind of risk you're willing to take. That's how we approach it.
Sharing risk and upside doesn't necessarily mean sharing it 50-50, right? I mean, it's sharing it on a commensurate level, your risk to your upside, right? And I think that's really, I think the point of Jeff was trying to make when he put this slide together. But I love it actually when not publishers as much, I think this happens a lot more with studio licensors, say, oh no, this is a partnership, but yet they're putting the screws to you on every single point of the deal. That's not a partnership, right? That's not sharing upside or sharing risk. They're taking no risk and taking most of the upside. That's not the same thing. So, and obviously you've done a lot with licensors, so I'm sure you have some strong opinions on that. But yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean sharing it at the same level. It just means sharing it the way you're allocating between the two.
I think I agree with everything that's been said, and a little bit twist to what's been said as well. By the way, Hybridome does an amazing job of these pitches. So he's not only talking about it, but he definitely walks the walk as well. Regarding the sharing of the risk, and picking up a little bit from Patrick's point, and what was mentioned earlier about what is the intention of the party, where is their heart at, et cetera, it's one thing, let's say, if a large company comes and large developer says, we're going to put up 50% of development. That's nice, right? You're sharing the risk and it means something. But it's another thing I would imagine most of the folks here, developers, are smaller, mid to smaller size developers. If you come to a publisher and say, look, we don't have a lot of money, but we really believe in this project, we'll scrape together whatever little money we have, and we're going to fund 5% or 10% of it even. Something small.
That's a great point.
Something small and meaningful.
Anything.
Right. What that does is forget about the Excel calculation on what this equity investment means in terms of what the return should be. Forget about all of that, right? From a large publisher's perspective or an investor's perspective, they're like, wow, These guys are really earnest. There's passion, there's belief and conviction behind this, enough to put money where their mouth is. And that is a bigger negotiating leverage in some sense than all the talking you can do for like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days. So that's why the sharing of the risk part, there are multiple angles to approach it, not only in terms of maximizing your potential outcome or return, but also in trying to build that confidence into your partner in that process.
I wanted to add something also for most of developers, smaller developers that are just starting or doing work for hire projects. It's very common that some of you will not take into account the financials of the payments, for example. You don't take into account that how important that is when you are getting paid. Because you are bored or you're tired by that time, so they can say, no, yeah, I will pay you up front of 10%, and you have to work for 3 months, and then like someone was saying, month 2 you run out of money. So that couldn't happen, and that happens a lot of times because you weren't paying attention of the financials. And the other thing is that the risk, because sometimes we are talking about the risk of the project, but here, for example, we have a super high expensive labor law that to fire someone it's super expensive, and sometimes you can't even put that as a value because the cost will go up so high. So, but you have to figure it out how to calculate that. If you're starting, of course, it's different, but there are a lot of things that when we do calculations, and we have a much smaller and lower cost than in the US, for example, like burn rates or how we pay the salaries. But there are a lot of typical things that you don't take into account when you do a deal on your side. So I would advise you also to take into account as much as you can. But after all, as I was saying, I think if you're signing a deal with a big company that they will have a lot of you need to find the trust and what needs to be done in exchange of what. And of course, I think that you have to look at the contract and try to put, like Patrick was saying, negotiate the main points and the main deliveries and the main payments. And the rest, it depends on what they say, but you can try to also to not to win every point. It's not a competition. You're working with someone. It's like when you get married. When you get married, you're not thinking about getting divorced because you're getting married, right? But when things go nasty, if you go to trial with your wife, both end loses. Patrick is the only one that wins when you go to court, when you get divorced. But that's the truth, the horrible truth. So my point is, yeah, try to fight for what it's worth for, and also take into account all the financials, payments, all the things that you're going to be paying in advance, or firing someone and hiring someone else because it wasn't working, and different stuff.
Pick your battles after the big issues, you know.
Which is kind of leading us into the next slide. Yeah. Right. So I'm going to go quickly through this slide, then there's one more slide, then we're going to open up to questions. And Patrick just said it, pick your battles, and really think hard about this. The easy one to end negotiations is simply say, you're not giving me enough money. I can't do it. But sometimes you have to look across the table and say, well, I thought you were going to bring something else to the table. You're not doing that. I can't do that. You want me to do it, and you just can't do it. So just really figure out what your leverage is, but you have to be prepared to walk away.
And that's not just only the amount of money that you're getting paid as a developer in the deal. It's also what's being asked of you. What you're getting paid doesn't match up with your ongoing marketing responsibilities or your DLC or any of that stuff, any live ops. All of a sudden, the money they're giving you is almost irrelevant because you're losing money on this game. So you have to be, it goes back, I think, to Sean's original point. You have to be aware of yourself and what you're doing and make sure your budget is lined up and everything else, because that's going to help you evaluate if this deal even makes sense for you. And if it doesn't make sense, don't do it.
And then there's a couple common issues that you're going to come up with, and approvals and termination are going to be big. But could you specifically go into approvals, Martin, and how important the definition of approvals is? It's a really big deal.
Yeah, I think termination is more important, but approval is really important. So sometimes I end up myself discussing about, for example, IP ownership, because there's a lot of indie developers that they start doing an idea and they spend a lot of time discussing about IP ownership, like if they have the Mickey Mouse in their hands, instead of discussing the next milestone payment. So, and IP is something that big companies care for, not indie developers. Of course, if you were to do the next ARC, you would like to have the IP. But what are the chances that you're going to do the next ARC? So I would say, if they are going to pay you a lot of money, they will want to own the IP. That's probably the case. So discuss approvals, discuss terminations. I really don't have any silver bullet. And again, I think there's always, let me say it this way. It's all about communication. Because if I tell you, this is an exercise, and I won't do it with you, I won't punish you that way, but if I give you a paper, a piece of paper to each one of you, and I tell you the exact same thing, which is, can you please build a plane? Do you think you will all build the same plane? No? Okay, so of course not. You will end up doing really different things. So my point is, you can be as clear as you want in the approval list and what needs to be delivered in the milestones and in the features, but still more important than what the contract says about what needs to be delivered and what it is in paper is your ongoing communication with your partner. If you are reaching what he wants to get, because most of the people also rely, and we did this also and made mistakes, rely on what's on the paper. Okay, let's go back to the contract. And they understood something else, because for them, having something like that was different. So after all, I think we go back to the same thing. It's communication, ongoing relationship, and if you need to go back to look at the contract or the deal or the approval or the termination, it means you're already fucked. That's my opinion.
In one quick question, I got a question for the audience. Who in here has shipped multiple games? Anyone who's shipped multiple games, there's just a little game I like to play. I look at the design that we had at the beginning of the game and look at the game we shipped. And it's normally kind of the same. So when you go through approvals, you're constantly changing them too.
Yeah, and that's, Martin, I gotta say, I'm slightly quite disapproving of your approval comment. Maybe you've had better experience than me. And for me, approvals are very important. It depends on who you work with, obviously. Some people, you're gonna send your milestone, he's gonna send you an email, say, approved, thank you. And the other one is gonna go back to a 20-page document of check marks, check boxes, video approvals, and all of a sudden you're 3 milestones away from the original milestone you're waiting your approval and payment for, and you haven't got anything. So if you build your P&L, you put your milestones payments super tight on the amount of money and the burn rate, cash flow, P&L, yep, you're gonna find that extremely difficult. So what's gonna happen is that you're gonna try to make money elsewhere, put people on other projects to get revenue. That's gonna diminish the quality of the product for which you're waiting for your approvals and make the next approval more difficult, and it's a vicious circle of death. So what I would tell you is all this needs to be planned out. Again, negotiation, understand who's on the other side of the table. Is it a German company? Yes, expect a 20-page document for approvals, right? No, but it's not.
It's true.
I'm not kidding. So you need to know those things. I've been in a situation, I'm gonna do an anecdote right now. Early on in Ibernom's, probably the first big game I negotiated for the studio was a Facebook game, so that's a while back. And I got screwed. I didn't know the guys were holding approvals while I was moving forward on the rest of the game because they were unsure about their entire Facebook strategy without telling me. All of a sudden, I have a team of 40 people. They owe me $275,000, and they say, we're canceling the game, and for the previous milestone that we didn't approve, we'll see what we can do. That was their email. So we fought hard, and it cost us a lot of money to get some of the money back. So what I'm saying for approvals, it's important that you understand what it means to payments, what it means to your cash flow, what it means to everything that has to do throughout production, because otherwise you're going to end up on the losing side. Sean has a question.
Depends on who my client is. Yeah, obviously, the developer's always, and we talk a little bit about this, I think, tomorrow morning. The developer's always going to try to have some sort of deemed approval if they don't get back to them in time. If the publisher doesn't review the milestone in 10 days, then we want to push to have that milestone approved so the developer can get paid, whether that's
it's a default approval.
Yeah.
If you don't hear back from the publisher in a certain amount of time, it's auto-approved.
Or sometimes you can compromise in the middle of that and say it's partially approved and I get partial payment in order to keep the cash flow and the staffing of the company going. But again, it goes back to the leverage slide. Not every publisher is going to allow that to occur. The one thing I would say on this particular set of bullet points that Jeff put together, approvals and termination should have been one or at least consecutive bullet points because they're one and the same issue-wise. Almost every deal I've ever seen a termination on is probably 90% because of a misunderstanding or a disagreement about what was delivered and whether something was approved or not. And then the other 10% is a termination for convenience that's been clean. But
yeah,
these issues are tied together.
Yeah, I should have had them in order, and really it should have just, I'm going to finish this up right now so we can have some questions. I know you have a question. So approvals, just make sure you guys understand what approvals mean, what it's going to take, and plan your cash flow. Because from the time you pay somebody, if you have 30 days to deliver your milestone, they have 30 days to approve it, then they have 30 days to pay. From the time that person walks through the door to the time they get paid for the work they did is 120 days. And people forget that. So you have to move all the payments forward, and when you move the payments forward, the publishers are going to lose their mind, especially if it's a junior producer, and you have to explain, no, you're paying for these guys now. Ownership of assets. If they terminate the deal, it was your IP, you've been coding everything, the publisher decides to kill it, their default contract is normally they own everything. So you could do one milestone, publisher says you're not doing a good job, we own everything, and you're out the door. Do you guys want to give any last comments before I turn over the mic? Sean, I wanted you to.
I want just one last comment that it happened to me and it happened to many other developers, fellow developers, is that when we were doing our own IPs, our own ideas, usually the developer, like I told you, if they're going to give you the money, they're going to want the IP. One smart thing to do that a publisher will tend to accept is that you tell them, okay, you will own the IP when we finish the product. If you cancel me before finishing the product, the IP goes back to me. And you know what? The publisher don't give a fuck about the IP because if they are canceling the contract, why should they care? But I know a lot of developers that they get canceled with their own IP and they cannot keep working on their own idea because of this not paying attention. So I would give you this advice because I didn't do it. I end up getting back the IP because it was like a good relationship, and I told them, okay, and we don't want it. And Alejandro, well, there are many other reasons. You want to add something, John?
There's actually a publisher that does that. They won't know, they'll be developing a specific game in the genre. They think they want to own the genre. They'll sign every competitive game, see exactly what they're doing, pay them a couple milestones, then kill them all. They actually do that.
Just, I want to make
It's
a
funny
general.
you jumped in here.
General comment connecting back to the previous session. As you probably noticed, there's a lot of pitfalls in any negotiation, any business relationship. And if you yourself do not have that experience, if you haven't done that dance many, many times, chances are, I don't care how smart you are, you're going to be missing things, you're going to be making mistakes. And that's why, going back to service providers or people who can help you across business, finance, legal, whatever it may be, it's worth considering. And speaking as a publisher investor, and it was brought up before, I would prefer to speak to people who bring opportunities that they've filtered and vetted once or twice, because at least I can trust some of the people that I talk to, because my time is valuable. If I'm going to spend 30 minutes an hour with someone, I'd rather have a bit of confidence that it's going to be worth my time. And once again, you know, combining all of that, there is a fair amount of value in service providers.
Does anyone besides Sean have any questions? No, seriously, does anyone have any question or any concerns? Okay, there is one, Sean, I'll let you have your last question, but there is one thing to remember, and we seem to have skimmed over this. By the way, when the publisher signs the deal, they want to make a hit as well. So when we're negotiating all this and when there's problems, and I forgot who was saying it, I think almost every single one of you guys said it, if you have a problem, tell the publisher, because their number one goal when they signed the agreement was not to make a shitty game. That was not on their list of things to do.
And that's also your leverage in negotiations, right? When you say, what's my leverage?
Everyone wants to make a great game.
What?
Everyone signed that deal to make a hit.
Yeah.
And they want to help you, but they'll only help you if you tell them. And the earlier you tell them, the more they'll help you. Developers are horrified if they miss something, they have a problem, of telling their developer, of telling the publisher, and maybe the junior producer on the project doesn't know, but when there's a key milestone in there and somebody like Sean reviews the milestone, he'll look at it, literally 15 seconds later, he'll be like, wait a second, their platform's broken. Why didn't you catch this 4 milestones back? And then they talk to the developer's like, yeah, I really needed 2 more engineers. And guess what? He would have greenlit 2 more engineers, or they would have airdropped in 2 more engineers, because remember, they wanted to make a hit. And if giving you an engineer makes it a hit, they'll do it. So that's the biggest thing. But all of a sudden, if it's 4 months later, you guys built your whole code based on broken architecture, there's no coming back. So so publishers want to make a hit. Okay, anyone else? Sean?
I think let's make a slight nuanced distinction between passion and emotion. So I think it's great to have passion for the art and craft of making, distributing, operating, caring for your customers, making a fun experience, and being very passionate about that, I think in general is great for the room. Whether you're making the game or you're operating the game, it helps, especially if you're both dedicated and passionate about it, it makes the deals go so much better. And you know, you could, instead of wrangling over some minor point for 20, 30 minutes or a couple of hours, because you have that mutual passion, a lot of that can get smoothed over. Emotion, especially when you're dealing with specific items, the terms, whatever clauses, whatnot, my general experience has been emotions generally net negative in terms of not helping you have an effective negotiation process to close that deal. And so as a general suggestion, if you find yourself getting emotional or if you feel something bubbling, whether good or for bad, because not just about bad stuff. Sometimes you get this swelling of emotion that just makes you so happy. You love this guy in front of you, and next thing you know, Patrick's face is turning blue while you're like, yes, 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 everything's okay, let's just sign this deal, and you get into trouble, right? So if you feel emotion, take a breather, drink coffee, ask for a break, step outside, get some fresh air, talk to your team, come back, level-headed.
Yes, you can say, I need to hang up and go for a walk and come back. Okay, I'm sorry. You wrapped? Yeah. Okay, any last question besides Sean? Okay. I've probably seen more contracts than anybody. Do you mind?
Oh, no, actually you don't.
I use as a rule of thumb, from the time you get the draft of the contract, not the term sheet, until you're paid, because who cares if it's signed? It only matters when you're paid. Yeah. It's about 120 days.
4 months.
Yeah. Yeah, that's from when you've already gone through the term sheets, you've already gone through the scheduling, you've already gone through all of this. Now they're like, all right, we're ready to give you a contract. It's going to take about, if you rush it, the publisher doesn't suffer. If you need to rush a contract, there's only one side that suffers. It's you.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I've seen contracts that go far less than 120 days, but it's only because the developer says, I got to sign this next week, or I got to sign this tomorrow, no matter what it says, and then you end up with a bad deal. So they can go faster.
I've done a lot of those.
Yeah, I mean, everybody has. They exist. They're not ideal, but and I've seen some that go a lot longer. But
oh.
Yeah.
I'll expect on terms. That's based on the deal. What you can expect, though, out of your first contract is you're going to learn. And you have choices on learn of two things. Learn from your mistakes because you wanted to do the contract on your own, or learn from your partners because you hired a great agent and a great lawyer that guided you through the negotiation, and you got a great contract and learned at the same time. So it's your call. You learn from mistakes, or you learn from great people.
But to answer your question, the terms are all over the board. If you want to ask afterwards, I actually have to do a contract really quick, but afterwards, if you tell me your specific deal, I'll tell you what the ranges are. And by the way, that's something you can do with almost anybody. Once you start to know the people, and I know the other agencies, I'd have developers call me up and say, listen, I'm doing a deal. I don't know you. My friend knows you. I got an introduction. They're offering me 20%. Is that good or bad? I mean, sometimes you just want somebody else to tell you, yeah, it's fine. You're in the range.
Regardless of the terms, what'll definitely happen on your first deal is there'll be a lot of, this is our standard deal, and you're going to say, well, do I have room to negotiate? I'm scared to negotiate. I don't know if I should. I don't know where I can push. You're going to have that sort of anxiety about, God, I need to sign this quick. They're telling me this needs to, they need to move fast. They're telling me I can't negotiate at this point. They're telling me, trust me, we're going to work really well together. And you're going to want to believe it. All of those things are going to happen in your first deal, whether it turns out to be true or not.
Oh. No, also, yeah, I wanted to wrap it up in what you asked, and also speaking about this conference, ADVA, and a lot of other stuff. What worked for me a lot also is that something that we talked about it on the morning, is that some people that have been in the industry more than probably you that are just starting, they know or they have done business with that people that you are maybe speaking with. And they can give you tips on how that people went, and if they're good, they're bad, and how their relationship went. So that's also a great thing to do, coming to these conferences, talking to other developers. Again, this is a small industry. We all know each other. We run out each other with other conferences around the world. So that's a very common practice here, and also from the association, from ADVA, we encourage that to happen every time. So I think that's, I don't think we have time, Sean.
Hey, guys, that's it for the day. I want to thank you guys for organizing this. I want AV guys, thank you for fixing the mics. I know that wasn't even your responsibility. Thanks for doing that. The staff here has been great because we've been all over the place with our scheduling and people have been going too long. All of us are going to be out in the lobby. If anyone has any specific questions, we'll answer upstairs, I meant, for drinks. Oh, yes, we will be here for sure. And then tomorrow morning again. Yeah, and then, yeah. So we'll be here all week. What time?
9:30 mañana.
9:30.